Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the third day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Hampshire. It's been a very busy couple of days. 26 wickets have already gone down, and it could well be that today is result day. If it isn't, that would then suggest we've got a very tense finish tomorrow. We will see. We resume with Hampshire on 159 for 6 in their second innings. That's a very handy lead of 265, largely thanks to an outstanding few spells of bowling from Kyle Abbott yesterday, who claimed 5 wickets as Warwickshire were bowled out for 194 in reply to Hampshire's 300. Surface looked a little bit more benign in the final hour of play yesterday, and we'll see how it turns out this morning on what is a reasonably sunny day. Some high cloud, it's light and white, most of it. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Alongside me from BBC Solent, Kevin James.
Yes, good morning. What a day in prospect. Spoke to Fletcher Middleton last night. He was relieved to have got some runs. He's had a pretty slow start to the season. Was happy to say to me, he felt a bit under the pressure coming into this game. But he feels that the Hampshire team feel that they really do need another 40, perhaps 50, to sort of, feel they're really in the game.
Ethan Bamber is to bowl the first ball of the day to Brad Wheel. Wheel is on 5, Albert on 29, and Wheel stretches forward and defends out into the offside. It will be interesting to see who the other bowler is who starts the day. More often than not, it would be Ollie Haddon-Dolby. In terms of threat, I think you and I would suggest it ought to be Bo Webster.
I would have him, definitely. What are we, into the 47th over? There was a light roller on this morning. I'll come back to that.
Bamber comes in to bowl to Wheel, who is well forward and pushes it out into the offside, fielded there by Zen Malik at point.
Yeah, first of all, I would have Bo Webster at the far end, but it might, in all probability, be OHD. My thought is about the heavy roller. I'm sure there'll be another heavy roller to come before Warwickshire bat a second time, and that could have an effect. That could deaden the pitch. So for that reason, I think Hampshire would feel a little safer with a lead of 300 plus.
Bamber, back of a length, guided down towards point. Malik comes in, throws it to Alex Davis. It's interesting, after day one speaking to Ed Barnard, and one of the things he said about the surface that really caught the ear was that it was almost spongy in places. Almost seemed spongy. Now that is something that a few rollers will deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and as you said just a few minutes ago, that there were periods yesterday where the pitch looked fairly easy paced, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that's without another heavy roller to come.
Bamber into Wheel, who ducks what wasn't the bounciest bouncer, and it goes through to Alex Davis.
So a few things that will unfold today that I think makes this very intriguing. It's a very It's been an interesting game the whole way, and I think today could be just another one of those days that is very watchable.
Yeah, it has, because the game has progressed. There haven't been many dull patches,
No.
to say the least. As Bamber is diverted down to point again. 3 of the 4 balls, or 4 of the 5 balls have been on that sort of line so far. Albert is whirling his arms and trying to get himself going as he awaits strike for the first time. Couple of slips in position. Man at third, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and then long leg, who's been pretty square throughout the match for both teams, actually. That's where Haddon-Dolby has been stretching, so I think he does expect to bowl from the Birmingham end. That's a short ball outside off stump, left alone, maiden over. 159 for 6. Does occur to me I've got to do a quick hit at 4 minutes past, so maybe I have to continue the narrative for another 90 seconds, but other than that, your reflections on I mean, you say Hampshire 300 lead. I think if they can get to 350, and we saw the tail wag in the first innings, they then have control of the game.
Yeah, you'd like to think that if this pitch does flatten out for whatever reason, then a lead of 350 for the 4th innings is massive on any pitch. I mean, I think if the pitch pretty much stays as this, then this game could go either way with the lead they have now. But I think to be if I was bowling last, I'd want to see a 300 lead up on the board, because somebody's going to get in from Warwickshire. 2 or 3 people are going to get in.
It is actually Bo Webster who's going to bowl this over, by the way, and it's drilled. The first ball that Albert receives is drilled through the covers for 4. That is a beautiful way to get off the mark. He got off the mark with a superb straight drive yesterday, but for today, it's that extra cover slash through there. Beautiful stroke, 163 for 6.
That was a bit of a loosener, wasn't it, from Webster? Can't afford too many of those. But yeah, the right man from that far end to be on first up.
So update into the bulletin coming up in a few moments' time. So hopefully Webster will deliver this ball just in time for me to get to that. Into bowl to Albert, full, clips it towards mid-wicket, scrambling stop by Hayne, diving to his right. Prevents any single, didn't field it cleanly, but it did enough to convince the batters that they weren't going to get through. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire need quick wickets on this third morning against Hampshire. The visitors in their second innings, 163 for 6. Their first runs of the morning, a beautiful drive through the cover by Toby Albert. He's got 33. Brad Wheel with him on 5. The lead is 269. Ethan Bamber and Bo Webster, who were the pick of the Bears attack yesterday, they are leading them into the fray this morning. They don't want to be chasing too much more than 300, although we may just see the wicket flatten out a bit. 163 for 6. Hampshire, the lead by 269. There we go. First morning duties are done.
Spot on.
So, shall I finish the over and then you can get into full stride, as that's a good leave outside off stump. Right.
Finally get into full stride on day 3.
Well, I mean, Phil's hoping for day 4 to get there. Phil Britt will be with us later from Warwickshire County Cricket Club. He's been making sure that the museum's in immaculate condition this morning. I saw him when I was parking up.
Was he cleaning the windows?
Well, they don't let anybody see in. It's all right. They block out the windows. It's a lot more convenient than cleaning them. Webster into Albert. Drives,
Shot.
and that's wide of Hannon Dolby. He's got a chase on here. That's going to tease him most of the way to the rope. They'll certainly have the opportunity to come back for 3. Actually, if they'd run the third hard, I think they'd have managed an all-run 4 there, because by the time he'd slid and rolled it back, it was going to take him a while to pick himself up again, that. But Albert looks in good nick this morning. 36 for him, 166 for 6.
Yeah, it looks as though his feet work are moving well. A couple of good strides already this morning. Always a pitch here to get forward on.
Sprinkling of spectators at the far end, and they're getting rewarded with some sunshine. As Webster is driven by Wheel, and that hits middle stump at the far end, which rocks back to 45 degrees. Adjusted by Toby Albert. End of a first over of the morning from Bo Webster. The second of the day, 166 for 6. Hampshire, the lead, 272.
Well, it's only 2 overs this morning, but doesn't seem as though there's been too much happening for the seamers. Might be a little too early really to tell, but so far so good from those first 2 overs from a batting point of view. We mustn't forget as well, Richard, and I know you're a man that forgets very little, that they're called the Bears women, aren't they, in the T20
yes.
Cup, same as the men. They're in action at midday today in that brand new competition, the T20 Women's County Cup. They're at Devon, a Tier 3 side. That's coming up at midday. Here's Bamber. Pushing forward is Albert into that gap in the covers, and he moves on to 37, 167 for 6. That lead already up to 272. Budley Salterton they're at, and they win that one. And they are into the quarter-finals. You'd think they would, Devon being a Tier 3 side. So the Warwickshire in the 50 over competition, the Bears women in the T20. All right.
Yeah. At some point the branding is going to have to align a little bit better, but it lingers.
Yeah, it's fair enough, isn't it? Yeah. Hampshire lost a high-scoring game yesterday at Beckenham, as playing and missing there is Brad Wheel. Yeah, 250-odd that Surrey got. So Hampshire are in and out of that competition in the space of one afternoon.
Oh, was that their first game?
Yeah, well, one side to join on a third round. So Tier 3, the national counties play round 1. That was 2 weeks ago. The Tier 2 counties joined last week. And the Tier 1 counties joined at the third round stage yesterday. Or today, of course, as the Bears are playing. That's worked down to third by Brad Wheel. Moves on to 6, 168 for 6. And Warwickshire and Hampshire women are playing tomorrow. In the last round of the 50 over the Metrobank Women's One Day Cup, and that match is down at Arundel, and it's the last round until it takes a break, that competition, with the T20 Blast coming to the fore very shortly, where there'll be a lot of double headers. And Hampshire are playing Warwickshire women at Arundel tomorrow, live commentary on the BBC. Here's Bamber outside the off stump, a little wider this time, and Albert lets it go by.
And there'll be live commentary of all the women's halves of the double headers, weren't there, on the BBC as well? So that's
Yes.
a pledge for this year, so I'm really looking forward to that. I think we've got something like 4 double headers here.
Have you?
So that's good, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think the majority of the games are double headers. I think there's just the odd one for each county that are maybe part of some other grounds double header, but actually a one-off here and there. But yeah, you're right. The majority are double headers this year.
What had Toby Albert found there? He's gone and handed something to Nigel Long.
£5 note dropped out of his pocket. I don't know. Here's Bamber. Straight. Worked to short mid-wicket. Bo Webster fields. So 168 for 6. Hampshire have already added 9 this morning. Crucial this. Crucial first session here that will shape very much how Warwickshire will play in their 4th innings. We'll get an idea of the sort of lead that Hampshire will have and how the pitch will play for the rest of this day. Here's Bamber forward, outside half of the bat from Albert. Ball works its way down to third man. Albert has started bright and breezy this morning. Resumed on 29. He's already on 38, 169 for 6.
There are no time issues here for Hampshire at all at the moment. So if it proves to be that the surface and the the overhead conditions are offering very little today, doesn't matter if they back quietly along at 2.5 runs and over till lunch, because at that point they'll stretch their lead, to 350, 360. Can choose the moment to declare whenever they like. But I think there is some merit in just taking their time this morning. There's no need to be blazing away until we see any sign that the ball's going to deviate, which it hasn't really. Webster to begin a new over. Albert is in position early to cover up. Guides it towards the short mid-wicket where Sam Hain picks up. Just one slip in place, which tells you what Warwickshire think about the conditions this morning. Yeah,
I agree. It's a kind of a double-edged sword for Warwickshire, isn't it, really? Because if Hampshire sort of eased to 330, 340 lead without too many problems, then Warwickshire will look and say, well, OK, it's a big lead, but actually this pitch is playing pretty good now.
Yeah. Webster approaches, and defending his off-stump is Albert. Back into the bowler's follow-through. He dismisses it on the ground and gives it up to team shiner Sam Hain.
Is that his official position?
Well, he seems to be this week, because he's not in the slip so often these days. And he's already built up quite a hue on his shirt from rubbing the ball against his midriff this morning. Webster back of a length to Albert, who cuts it down into the ground. It almost bounces a second time before it reaches then Malik backward point. Rob Yates is out, by the way, to field first thing today, having been a delayed arrival yesterday. But once again, he's not in the slip cordon, so that would suggest there is an issue there. But there's no strapping on his hand. There was strapping in the evening session yesterday. It's worth keeping an eye on him. That's way outside off stump. Short, wide, left alone.
Do you know what I noticed this morning, which I thought was quite nice? There was a couple of bowlers or so from both teams warming up on an old wicket away to our right, using the same strip and the same sort of facilities. There was Chris Wokes, there was Keith Barker.
Webster approaches once more. Back of a length. Oh, and that goes past the shoulder of Albert's bat. He had a flick at that. That's the first ball that has shown anything unusual. And it's that bit of extra bounce that Webster can get at 6'5".
Yeah, well, that's the first indication this morning that there's still life in the pitch. And there was also Shay Simmons, who was out there joining them. And it was quite noticeable.
Webster approaches once more. Albert leaves alone.
That both Chris Wokes and Keith Barker were chatting to him about bowling techniques, which I thought was quite nice. I mean, obviously you probably expect Chris Wokes to pass on one or two tips to his fellow teammate, but the fact that Keith Barker was joining in,
yeah,
and they were clearly talking about sort of wrist positions and flicking the wrist sometimes when you bowl to sort of try and get some extra out of the ball and hitting the pitch a slightly different way. And it was very visible, even from this distance, that Simmons was trying one or two things, and I thought that was a really nice touch. Actually,
it reflects well on all three of them, actually, because you also want Shay Simmons to be the sort of young bowler that does go and seek out that sort of advice as well.
Yeah, he seemed to lap it up. Here's Bamber, all player missing. Wheel's gone for the drive there, and it's gone past the outside edge.
There's more than 35 years of experience between those two bowlers. You can't knock that, can you?
I agree. I think if those two are willing to give you some tips, you wouldn't move.
Yeah,
you'd be there for the whole time, and he was, to be honest. And it could be ironic if Simmons suddenly goes and picks up a couple of wickets this morning pretty quick if he gets on. Here's Bamber, short, wheel ducks underneath. But I think it also shows the, whilst these games are mega competitive, of course they are. Don't for 1 minute doubt that. But actually, it's nice to see, not just experienced pros from your own squad, but also, pros from another team actually happy to, help you with one or two aspects of the game. I thought that was really nice, and I was actually transfixed watching that for quite a while. Here's Bamber again. Edge, caught second slip, first wicket of the morning, regulation catch, wheel on the back foot. Goes through to second slip about stomach height. Wheel goes for 6. First wicket means that Hampshire now 169 for 7. That lead is 275.
Yeah, second catch of the innings for Bo Webster. And Ethan Bamber has had to be very, very patient in this game to start taking his wickets, but that's his third. Just persisting outside off stump, and Wheel, who was slightly promoted up the order to be in at 8, nicking off. Webster falling back as he takes the catch, but he got two strong hands on that. So, 275 in front Hampshire, 3 wickets remaining, and it'll be very interesting to see how James Fuller goes again now, having made the only half century of the Hampshire first innings.
Yeah, well, he's got a proper batter at the other end. There was a time during his innings where he was having to sort of negotiate the bottom order for Hampshire, and the field was set accordingly. He's got a proper batter at the other end. That might help him with the fields, that if he does get going a little bit, which he does, and the way he times the ball, could be interesting to see the response here from Alex Davis. But again, a little bit of bounce. Brad Wheel, I mean, he's not in for his batting, just playing a little bit away from his body. That's fair enough. It's about his bowling, but I think there was just a little bit of extra bounce outside the off stump again, just showing that there is a little bit in this wicket, a little bit. There was only a light roller this morning, so it shouldn't change too much. So it is James Fuller. Runner ball 52 not out in the first innings, which went a long way to giving Hampshire that lead of 106 after the first 2 innings were completed. Here's Bamber, short, and Fuller just ducks underneath that one. It's a good attacking first delivery there from Bamber, just letting Fuller know that he means business.
Also, I think trying to tempt Fuller to go for something early doors as well, because he does like to play the pull.
He does, yeah.
And Bamber has the benefit of the long boundary being on the leg side when he bowls to Fuller, whereas he made the other side of the ground look as short as it is.
Yes, he did, yeah. I think he hit one right to the back of the seats, didn't he? Length ball, Fuller plays that on the onside. He's looking for a single, but can't find one. Yes, there's a deep square leg out on that long boundary side, and just to emphasise how big that boundary is, it's deep square leg, but he's actually not all the way to the rope. He's a good 7 or 8 yards in.
For the vast majority of T20 Blast games, he'd be standing 10 yards the wrong side of the rope, is what you're saying.
Well, no, yeah, probably.
It's quite deep.
Yeah, it's a very long boundary there, full of drives. There is a deep cover at the left-hand side of the ground as we look. Fuller's off the mark, 170 for 7, that lead of 276. No, you wouldn't have a T20 boundary that big, would you?
Well, no, I'm saying that it would be probably inside where he is. So it would be... yeah. So you'd have played in an era, I mean, a lot has changed in the 30 years that I've been lucky enough to have the chance to cover Warwickshire. And you'd have been here in an era when, of course, way to our left, you go through the old members area, the big open air stand with the second scoreboard behind it, and you'd come to the members bar, and at the close of play, players from both teams would be in the members bar. And then some of the chats would be about cricket and technique and that sort of thing, but it'd be done over a couple of pints.
Yeah, was it over there? I mean, I can't remember.
It was over to our left, so where that stand that is closed off for these games is, that would have been the members' bar and restaurant, and it was like a 2-tier stand.
Actually, that does ring a bell, actually, now you mention it.
As Bo Webster begins a new over, Fuller has got strike and works this very nicely off his pads behind square. Rob Yates with a diving stop to his left on that short boundary behind square. Keeps them down to a single, 171 for 7.
Yeah, that does ring a bell, because looking out over the ground, that's right, we would have been slightly square on.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah. That was an awful long time ago, obviously. There was obviously a big function room there, because we used to have our annual union meeting up here.
Yeah.
Pre-seasons. That would have been over there as well.
It was a big old room, yeah. But it wouldn't be unusual to go and have a couple of pints after a day's play.
No, it definitely wasn't.
As Albert awaits, and that's short ball that he leaves alone. And it does still occasionally happen. Often it depends on the sort of grounds and whether there's still a pub on the outskirts. So the Larwood and Vos at Trent Bridge means that there is still an opportunity to go and have a beer or not. And a couple of summers ago, Dave Bracegirdle took me over there after a day's play, and there were 3 or 4 of the Notts lads there, and we had a chat, got to know each other a bit.
That's good.
Dane Patterson was interesting company. You don't get the chance to do those sort of things really often these days. Webster back of a length outside off stump. That did look like it moved a little bit after it had passed the batter. So there's still a little bit there.
Well, they generally travel by coach now, don't you? So you're all sort of packed into one leaving time, and some want to leave early, some want to leave late. So I suppose somewhere along the line you come to a compromise. I mean, I don't know. I travelled very rarely by coach to games. It was usually by car, which gave you a little bit more scope to do what you wanted to do.
Webster straight, coming forward, deflects off Webster's hand, knocks the barrels off at the far end for the second time today.
But yeah, I'd have been up there, the odd time. I don't think I might have been up there as often as I might have been, because usually when we come up here, we were on the receiving end or, quickly behind the 8 ball in the game, and then you don't really feel like going to have a drink straight afterwards. It's all right when you're in a winning position.
Yeah. Webster outside off stump, and that was a bit of a reach from Albert and a slash at it. Didn't really get into position for that shot, and he'll be grateful that he didn't get a nick on the ball.
Yeah. Need a few more yet, Hampshire. Don't want to be losing another wicket this quickly.
You certainly don't want to be losing Albert when he's looks reasonably well set on 38. That was a tempter out there from Webster, full and probably 4 stumps wider than the actual stumps, so it was a reach. This is straighter and driven with more confidence up towards mid-off, where Ed Barnard does the fielding. End of the 6th over of the morning, 171 for 7 Hampshire. They lead by 277. I was thinking where else. I mean, I think at Sussex used to be, was it called the Cricketers that used to be just on the outskirts of the car park? And somebody was telling me that may have gone now.
No, it's reappeared. Because there's been a lot of building work there over the last 2 or 3 years.
Right.
The pub was knocked down, and they've built something that's much higher in that area. But the pub is back.
Okay. Yeah,
it is back. I haven't been in it. I've been down there a couple of times, but not yet been in. Bamber runs away from us. Start of a new over. The lead is 277. Comes in. Oh, it's bowled. Oh, he had a huge mow there, Fuller. Cross-batted, tried to mow it away on the leg side. I think he might have got a bottom edge. It's knocked the middle stump out of the ground, and Bamber has now picked up 4 wickets in this Hampshire second innings. It's the second wicket this morning, 171 for 8. Fuller goes for 2.
That's very early to try and go big, isn't it? Maybe he wants to knock Bamber off his line, but he has got the bottom of the bat on the ball, and he's dragged a ball that would have been outside off stump right onto middle. But it was an extremely agricultural shot. He's come down to a ball, he hasn't got anywhere near the pitch of it, and drags it onto his stumps. And I don't know, that just feels, with a lead of 277, a little bit careless.
Well, the shot itself is careless, that's for sure. I don't know what happened there, whether Fuller's decided to go big straight away and really put pressure on Warwickshire, but it's fine when it comes off. But yeah, that's I'm sure when he's walking off, and I think he's just about got to the rope now, that he's probably replaying a different shot in his mind. Probably 3 or 4 different shots that he could have played to that. And yeah, that was a bit of a huge mode. That's a bit of a T20 mode when you need 20 off the last over kind of shot.
Yeah, I mean, he batted so well in the first innings, and it's not like, I mean, he's come in at 9 here, but he's a better bat than that, and actually, with proper application, he'd probably do a decent job over a season at 7. Fuller, he's got the capacity to do it.
He's very natural. He's a very natural player, batting especially. But that's put the pressure back on Hampshire, because, as I said earlier, that they felt last night that 265 is a little light. Well, the lead's only 277. Here's Bamber bowling to Kyle Abbott, who's forward, gets an inside edge. He's off the mark straight away because there is a deep square leg for him. Conventional square leg, that would have been no run at all. 172 for 8, so 278. Now you're thinking, are Hampshire going to get that lead of 300? I must admit, after the first 2 or 3 overs this morning, I thought, yeah, 300, that doesn't look to be too much of a problem. But all of a sudden, another 22 runs feels as though that could be quite hard work. This man might have a lot to say about that. Toby Albert pushes that to short mid-wicket. No run. So Ethan Bamber, wicketless and luckless in the first innings. Just shows, doesn't it? You keep plugging away, you keep going, and things do change. I
get the impression, I mean, from you were talking about him a bit yesterday, having seen him play for Middlesex, but I think he's impressed you a bit this week, hasn't he?
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of him. You know, he's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but what he does do very well is he keeps running in.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. You know, not everybody's going to be able to bowl express pace, but what you want is your bowlers to bowl in a spot that is consistent, and he is consistent. That's a great delivery. That's just straightened a bit off the pitch. So if there is anything there, you're always going to take advantage. Now, there are times, I think, where he just looks as though you could play him for a few overs and there's not too much worry there. He's not going to... He might bowl you the odd bouncer, but he's not exactly going to worry you too much. But what he does do very well is he's prepared to do the hard work of bowling line and length, line and length, line and length, and it does work. And he just gets the ball just to move from time to time, which will bring him wicket. But he's given himself a chance all the time. Abbott's off the back foot. Hammers that away out to deep cover. Moves on to 39. 173 for 8. And it's a good move for him because, you know, he's playing a lot of Division 2 cricket for Middlesex and not really getting noticed. Let's be honest. Let's be honest with it. But, you know, here, you know, straight away he got wickets straight up, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
So straight away you think, oh, Ethan Bamber's moved to Warwickshire. This looks like a good move. Now, if he'd picked up 4 wickets for Middlesex in the first opening Division 2 game, would anybody have really thought anything?
No.
So it's good all round. It's good for Warwickshire. It's good for him. Comes in, bowls short, so it didn't bounce at all. They're actually asking for an LBW decision because Abbott was looking to pull that away on the leg side and was surprised by how little the ball bounced, and he got a painful whack on the hip for his trouble. Good over again from Ethan Bamber. 173 for 8. And I can imagine, having not been here last week, unlike yourself, Richard, that even though it looked like it was a bowler's graveyard, I bet he was still running in like that.
Oh yeah, he only ever runs in like that, and that's the great thing. And you look at Warwickshire with Ollie Dolby 36 now, having carried this attack on his shoulders for the last 5 seasons. Chris Rushworth 38 and haven't been able to get him on the pitch very often, but hopefully be back soon. Chris Wokes in his mid-30s. Warwickshire were looking for somebody they could bring in who might be able to spearhead the attack for some years to come, and Bamber was who they latched upon as Webster is driven through a vacant cover by Albert. They're giving him that single to get Abbott on strike, I think. 174 for 8. They've brought in a young and hungry bowler.
Yeah, I mean, your perfect bowling attack needs a workhorse in it who's going to bowl you 30 overs, 40 overs a game. May not always take the headlines, but is never going to let you down. And then you can, build other players that do different things around that. But, Bamber is that man.
Yeah.
Absolutely ideal.
26 years of age now. So heading, you think, towards his peak. As this is launched, I don't think he's launched it so much, has he? It's bounced a couple of times before it reaches Barnard, but lifted into the offside by Abbott for a couple. 176 for 8. I don't think he's going to refine his style, Kyle Abbott. I think he'll field his best chances to make runs when they're there. See it, hit it.
Yeah, he got a good 60 last week, actually, in that defeat at Notts. I haven't looked, but last week he went into that match with the second highest strike rate with the bat in Division 1. So he won't hang around too much.
14 in the first innings. He's on 3 now. Webster in, and he drives it in between point and cover, and that'll probably go all the way for 4. There are 3 people chasing it. None of them will cut it off. So useful runs, which takes the lead closer to 300. They're 286 in front with 2 wickets remaining on 180 for 8.
I was just looking, Ethan Bamber coming into this game, 66 matches, so this is his 67th, and of course the majority of those for Middlesex. Just over 200 wickets at 28 apiece. That's steady stuff.
Not bad, is it?
That's steady stuff.
And, Lords is not an easy ground for a home bowler.
No, it's not.
Because you're not going to get the wickets that necessarily suit your attack, I think would be the polite way of putting it. As Webster is edged, controlled edge from Abbott, who does appear to be in a hurry. And it's picked up by Malik at backward point. It's a shot a ball so far this over.
He can bat. He came to Hampshire really as a bowling, I say bowling all-rounder. That's probably slightly stretching it, but he has got a good technique. He only averages 18 in first-class cricket, so he's not a massive batter, but he's got a good technique.
Webster again, driven beautifully up towards mid-off. Barnard with the fielding and the throw at the non-striker, at the striker's end rather, just in case Albert wasn't aware, but he was comfortably through. 181 for 8. I
think there's been a feeling over the last few seasons that as his bowling has become increasingly important, if you regularly take big wickets a season, of course, that's natural. And I think his batting really was not doing himself justice. I think he's come, and I haven't asked him about it directly, but just the way he's played this year, I think he's just decided, you know what, I'm not going to scratch around, I'm just going to give it a go.
Final ball of the over, just defended back down the track by Toby Albert. 181 for 8 Hampshire. They lead by 287. This game is in an intriguing position. If Warwickshire could knock these last 2 over before midday, I think they'd be very, very pleased.
Yeah, definitely.
Certainly, it's been their opening half hour. Thanks to the 2 wickets from Ethan Bamber, who's 1 away from a 5-fer.
Yeah. Must mention this email, first email of the morning. Paul Whiten has emailed me, silentcricket@gmail.com. I mentioned about other cricket going on today, the Bears women who are beginning their T20 game in Devon at midday. Paul writes, thanks for providing great commentary. Could you raise awareness of our hardball D40 team who are playing in the inaugural T10 Disability Cup at Hove as Bamber comes in and bowls to Abbott. Abbott pushes forward, Bamber fields on his follow-through. Sussex will be live streaming the game today, or the games, and our captain Ben Williams will be leading the team. Many thanks again, says Paul Whiten, who's their assistant coach. Happy to mention that, and good luck. I'm sure the weather's fine for that today, down at Hove. So there is a fairly deepish field with deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep cover, and a third. As Abbott is forward, and even mid-on is slightly deep, allowing Abbott to come through for a single, and he moves on to 9, 182 for 8. The lead is 288. 2 wickets have fallen this morning in the first 23 minutes of play. Brad Wheel for 6, James Fuller for 2, both to Ethan Bamber. Means he's currently on 4 wickets. He has 4 for 49, and he is in his 20th over. So 290 the lead. As Bamber runs away from us and bowls once more. Albert's on the back foot. Works that nicely out towards deep cover. And he moves on to 41. What Hampshire don't really want to do is leave him high and dry, because he's playing quite nicely and just needs somebody to hang around with him. Wheel couldn't, Fuller couldn't, can Abbott. Maybe even John Turner when he's required. Bamber turns. Bowls to Abbott once more as Fuller, and it's worked to mid-wicket, and they're going to take a quick single. Webster throws, misses, but again the field is reasonably deep. If the batters take off quickly, there is a single even to the infield.
Yeah, they're trying to set the field for the miscued slog, aren't they? I think as much as anything. We're backing up from Shea Simmons there to prevent any overthrows. Been reasonably tight with a direct hit from Webster, but there weren't too many U's and R's.
No. 186 for 8. The lead is 292. Here's Bamber to Albert. Albert pushes forward up to mid-on, who's come a little closer for that one, so no single.
Good cricket, isn't it, this morning? It's just, you know,
yeah.
This match is still quite tense.
Yeah, and even if Hampshire are bowled out and a lead of below 300, whatever the wicket turns out, it's going to be a good game. There's no doubt about that. It's, whenever you're in the 4th innings, whatever you're chasing, it gets tense, especially as you get close to that target length ball to Albert, and there's no run.
Kevin's going to go off and do a report. We'll give him his half-hour break now. We'll bring Phil Britt in, and Kevin will come back on when I've done my 12 o'clock, and then he'll carry you through to lunch. But Phil's going to do a hit with us in a moment. As Ethan Bamber is about to bowl the final ball of his 20th over in this innings. In the bowl to Albert, who's in behind it and plays it defensively out into the offside. And there's no run, which, whilst Phil settles into position, just some really, for those of you who support Warwickshire County Cricket Club, piece of really nice news this morning, in that many of you will have come across the now former cricket operations manager Keith Cook, who retired a few weeks ago after serving Warwickshire County Cricket Club for 52 years in various roles. He's been made an honorary life vice president by the England and Wales Cricket Board, which is a tremendous accolade for Keith. I know that massive respect not only for what he's done for Warwickshire, but when there are international match days here, Keith Cook is the one that makes sure that everything carries on going on smoothly. And he was always an extraordinary fellow to deal with, so wonderful to see Keith Cook get that accolade from the ECB, and I can't think of anybody more deserving. Not disturbing, deserving. That's awkward. I think it's because you sat next to me, Phil. As the first ball of a new over from Webster is pushed back up the wicket by Abbott, and there's no run. Must be warm. You've taken your hoodie off.
Well, it was cold this morning. Cold first thing, but beginning to warm up at last.
So I mean, it's still early May, isn't it? Casting air a clout.
Yep. My mum wouldn't let me take my Liberty bonnet off till I was at the end of May.
I can still see the marks. As this is lifted into the leg side, and he's fortunate there, Abbott, that he's managed to hit wide of Sam Hain. Hannon Dolby will track it down. There were 2 runs, but that straight mid-wicket was very nearly in play there. Abbott, bit of a scare, but he moves on to 12. Useful runs, 188 for 8. On a morning where the surface and the over conditions aren't offering a lot. The 2 batters have, well, Brad Wheeler tail-ender nicking off. I think it was a really reasonably straight ball, and Fuller rather falling on his own sword with that over-attacking shot to Ethan Bamber. As Abbott forces up to mid-off, and there's no run. It feels a bit more like a batting day today, Phil.
It does. It was an inside edge. You got an inside edge, didn't he, Fuller, onto that one?
He did, but he charged 4 paces down the wicket.
Yeah.
He'd only just arrived at the crease. It was...
So the lead's 294, so they haven't got away this morning. The danger was that, from Warwickshire's point of view, that Hampshire would Raceway.
Oh, and he's chipped this one, and again he's lucky because it'll evade Hannon Dolby, who I think might give up this chase. It's going to be 4 because he's timed it well enough. 16 to Abbott, 192 for 8, but another false shot. But he's found the gap.
Well, give him credit that he played the shot into and knew where the gap was. And it 2 in and over. Webster sort of shakes his head as he walks back, but again, very comfortable catching height, but just into empty space. There was a player either side of it, but it sort of found the middle of them.
Webster getting frustrated. In again, he's driven firmly up towards mid-off. That's a lovely take on the second bounce from Ed Barnard, because he was having to show good hands whilst also taking protective action, as that was fired at him very powerfully.
He gave that one a bit of a launch, Abbott. But as you say, they're useful runs, these 16 taken Hampshire's lead almost up to that 300 mark.
Short ball pulled into the leg side. He miscued that as well. Hannon Dolby is chasing after it, and it bounces 20 yards to his right, and 2 more. He's taken the aerial route this over, and he's got away with it. Abbott is on 18, 194 for 8, and that now means that the Hampshire lead is 300.
That was 3 shots, all probably very comfortable catching, but all into the gaps. So he knows where his field's set.
It's a good trick if you can do it, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Very frustrating as a bowler.
So the burning question of the morning.
The burning question is...
The burning question, were you happy with the Eurovision result?
Yes, I think it was certainly one of the better 2 or 3 songs. Bamber in bowls, and this is run away by Albert into the offside, and they jog through for the single. 195 for 8. Albert moves on to 42. Yeah, I thought actually, for once, I thought there were quite a lot of quite decent songs in that competition. I was astounded how many public votes were given to Estonia to drag them up to, I think, 3rd in the end, or 2nd or 3rd.
But they were fun. I enjoyed
They
their
were
song.
fun, yes, but the song wasn't that great. This one is short, and thumped in by Bamber and down the leg side and just ignored by Abbott.
For those who didn't watch it, Austria won with what was a pop opera hybrid. I'm going to say it didn't do anything for me, but it didn't surprise me that it was going to do well. And I was saying to Kevin earlier, for me, it was a year where there was nothing that really stood out, and there was nothing that was really bad. There were a couple that were a bit bad, but nothing that was really bad compared to some years, where you know, just that you have some stuff that's almost deliberately exotically bad.
Here's Bamber comes in and bowls, and again it's short and lifted into the air, and 1 bounce or 2 bounces down to deep mid-wicket. Again, safe aerial route, but safe again, and 1 more goes to the total, 196 for 8. I thought it was very unfortunate that was it Switzerland who were in with a real chance of winning, got 0 points from the public, as indeed did the United Kingdom. Bamber in bowls, and this one turned by Albert. Just Webster, who goes and runs across but can't prevent the single. Yeah,
that just goes to show, isn't it? I think the juries are made up of people who are like songwriters in their own countries and industry professionals, and they really loved the Switzerland song, which I did actually, and they also got the quality of the writing of the UK song. It's a very, very busy type of song to put on a live show like that, and then a very, very busy choreography. They stood still for the first 30 seconds, but after that they were all over the shop, and I just think it became a bit much, a bit of a sensory overload.
Personally, I thought it was a Eurovision song. People must have been in a cupboard. It was nowhere near a song which is going to win Eurovision.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes hard to predict, though. They tend to like something that's a bit new now, something that's a bit different.
It wasn't memorable, though, was it?
No.
Bamber in, and this one is Abbott lets it bounce off his clubs down into the ground in front of him, and there's no run.
We won't linger on this too long. The little dark horse that I thought might have won was that sort of trance number that the Germans did. I thought that was different. and they sort of set it in a bit of a tight nightclub scene and all that sort of thing. I thought it was that was actually quite good.
My final comment on it, the one which I thought would do really well and didn't, was the Netherlands song. I thought that would actually be there or thereabouts, and it never quite took off. Here's Bamber in bowls. This one is launched. Now this is in the air and could be caught. No, it's thrown over the boundary, right on the boundary rope. And now it's given us 6, and I think quite right too. I think by the time it was played back there between Tazali and Malik, I think ball had been caught and stopped over the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was sort of pushed back once he was over the ropes. Tazali was over the rope.
Yeah, I mean, Taz is disputing whether it was a 6, but it was. But by the time that he threw it back, he laid a foot.
Yeah.
He couldn't have done anything more to try and catch that. He got as tight to the rope as he conceivably could, and then threw it back when he laid a foot on the deck. I mean, he's taken actually a lot of congratulations from his team for the effort that he put in there. But 203 for 8, 309 the lead for Hampshire. Everything now is really useful territory for them. And Abbott, by putting back to ball, has he had a bit of fortune to get to 25? Yeah, he has. But in this situation, it's proved really effective. Those 25 runs are gold dust.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't change the way he was playing. I'd carry on doing that.
Well, if he can do another 25, then they could get themselves just out of sight.
So Webster begins a new over, left alone by Albert outside off stump. Bit of a fumble by Alex Davies, who took one tremendous catch yesterday evening when he dived right away across first slip for a ball that probably would have died before it reached Tom Latham. The 2 bowlers used in the first 3/4 of an hour. Bamber with the 2 wickets. Webb's had a couple of moments. Albert's looked pretty comfortable against him, but now is he nicking off? He is nicking off. Well, he's reached at one outside off stump. Actually, that's the second time he's reached a bit, and this time he's guided it through to Alex Davis, and that's a very, very timely wicket. He's gone for 43, 203 for 9.
Yeah, there was really no need to play that. It was really wide, and he just followed it out, just threw the bat at it. It was presumably trying to run it away behind, but through backward point. But another catch to Davis, another wicket for Webster, his 3rd, and Warwickshire 1 wicket away from bowling out Hampshire. With at the moment they're still not out of sight. 309 the lead, so it still would be a target which I think is chaseable. I think another 40-50 runs and it starts to get into that territory that it might just be a few too many. But I think at the moment we're set up for a really, really good finish in this game.
The shot he was visualising himself playing there was a little guide down to 3rd man, and there was not a lot, but a little bit of seam movement towards him, and it's just, as a result, got big on him, and he's guided it into an area where Alex Davis can make a good catch to his right, more comfortable than the big one-handed diver yesterday. And these next 4 balls could be really important. What Warwickshire don't want is Abbott on strike.
Yeah.
Turner made 7 in the first innings before being caught behind off Hannon Dolby.
And I think that was Turner's highest first-class score. That's 7.
Yeah, I think it was.
Kevin was saying so. Possibly not a man who's going to score big, but who knows? Who knows? Cometh the man, cometh the hour.
6 catches in the match now for Alex Davis. 5 wickets in the match for Bo Webster, plus a couple of catches and a 41. And a chance to talk to him last night. Felt the game was very, very alive. And it certainly is if he can get this last wicket quickly. As he bowls to Turner, who plays and misses outside off stump. Oohs and ahs from behind. The one thing they got right this morning was that this was the right bowling combination. Bamber and Webster were the 2. Webster was under bowled yesterday.
They can bring a second slip in. Sam Hain coming into slip. I wonder whether Yates got a damaged finger.
I think so. No strapping on it today though. Has he got a little nick on that on the
Yep.
way through? He has. He's feathered it. And Turner has gone for a duck. And Warwickshire now know that the target is going to be 310. Turner is not convinced that he's got a touch on that at all. But Davis pouches his 7th catch of the match. And Bo Webster, like Ethan Bamber, ends up with 4 wickets in the second innings. I tell you what, he may be unconvinced, but he's got a decent touch on that. Having seen the replay, it's come off the bottom of the bat. And it's totally changed direction as it's hit the bat as well. So, yeah, his reaction is quite puzzling in the end. Not for the first time we've seen a batter who doesn't realise that he's hit the ball. But 203 all out. And if you were the home side today and you were told you're going to get this lot out in 47 minutes, the last 4 wickets, you'd be delighted with that.
I think so. I think as well that there were just those few runs which Albert and Abbott put on with that stand, with Abbott getting what did he end up 25 not out, something like that, and useful runs. But I think you would have bought, given that option, you would have certainly said if Warwickshire could get 4 wickets in the first hour, and it wasn't going to cost them a huge amount, that they were just over 300 as a chasing target, I think they would have settled for that every time. And it does set the game up beautifully. It's a target which clearly we're going to get a result in this game with the way the weather's set for the 2 days. And it's a target which Warwickshire will feel they'll get, and by the same token I'm sure Hampshire will feel that they can bowl Warwickshire out a second time. And Warwickshire were fairly frail at times with their batting in the first innings. They need to really get in and get a start this time. There was no sort of start at all for them in the first innings.
Hampshire 44 for 4 in 11.4 overs this morning. 110 by Hampshire to decide this match. Welcome back to Edgbaston. The teams are back out for this just over an hour before lunch. Warwickshire will begin their second innings with a target to win the game of 310. It's worthy of note, given that he's clearly been troubled by something. He's not been fielding in the slips, that Rob Yates is coming out to open the batting, joined by Alex Davis. And we have a match where, just beyond the halfway mark in terms of time, Phil Britt, I would suggest any result is possible. Apart from
the
a
draw. Yeah, unless we are hit with plague and pestilence, I don't think we're going to get a draw out of this game.
It's not on the current BBC forecast.
Not showing so far, no. I wouldn't like to call this one, actually, at the moment. With that ball bowled in the fourth innings, Warwickshire are going to have to bat a lot better than they did in the first innings, that's for sure.
But they saw a lot of cloud cover as well.
Yes, they did.
In that first innings.
Much better for them for conditions for batting than it was yesterday.
Kyle Abbott has been fantastic with the ball.
Full credit to them, though, Rich. They got themselves back into this game. As Abbott starts the fourth innings and his first ball to Yates is played away into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, it would have been very easy with that 106 run deficit that Hampshire let Hampshire get right out of sight, but they kept plugging away yesterday and they finished it off this morning. So well done to the bowlers, particularly to Bamber and Webster, 4 apiece. Kyle Abbott, though, is on his way. He's the man who could lead it. He got 5 in the first innings, 5 for 47. He's in to bowl to Rob Yates, and Yates turns this one. The first runs through square leg, just through behind square on the onside, and he will come back for 2.
So we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra. What's been another eventful morning, with Hampshire losing the last 4 wickets for 44 runs this morning, 2 apiece for Ethan Bamber, who bowled beautifully for his 4 for 60. And Bo Webster has been very influential in this game, 4 for 57 for the Australian all-rounder. 6 wickets in the match, a bright and breezy 41 with the bat, and a couple of catches, so he's had a big part to play in this.
Abbott in and driven, a nice straight drive by Yates, but you can't beat the dive of the mid-on, who actually does a good tumbling stop and prevents what initially looked like it might be a good straight drive down to the long on boundary, but in the end it's ends up as a dot ball. 2 for no wicket, Warwickshire. They need another 308. But time is not a factor as Abbott in and Yates plays an expansive drive, cut shot, which no foot movement at all for it, and just the sort which throughout this game we've seen respective bats from both sides getting edges and bringing the slip cordon into play, and a number of catches behind the wicket keeper. Been a lot of catches in to the wicket keeper and to the slips in this match, Rich.
Yeah, Alex Davis 7 catches in the match. Ben Brown had 3, but the slips have had a lot of work too.
Abbott in, Yates is bowled off stump, and Hampshire strike in the first over. Yates has gone for 2, and Warwickshire lose a wicket in the very first over. And Abbott, who was 5 in the first innings, gets straight in and picks up the Warwickshire opener's wicket. He walks back. Poor game for Rob Yates. He was 6 in the first innings and just 2 in the second, and a disconsolate looking figure as he comes back to the pavilion.
He's merely purely played inside the line of that, in that the natural angle round the wicket was taking the ball to the top of off stump, and we know how often Kyle Abbott gets the ball into that sort of area, and he's played inside the line of it. And we know that he had an injury yesterday. Haven't had the details on it, but he missed some time in the field with what we think was a hand injury, and whether that's affecting him today or not, but he came out at the top of the order. But a crucial early breakthrough for Hampshire, and this game continues apace. I mean, we only saw 15 wickets in 4 days last week. We're up to 31 by midday on day 3 this week.
And 5 in the first hour of play, and that's which includes an innings change in there as well. So busy morning here. The odds on this going into a 4th day at the moment, one way or the other, begins to look a little on the long side.
They do. We've had spells of this game where nothing's happened for 75 minutes, 90 minutes, and the batters have looked a little bit more comfortable. And then other times when wickets have gone down in a hurry, I think it'd be fair to say. But Abbott has been, as is so often the case, the cream of the crop, hasn't he?
Yes, absolutely. Well, he's got 1 ball to go in this opening over. He already has won his 6th wicket of the game. He's on his way from the Birmingham end to the new batsman, Tom Latham, the New Zealander, the left-hander. And he's left that one, and that was a close leave. Judging by Abbott's reaction to that, it was left outside the off-stump. Good knowledge of where his off-stump is. So whistle through to Ben Brown. End of the over, 2 for 1. A further 308 required, but just 9 wickets in hand now.
So for those of you joining us on 5 Live Sports, actually commentary team at Edgbaston, Kevin James will be with you in about 3 or 4 minutes' time after I've done an update for local radio stations. He, of course, here from BBC Solent. Phil Britt works for Warwickshire County Cricket Club, curator of the museum here at Edgbaston, which is open again today. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. As Brad Wheel will come into the attack from the pavilion end. Couple of wickets in the first innings for him, including Alex Davis, who was caught down at third man, trying a short arm pull. And it is a shot that he's very effective at. It wasn't the time late on day one necessarily. You don't want to make amends for that as he waits for Wheel to approach now, and there is that short arm pull, but the ball was in the right area to dispatch, and it goes to the long square boundary for 4, and it'll go all the way through to the fence, which is another 25 yards on. But that wasn't outside off stump. He wasn't pulling it from an area that he can't get to. And that is Alex Davis's natural game. 6 for 1, Warwickshire.
Yeah, it's he's the sort of player you can't really say, look, you need to restrain yourself. He goes after the ball. He goes after it hard. That's his game. When he's in touch, it's fantastic to watch. But sometimes along the way, you see shots where you think, why have you done that? We've had a couple of those recent games, but he's good. He's good.
This is much fuller from Wheel, and that's taken the edge and will hurtle down towards long leg for 4 more. He's got away with an inside edge there, Davis. So this is a brisk start. 10 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of fortune going his way, I think, with that one. But certainly, Alex Davis has come out here with a real purpose.
We'll get the update for the local BBC stations out the way in just a moment, when it ticks around to 4 minutes past. Brad Wheel comes in again to bowl. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have been set 310 to beat Hampshire on day 3 of this county championship match. Very efficient morning, 2 wickets apiece for Ethan Bamber and Bo Webster to see Hampshire's second innings end on 203. But they've already lost Rob Yates. Yates bowled, losing off stump to Kyle Abbott. He made just 2. Alex Davis has 8. He's been joined by the New Zealander Tom Latham. Warwickshire needing 310 at 10 for 1.
Wicket of Kyle Abbott's was his 29th of the season, so he's having a fantastic start to the season.
Yet again, that's the thing, isn't it? As Wheel bowls just back of a length, well outside off stump, and the carry is nicely through, almost at shoulder height there to Ben Brown. So we'll wheel Kevin in at the end of this over. He's poised. You can see him. You can see him. He's been whirling his arm.
Yeah. I'd like to get out there and have a bowl, I think.
He's left arm medium slow. He's
Sorry, no, Warwickshire would like him to get out there and have a bowl.
Harsh and yet. Wheel strides in once more to Davis. Full outside off stump, but that's wide. It's well outside off stump. 3 slips in place. Third is quite square. Point is in front of square. There's a very wide mid-off. Mid-on is more orthodox. Square leg again in front of square. Talking to the umpire right now, Liam Dawson, with his hands in his pocket. And long leg. Long leg has been quite a wide position from both teams this week, and the number of boundaries that have gone on the inside of them.
Yeah.
Because the outfield is lightning quick. No rain in Birmingham for the last couple of weeks. So this is full again, outside off stump and no run. Rain is about as rare as bin collections in this city. 10 for 1. Warwickshire needing 310.
And it's about as long since we had any. So thanks, Richard. He'll be back with us in half an hour, and Carnaby will continue from that Birmingham end. That's where a good number of spectators are sat this morning in the sunshine, enjoying the Birmingham sunshine, which there's been plenty of so far this early summer. That's good morning to Kevin.
Yeah, morning. What a lovely payoff line from Richard that was.
Here's Carnaby in bowls, and Latham changes his mind to a ball which is rising as it goes past him and goes through to the keeper.
I must admit, there was a time when I looked at this fixture, probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I thought I probably need to book myself a digger to come up here rather than just a car to make sure that I sort of ploughed a way through the bin bags through the road. I was a little worried.
Yeah,
but I have not seen anything.
There's bits about, but it's going down for sure. Abbott in bowls, and this one is played up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, in certain parts of Birmingham, it's not been too much of a problem, but in other parts, it really has. And it was piling up at the side of the road, and getting fires, and they were getting vermin into it. It has been an issue.
I was expecting this stadium to be rat infested at one point when I came up.
Well, they missed a trick actually in Birmingham, which I'll just mention after this next ball to Latham. Abbott in and Latham leaves outside the off stump. Both Birmingham and Aston Villa got to Wembley in respective matches. One in the cup final for the lower teams when they played Birmingham, played Peterborough.
Bin bag derby.
They should have had take a bag to Wembley. There was 50-odd thousand from Birmingham fans and then another 50 or 60,000 Villa fans. You think how many bags could have been disposed of?
Yeah. Swap your car for an estate car and get as many in as possible.
Well, it's been a real problem though for them. Joking apart, it's not funny at all. It's Abbott in, and Latham again is covering the off stump and allowing this one to go through. Latham's approach, I think, will be very different to Alex Davis's approach to this situation. We saw him for the first time here against Surrey on that real featherbed of a wicket on the other side of the square, where he batted in with made 184. That was the game where Barnard also made a big 177 not out. But this is a different wicket to bat on. This one has gone behind, he's got an edge and has gone and is walking. And Abbott has struck again, and Latham has gone, caught behind without scoring, and Warwickshire are in trouble at 10 for 2, chasing this target of 310.
Wow, that's a big wicket.
Yeah.
I mean, that man there is capable of a huge score, and he's been removed for nothing. And I was just looking in the first innings, he made 5.
Yep.
John Turner got him out, caught in the slips. So big wicket in both innings there for Hampshire. And Kyle Abbott is just, well, he's just getting better and better.
How old is he now?
He's 37. And I think he's 38 and not in the not too distant future. Just watching the replay of that, it's classic Abbott. It's angled in, it pitches, it's straightened. The key is getting the batter to come forward.
Yep.
That's the key, because if it pitches a little shorter and it's straightened, there's a good chance the ball's going to go past the outside edge, because by the time it reaches the batter, it's moved that little bit more. The batter hasn't really had time to adjust, so it beats the edge by, it could only be a few millimetres, I guess, at its closest. And everybody goes, God, how unlucky. But Kyle Abbott knows, probably better than any bowler, that, well, the ball is doing this. You just need to pitch the ball up just a fraction more, and then when the ball does do something, it catches the edge.
Well, terrific bowling from him. And Sam Hain comes out. Sam looked in no real shape at all in the first innings. He had 2, what I would call at this level, relatively simple chances put down.
Yeah.
One at slip and one out at extra cover, and then there was another one which flew just past slip, which we thought may also should have been put as a chance. He made 23, but it was a very, very hard, difficult 23.
It was a hard watch.
Yeah,
but Hampshire were trying to help him build a big score.
He's facing an Abbott into him, and that one is left. So it requires a captain's innings from Alec Davis to get Warwickshire through this one. There's already 2 wickets down, and amongst those, you've got to say that the Tom Latham one is a big, big wicket.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, this wicket has helped the seam bowlers throughout this match in long periods, rather than consistently. There's been times where it's got a little more benign, but generally, when the bowlers have got the ball in the right areas, whilst the batters have been able to play their shots because there's good pace in the wicket, the bowl, you do feel that somewhere along the line, one is going to bounce a bit more, one is going to nip,
Yep.
and it's generally a wicket-taking ball. My only worry from a Hampshire point of view here, as Wheel bowls, it bounces a bit. Davis just turns that away into the gap on the leg side and jogs through for a single, moves on to 9, 11 for 2. Is that with the heavy roller that's being put on this pitch between the innings, will that have an effect? Will that actually finally deaden this pitch down a little? We'll have to wait and see. But of course, while the new ball is around, then we probably won't notice it.
No.
So now's the time to cash in, just in case.
And they're certainly doing that.
They certainly are, yes.
Yeah.
A couple of good deliveries already.
And we've had 6 wickets this morning now in an hour and 10 minutes.
Incredible.
And a change of innings in there as well. So
yeah. I feel sorry for the people that were here last week. Here comes Wheel. That's outside the off stump. I think, well, we've had more wickets in, an hour and 10 minutes than they probably saw in 3.5 days.
There were 15 wickets went in the end over 4 days. It was hard for everybody, hard commentating. I'm sure it was difficult for the players and everybody. But yeah, it just puts in perspective. And we are on the other side of the square. It's probably about, 12, 14 strips across from the one which was the Surrey wicket.
Yeah.
But it does show the difference.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Even in on one ground. Incredible. Here's Wheel. Forward is Haynes. Guides that to extra cover. Stoneman fields. And and right at the start of this game, I know the Hampshire camp was saying, it's probably a little bit more grass on this one than last week. So if you put the fact that the pitch is over to the left where there's a little bit more help and you add a fraction more grass, then quite clearly you've got a totally different game.
Yeah, and I think this has been a really good cricket wicket. There's been opportunity. Batsmen have got in. Nobody's gone on and made 100 yet, but they have got in.
Hayne pushes forward again to short extra cover. You're right. I mean, there's been some good innings. Ed Barnard in the first innings, it didn't look in too much trouble.
Yeah, what was he? 58, wasn't he? And,
58, yeah.
Fuller got 52, and we had 76 from Middleton. So there's been runs about, but nobody going on to make the real big score. No,
because I think that shows that somewhere along the line, you are going to get a ball.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a wicked nip backer from Webster yesterday to Brown. Oh, and that's a wicked nip backer as well. That's hit Hayne high on the leg. Just every now and then, the ball does nip back and it goes quick.
Yeah, Webster, I think it was, who bowled that one, I think to Brown, which came, cut back at him and just left him absolutely high and dry. He was slap bang in front of the stumps. That's and he could have almost actually walked on that one rather than waiting for the decision. He knew he'd gone.
That's right. And then a few balls later, he gets one to bounce outside the off stump and Liam Dawson gets an edge. It's been that sort of pitch.
Yeah.
But then there's been odd periods where it's just looked pretty easy. But you've got to keep working as a bowler. That's outside the off stump and that's left alone by Hayne. So 11 for 2. Hayne yet to get off the mark. He's faced 6. Alex Davis is 9. Lovely pull shot from him in the first over. A shot that got him out in the first innings.
Yes.
When he got a top edge and well caught by Middleton down at third, but he certainly got hold of that one. So Warwickshire from here need 298.
Which doesn't sound a lot, but it does on this surface. I think that is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah. Got an email here from Lewis Cooper, solentcricket@gmail.com. I'll read that out during the over. There's a couple of paragraphs here.
It's a novel then, is it?
Well, it's getting that way. It's certainly one that I would write and call it a book.
Abbott starts a new over, his third over from the Birmingham end into Davis, who flicks this one away down to fine leg, and there's a man down there, but he can't get near it, and Davis picks up 4 runs. That was nicely flicked away by Davis, but a ball off his hip and helped it on its way with a little bit of power, so he goes on to 13. And Warwickshire on to 15 for 2.
Yeah, rare loose ball there from Abbott. So Lewis says, I'm a big believer that the hat-trick rules in cricket are ridiculous. I think it should only count as a hat-trick if it's 3 consecutive wickets in an over.
In an over? Okay. This next one is left by Davis and through to Ben Brown behind the stumps. No run.
I think what he means is if you're bowling the same over and you get 3.
Then,
yeah.
Yep.
I think that's what he's trying to say. I don't think it should carry over to the first ball of the bowler's next over. Bo Webster getting the 9th wicket made me wonder. If the final wicket was his following ball, would his hat-trick ball carry over to the next match, or if that was the end of the first innings?
No, it doesn't carry. It carries across innings, but it doesn't do matches, does it? This one is played out into the gully, and there's no run there.
Does it not? I don't know if I'm honest.
I've never had one. So never been something which I've had to worry about. I thought they were from innings to innings, but not match to match.
I suppose it's a personal hat.
In theory, you could have season to season if you only bowled.
Or if you had an injury,
every year.
If you had an injury and missed a couple of years.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm on a hat trick, are you?
From 19.
There's Aberdeen bowls, and this one is turned to mid-wicket with some oohs and ahs from the bowler and the slip cordon, but I don't quite know why on that one because it did come out the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
Davis.
No, Lewis says he's sure it wouldn't carry over to the next match. I don't know, actually. I mean, sometimes that does come up in discussion. And
yeah.
I think there are different interpretations. I mean, technically, if you bowl 3 balls, however long over a period, and you've taken 3 wickets at first-class level, that is technically a personal hat-trick, isn't it?
Well, you could call it that. Yeah. This one's a good leave. I think that's probably the best way to describe that. How that one did not take his top of his off stump, I don't know.
Kept low as well, so it wasn't going over.
Davis walks away as if to say, what's all the fuss about? But that was close. 15 for 2 it remains. It is not easy here, particularly when they're facing Carl Abbott, who has already got 2 wickets, 2 for 6 in his third over. Davis swings the bat, settles and waits. Abbott in again to him and bowls. Oh, and that's another one which keeps low and past the outside edge, and a good stop by Brown, who ends up looking back down the wicket. He's took it very low down. He tumbled down, but another really good over. Abbott gives Alec Davis a tap on the on his back as he walks past to say, well done all.
Well, that's not a good sign, because that length from the City end, when Webster has been bowling, has produced, certainly for him, some balls that have really kicked off as short of a length. In that over, that one's actually gone along the ground. Yeah. So that's not a good sign.
That's the lowest I think we've had in this game.
I agree. Here's Brad Wheel then from our commentary end, pavilion end, and that's worked down to fine leg by Hayne. That may be off the pad, actually. The ball's not travelling that quickly. Looks like there's going to be a leg by signal. Just waiting for it. Yep, there we go.
Well done.
16 for 2. Warwickshire need another 293. And of course, it could be that you do find as well, as you know, Phil, that with the hard ball, the new ball, that any inconsistencies in bounce get accentuated by the hard ball. As the ball gets a little softer, it doesn't tend to do that as much. So it really is about Warwickshire, digging in a bit here and making sure they get past this hard ball and we may find a different surface. We'll have to wait and see. A leading edge there from Alex Davis. He was definitely trying to play that away on the leg side, and somehow the ball's made its way out to deep backward point. Well, 17 for 2.
He got squared up, didn't he? Looking to turn it onto the onside, and that leading edge takes it away to backward point. And every ball, there's something happening, which is. I think that the theory, I agree totally with you. If you can get through that period, I think getting through is the problem.
Well,
I really think it's going to be so difficult to actually get to that point with enough wickets left in hand.
Here's wheel to Hayne. Hayne works that to square leg. There was a fielder there. Oh, misfield. Fortunately, it wasn't hit with any venom. Liam Dawson, of all people. I think a bit of a lazy pick-up from him, but it didn't cost any runs. 17 for 2. Email here from Brian Budds, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I can't recall Warwickshire dropping any catches and hanging on to some quite brilliant ones, if they have. Caught really well, especially Rob Yates. I haven't counted, but it's a good contest between the amount of runs he scored in this game and the amount of catches.
I think he's 2 runs up.
It's a reasonable number of catches he's taken. That's worked up towards mid-off. Phil, perhaps you can have a quick count for me while I'm reading this email.
I'm sure that he got 4 in the first, but I don't think he got any in the second.
Mainly
because they took him out of the slip cordon.
Yes.
Because of that, I think he got an injury to his finger in the process of catching the first one where he fumbled it. But he's two up with the runners. He's effectively 8 runs in this game, 8 for 4. Actually, he's 4 runs up. What am I on?
Yeah, 8 runs, 4 catches. Here's wheel, short. Haynes on his toes, pushing that into the ground. Even though all those drop catches for Hampshire were off Hayne, so the cost was not as high as at Nottinghamshire last week. That's right. It could yet again be the difference between winning and losing. Hampshire have had the upper hand all game, but yet again will have to depend on the magnificent bowling of Kyle Abbott, with the fine support that he gets from the others if they are to win. If we lose this one, then catches don't just cost matches, they're making us relegation candidates. Place your bets on how many go down in the final innings, he says. Well, let's hope for better things. As wheel comes in, Hayne works a full delivery towards mid-wicket, and there is the end of the over. 17 for 2. Hayne yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11. Davies is 14 from 14. Well, there has been one catch taken. That's behind the wicket. Ben Brown, the other one, was bowled. This has been an even better match than against Nottinghamshire. I suppose it will be back to the dreary flatbed at the Utilita Bowl next week against Sussex. Yes, the wickets there have been a little dreary. The one at Trent Bridge last week, I don't think I've quite seen a Trent Bridge wicket like that before. Really did kick on from a length. It was almost knocking the keepers over on a couple of occasions. Right. Ben Brown was almost knocked backwards by 1 or 2 that literally off a good length really flew through.
Here's Abbott again starts a new over, and Davis is forward to that. Nottingham, I think, have got a good side together there this season. They were playing well at the beginning of the year. They were very impressive here, and Bob Warwickshire out for 93, and then it rained on Easter Monday. It came good from Warwickshire's point of view. They were miles behind. They were 93 out, 181 for 6, and chasing 367 and looking like an innings defeat. And the rain meant no play at all or a little bit of play on the final day. Davis tucks this one away down to long leg for a single. So it takes the score on to 18 for 2. But I was really impressed with the Nottinghamshire side. But and Sussex, when they came here for the very first match of the season, their batting lineup was working well, but it stumbled a little bit in the recent games. But they all looked pretty useful in the opening match of the season.
Yeah, they've just found the going a little tough recently, haven't they? A little tougher.
Abbott in bowls. Hayne was on the move forward to that one and plays it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at their game. They are batting second against Somerset, 66 without loss. So Sussex trail Somerset by 120 currently. Somerset bowled out for 338.
Here, Warwickshire Need another 292, and Hampshire need 8 wickets. Oh, that's a big shout for LBW. Hayne offered no shot to that. The ball came back at him, hit him high. I think the height might have saved him.
Yeah, I think you're right. Stop press. I was looking at the wrong day. Apologies, everybody.
I was just looking actually which game we're at. I didn't want to say anything there, Kevin, but I was just reading. Perhaps my scorecard's wrong.
No, it was definitely mine. It was my fault, and I'll own up. Sussex 195 for 7. Is that what you've got?
Yeah, that's like better. And I thought they must have given all their wickets back again and said have another go.
Yeah, Somerset always generous. Not. So Sussex leads Somerset by just 9 with 3 wickets remaining.
This next one from Abbott is driven by Hayne. It went with no great power, and in fact Abbott got a hand to that, and he may just be wishing he hadn't. His left hand to it. Yeah. He's shaking it. It's just got the end of a finger or something like that.
Yeah, it's hurt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's not his bowling hand. Don't worry, everybody who loves Hampshire. He's okay. His right hand is safe.
Hayne gets off the mark with that shot, so he's taken a while. 14 deliveries to get that run. But Abbott now is crouched over, still shaking his left hand. And looking at it, Alex Davis may have to be the one to suffer for that. He waits. 1 ball to go in this 4th over from Abbott. He's into bowl, and it's left by Davis, who goes back, shapes to cut it, but in the end just takes the bat out the way and leans back and lets it go through. 19 for 2. Davis is 15 of them, and the 2 men out were Yates for 2 and Latham, the Warwickshire overseas player from New Zealand, captain of New Zealand, for a duck. It always seems a bit wrong when you're saying your overseas star naught. You expect great expectation on these guys coming over, isn't there?
Especially when they're not here the whole season, isn't it? You're looking for an instant impact.
Yeah.
Well, our overseas has gone home.
Yes.
Here comes Wheel. That's clipped away down to, backward of square, actually. It's hit a little squarer than I thought from Sam Hayne. That was nicely timed. You'll tell from the crowd that's gone over the rope. He moves on to 5, 23 for 2.
That was probably the best shot that Sam Hayne's played in this match. It just looked a little bit more Sam Haynish.
Yes, and whilst he's looking a bit more Haynish, I think Brad Wheel is not quite looking Brad Wheelish. He's bowling okay, but probably not as tight a spell as I think we've got used to, especially this season from him. He's bowling okay, but I've seen him bowl tighter. Comes in again and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Now, this is an interesting one about hat-tricks. Mike Martin, soniccricket@gmail.com. We were discussing about whether it was in the same over or carried over innings or even the next game. Mike says, Courtney Walsh once took 2 wickets to wrap up a test win in Australia, then took a wicket with his first ball in the following test. He held the ball up, only to be told by the statisticians that it wasn't a hat-trick, as it has to be in the same match. There we go.
Which is what we said, Kevin.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, because
you said.
Well, we know these things, don't we?
Yeah, what do you do? You do. I just followed your lead, to be honest. Hayne works that away on the leg side again, down towards fine leg. 24 for 2. Warwickshire need another 285 from here. Mike said that Courtney took it well, as he always did, though.
And then went out and got a hat-trick in that game.
Just to make sure. So Hayne is 6, Davies is 15.
During the winter, we came across, because we were moving our stalls for the museum because where it was located, where it's going to be all knocked down, and we came across a handkerchief which had been embroidered with the autographs.
Wheel in, Davies is forward, pushes that up to mid-off.
From the Triangular Test Series back in 1912. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm wrong. But around about 1912, and on that was in that particular series. It's the only Test match where there's been 2 hat-tricks in the same innings.
Okay.
A man's taken a hat-trick twice in
Wow.
an innings. And I hadn't realised that. It's pretty rare to see a hat-trick in a Test match, but to get 2 in
great.
one match.
Wheel, It's a half volley driven. Again, it's found Stoneman at wide mid-off. That certainly is rare.
You don't hear it often. I remember Peter Loader. Wow, this is dating me, isn't it? Going back a lot, what, late 50s, getting a hat trick for England in a match. And I was parked. My dad had gone for a walk with my mum on the Wicket in Shropshire. And if anybody knows the Wicket, it's an old volcanic plug. And it's pretty steep. And I wouldn't go. I stayed in the car to listen to the test match.
Wheel. Davis gets one. It keeps a little low. He wants a single, but it's to Abbott at mid-on. No single taken. End of the over. 24 for 2.
Yeah, I got a lot of stick for that because I was supposed to have gone. It was supposed to be a nice, healthy, go out and walk day. And I sat in the car park. And this is in our old Ford Prefect. You can tell how long ago it is.
Ford Prefect.
Yeah. I think I'd pretty much run Dad's battery down by the time he came back. 24 for 2. Abbott will continue. Richard Wilford will be with us in a second, taking over for myself. I'll do this over, and I'm sure Richard will be here. That's Abbott on his way to start his 5th over into bowl to Sam Hayne. And Hayne, who's just jabbing down on this one, a ball which hurried him through. It wasn't quite where he thought, and in the end he has to jab the bat down and keep it out the off stump. He survives it. So 24 for 2. Warwickshire got a lot of work ahead of them, but the time is. They don't need to rush it. They don't need to take risks. They can accumulate. And if they can get this, as Kevin said, if they can get this ball, get the hardness out of the ball, it might be a different game. This one is pushed away to point, and there's no run. Middleton does the fielding.
Very quickly, those other games in Division 1, as we were doing some. Worcestershire won 17 for 8 against Essex. They were 5 down this morning, so they've lost 3. They lead Essex by 318. There was wickets falling there yesterday, wasn't there?
Yes.
New Road.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting lead. Worcestershire winning against Essex. Wow, that'll put the cat among the pigeons in Division 1.
Well, Essex, Walter's not playing for Essex, who's been opening the batting with some success this season, hasn't he? And this one is played into the offside. Sorry, it's me, isn't it? Hayne into the offside. Yeah, that seems to be quite a big score to get for Essex to be chasing. They're not finding it easier this season, are they, Essex? They've had a couple of seasons where they've been there or thereabouts, but just finding it hard work this season so far.
Yeah, that's why it's an open championship this year,
I think so. It really is, absolutely. I think there's any sides which could have a couple of poor games can be right down the bottom. Hayne defends this next one up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And yeah, talking of Surrey, they're playing Yorkshire. Surrey 464 for 8. They've only lost 1 wicket this morning. They lead Yorkshire by 209, but they're still in the first innings there.
Surrey, you never till that last wicket falls with Surrey, you never. They keep going and going, and they constantly find somebody in that lower order to score runs, don't they? This next one is ducked under by Hayne. It's thumped in a little bit shorter, and Hayne sees that one early, gets it right underneath it, and the ball goes harmlessly through to Ben Brown. Still got the 3 slips in place. Prest at slip, and then we've got Albert at 2nd slip, and Fuller is at 3rd. Here's Abbott again. Final ball of his 5th over. He's in to Hayne, who leaves this one outside the off stump. Another over ticked over. It's 24 for 2. We've had 9 overs.
And the other game in Division 1 up at Chester Street, that's not moving forward, nowhere near as much as here anyway. Looks a fairly flat wicket up there. Durham are 402 for 5, and they only trail Nottinghamshire now by 5 runs. So Emilio Gay has reached his 100 there. He was 74 not out overnight. He's still there.
That's his 2nd century, isn't it, of the season? Yeah.
It's been a good move for him, that, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. He played here and looked a really good player. And then sort of had a year where he didn't do very much. But you're right, really good move.
Wheel into Alex Davis, who works that on the leg side, and there is no run. Nick Powell has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, I was at day 1 and 2, so wasn't listening to commentary, so apologise if already answered. But why did Warwickshire wait so long to bowl Simmons on day 1? I think that was explained by you and Richard, wasn't it?
I think Alex Davis feels he's better with a ball which has been roughed up a little bit. Sort of 30, 40 over ball. He's got real pace, but he will not give him the new ball.
Wheel to Davis. Davis edges, but wide of third slip. It's running away down to third man, and that will be 4 runs. Probably bounced in front of maybe where a fourth slip would have been, so fairly harmless, but good delivery there from Brad Wheel. Davis moves on to 19, 28 for 2, Warwickshire.
Yeah, it was never really looked like being a chance, that one. It got the outside edge, but was always going to evade third slip.
281 from here, so there's the explanation on that one. I was impressed, says Nick, at how quick he was. He's certainly got good pace.
Yes, he is, and of course he's still absolutely raw. He's only in his 2nd or 3rd championship game.
Wheel runs away from us once more, bowls to Davis. Davis gets a straighter ball, able to work there on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 20, 29 for 2 when I spoke to Fletcher Middleton last night, and of course Simmons came on late on there and got him bowled, and he said that he said he just came on and he's just a bit different from everybody else, and that was the reason that he felt that he lost his wicket. Nick also goes to say, why isn't Dawson at slip? Prest was even dropping them in practice. Well, yeah. Well, I didn't see that. But Liam doesn't want to field at slip at the moment. I mean, he is a good slip. He's probably our best slipper. But I think he just has periods where he'd just rather be out of there. That's turned away on the leg side. A little bit of extra bounce. Hayne facing at the moment. And I probably saw some people are saying, well, you should be told to go into slip. But I think it's such a specialist position that you've got to want to field there. And if you're not in the right frame, it's not ideal, but he is good, and I'm sure he will at some point this season, because I think that happened last year, where he will actually just spend some games there, but not at the moment. Also a point to note, says Nick, was that King Keith, that's Keith Barker, who is here, that's whipped away by Hayne, back with a square leg. That's going for 4. Again, nicely timed on the leg side by Sam Hayne. He moves into double figures, 33 for 2, and again, just another example that Brad Wheel perhaps not being as consistent as he has been this season. He says King Keith was helping Sonny Baker change his run-up at lunchtime yesterday. Wanted Sonny to have a shorter run-up. Well, again, I mentioned earlier that both Keith Barker and Chris Wokes were helping Shea Simmons before the start of the game with just a couple of points. You could see that. Keith Barker obviously helping Sonny Baker, but of course I think England have already got their claws into Sonny Baker, so he'll be battling with tips alongside them. Here's Wheel, straighter, better length. Hayne calmly pushes that to short mid-wicket, where Gubbins fields 33 for 2. No sign of Richard, he's leaving you high and dry. Listen, if you need to go, I'm all right. I'm all right on my own for
No, I'm fine. I can get over there like a gazelle. I can be over the other side of the ground, literally seconds. It's like a
well, it's a zip wire here.
You'll say, what's that flash going around the outside edge of the ground?
Josh Milligan, soniccricket@gmail.com, just while Abbott's taken a drink. He says, where would we be without Kyle Abbott? He's single-handedly carrying us. Superb player, but we need others to step up. Well, yeah, I mean, he's 30 wickets this season. He's the Division 1's highest wicket taker currently. But he's just doing what Kyle Abbott does. He's just maybe taken a few more wickets early season than he has in the past. But he's always been a prolific wicket taker, of course.
Well, he's out of the attack now. He's 5 overs. He's got those 2 wickets. Really got Hampshire off to a terrific start. James Fuller's going to replace him at the Birmingham end. But in the first innings, he bowled these sort of 4 or 5 overs, but every time he seemed to take a wicket when he came back in, and did it that way. So Fuller, for his first ball of a new spell, he's in and Davis leaves outside the off stump, and I will use that to make way for Richard Wilford. I'll see you after lunch, Kevin.
And as quick as a flash, you'll be at the other side of the ground. Judith Squires has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. She says, talking of hat-tricks, I found this one by Merv Hughes. On the 2nd of December 1988, Hughes, playing for Australia, dismissing Curtly Ambrose with the last ball of his penultimate over. And Patrick Patterson with the first ball of his next over, wrapping up the West Indies' first innings as Fuller turns at the far end of the ground as we look, comes in and bowls to Davies, who leaves that one alone outside of off stump. When Hughes returned to bowl in the West Indies' second innings, he trapped Gordon Greenwich LBW with his first ball, completing a hat-trick over 2 different innings and becoming the only player in Test cricket history to achieve the 3 wickets of a hat-trick in 3 different overs, says Judy. Thank you very much. There's a conversation we were having while you were out of the room, Richard.
Well, I can well believe it.
Yes.
At least he's not talking about me behind my back, which is just as well.
No, we've read those emails out.
Good. I deny most of the accusations.
Here's Fuller. Davis pushes forward. It goes back to the bowler. Mohammed Riaz, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, can you please expand on Brett Hampton going home? He certainly looked way out of his depth in the couple of matches that I saw him play at the Utilita. You've got to remember that Hampshire's first overseas choice in that position was actually, and his name has escaped me, played at Glamorgan and then played for us for a few T20s. The Aussie. Oh gosh, I can't think of him. I'll come back to that moment. But he was injured. Davis opens the face of the bat, works that to backward a point. Good diving stop by Nick Gubbins, but they do pick up 1. Davis moves on to 21, 34 for 2. When he was then injured during the winter, Hampshire then turned to Jack Edwards, New South Wales captain, who I think actually, listening to his credentials, I think we were quite excited about seeing him, but unfortunately he injured himself right late on in the Sheffield Shield competition. So that really left Hampshire with nowhere to go, with the season virtually upon them. Brett Hampton was actually the New Zealand Domestic Player of the Year, but I think it's fair to say didn't quite show that in the short time that he was with us. So I think the official communique from Hampshire, that's bounced, Hayne plays that into the ground, was that he picked up an injury, but I'm not sure once he was dropped he was going to get back in the side, so it really wasn't worth him hanging around, so he has back home to New Zealand. Michael Nisa, that's the one I was thinking.
That's it. I was about to look that up then.
Yeah, no, sorry, I do have these momentary lapses of names because I'm at that age. Ralph Brooker, sonatcricket@gmail.com, says my favourite sequence is wicket, wicket, no ball, wicket. Not a hat-trick, but a valuable no ball for the bowling side. Valuable. Here's a Fuller delivery by Fuller, and that's driven nicely through mid-on by Hayne for 4. He's timing 1 or 2 shots quite nicely here, having looked a little scratchy in the first innings. He moves on to 14, 38 for 2. Warwickshire need from here. Is that, well, they trail by 271, so it means that I guess they need 272.
That would be a reasonably fair assumption.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Just before he got out yesterday morning, just before lunch, Hayne had played a couple of better shots, including one that he leant on through mid-wicket for 4. The shot he got off the mark with in this innings was a beautiful little flick through square leg with all sorts of time into the long boundary, and it whistled all the way through to the fence, which is a long, long way here. So there's just a little bit of a sign that Sam Hayne feels a touch more his normal self. And if they're going to get anywhere near this, they're probably going to need some serious runs from him. As John Turner's going to come into the attack for the first time this morning, by giving Fuller and Turner probably 3 overs each before the break. It may not be long into the afternoon session before Abbott will be restored. As Phil said, every spell he seemed to pick something up in the first innings.
Yeah.
There is less help for the bowlers now.
Feels it, doesn't it?
But he produced 2 very good deliveries in his first 2 overs. The wicket of Yates was good. The wicket of Latham was huge.
It was.
And Latham can bat long, but he's missed out twice in this match. As Turner sprints in, elbows out, into bowl to Davis. Only he doesn't bowl. He reaches the crease and doesn't let go of the ball, which is now tucked into his left hand. The footwork went awry somewhere. It was, as Craig Revel Hall would put it, a dance disaster.
Yeah, it didn't seem a lot wrong. I just watched him get into his stride. He just held onto the ball. That's a bit weird.
It's like a long jumper running through the pit there. This time he does release it, and it's short, and it's dispatched for 4 behind square. Davis to 25, 42 for 2. That is just where he likes them.
Yeah, that's a loosener there from Turner. Ralph Brooker, who's in France, is clearly having a morning off, because he's already emailed once or twice, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary and the match. Kyle Abbott is Hampshire's Jimmy Anderson. Longevity and relentless line. Love Fuller, but hope he's had a word with himself after that shot this morning. Yeah, it wasn't the best. Looked like he was trying to get a 350 lead in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, another 20 or 30 runs would have made the task a bit easier. As Davis awaits once more, and that is short again, and this time he pulls it in front of square, but being attacked on the angle by Middleton, he'll keep it down to a single. 43 for 2. Mentioning Jimmy Anderson, I noted he only bowled 5 overs yesterday, just a single spell. He's bowled 5 more overs today, but without any reward. So 2 for 37 in 10 on his comeback to the Lancashire side.
I think he got a wicket. He almost bounced somebody out, didn't he?
Yeah, the first one he was clean bowled. I think the other one was
short one, which looped to the keeper.
I think he would have had the element of surprise there.
Yes.
Century today for James Bracey for Gloucestershire, following on from Cameron Green's 100 yesterday. They've moved ahead of Kent in a high-scoring game. As Hayne just nudges a full ball into the leg side for a single. 44 for 2. Some tight and tense games around in this week. Worcestershire's tail have just managed to cling on for a while, having been in real bother. From 80 for 8, they've reached 129 for 9. Ethan Brooks, formerly of this parish, has top scored in that innings. He's 34 not out. So that means the lead is 330 against Essex. Could be a good one, that. Turner into Davis, back of a length, guided down backwards of point, but the fielder is able to slide onto it. Is that Fuller?
Yes.
Oh, he's then thrown it through the hands of mid-off. And the ball rolls 4/5, no, even more than that, 9/10 of the way to the boundary. But the batters have decided that's probably a dead ball, so they've not run for it, which is probably as well.
Need a tight spell from John Turner here. Or a little spell, it won't be too long.
So when you do your update shortly for BBC Soul, they're not going to be too thrilled with life, as Turner is driven up towards mid-on, towards Dawson, in that Southampton's bleak season isn't going to end on a high away from home anyway. So a couple of goals down. The end of Goodison Park. I swore about 8 or 9 years ago I was never going back to Goodison Park because of the press box being so tiny to work in. I'm very excited at what they do next. That new stadium on the side of the river. It's going to be really interesting to visit that. Looks beautiful. Davis leaves the ball outside off stump, end of Turner's first over. 44 for 2. We have, 11 minutes till lunch, so we're probably looking at 3 more overs. Kevin has got to go and have a chat to BBC Solent, haven't you, shortly?
Yes, I have, yeah. We were talking about Kyle Abbott, and he's 37 years old. Stephen Eason has just emailed me with some details. He's 38 on the 18th of June, so that is exactly 1 month's time.
It is. Still bowling beautifully, though. I note that the Bears women are not having an easy time at Devon. The Bears women are 79 for 5 in the 12th over. Abby Freeborn made 25. Caris Pavley 18. But they look like they might end up with a slightly modest score to defend that. As Fuller bowls, it's outside off stump and chopped down towards backward point by Sam Hayne. The added time at Everton has sent Kevin back. But yeah, so Bears women need to make sure they get a better total than that. 79 for 5 isn't going to get the job done.
I'm just wondering what sort of side they might have sent down there, being a tier 3 side.
Pretty strong. Looking at it, yeah, pretty strong. Freeborn, Perrin, Pavley, Ellis, Georgia Davis.
Oh, it's virtually
Hannah
full
Baker,
side.
yeah. So this one just back of a length is allowed through by Hayne. As many Hannahs as you can shake a stick at. Baker, Hardwick and Rainey.
Yeah, looking down that, there's probably a couple of names I don't recognise, but that's pretty much a full strength, isn't it?
Yep.
Millie Taylor, formerly of Southern Vipers.
It was always going to be interesting things with the women's cricket, with the women's game in the counties and the Tier 1 and the Tier 2. The assumption always been that people play for the within the region that they'd been playing, and it hasn't turned out to be the case. In some cases, back of a length from Fuller, left alone by Hayne. I mean, with the obvious example of Emily Windsor, who we've both, I mean, you more than me, but both had the real pleasure of commentating with, who's taken her talents up to Durham. And as we were talking about earlier in the week, wish her a swift recovery from the injury and the op that she's had. She'll be itching to get playing, that's for sure.
Oh, she is.
You know, others have stayed, but others, you know, plenty of players have moved around to wherever they might get the best offer. As Hayne guides the ball down to third man, and there is nobody housed there. He seemed to get plenty on that, Hayne. Takes him to 19, 48 for 2.
Yes, Hampshire just need to keep this tight. You just need to take a leaf out of Kyle Abbott's book. I mean, Fuller's a little bit of a different bowler, really. He's a little bit more attacking and he's going to go for a few runs. But this really is still a pitch just to keep the ball. I mean, what pitches aren't? But definitely this one. Just keep it in the right areas, and it might go a few overs and not do too much, but something will.
Hayne wasn't ready when Fuller started his approach there, and Fuller could actually perfectly reasonably have continued. And then Hayne makes him hesitate again before he comes in, his hair flying behind him. And that's short and angled in, and made a bit of glove onto his pad there from Hayne. It was going down the leg side if it hadn't hit his body. It remains 48 for 2.
Yeah, no, Emily Arlott and the Bears women's side. That's understandable because she's been selected, hasn't she?
Indeed.
Squads.
And no Izzy Wong either.
No.
Emily Arlott's been a very consistent performer in recent years, but that century earlier in the 50-over competition, that was a sign. I mean, that was a real rescuing act as well, wasn't it, that innings? Sign of her improvement. That's again left on length as much as anything by Hayne. End of the over. He's 19. Davis 26. The target 310 for Warwickshire. Target of 10 wickets for Hampshire. 48 for 2.
Yeah. You were saying about players moving around. Nat Wraith came from Western Storm.
Yeah.
The Bears wicket keeper. But yeah, there's been one or two movements around. Of course, you lost Eve Jones up to Lancashire. Amy Jones moved to the Blaze.
Well, Amy Jones was already at the Blaze, wasn't she? Oh, no, she wasn't, was she? No, she's moved to the Blaze. No, it's who'd already gone there a few years ago. It was it'll come back to me in a moment.
I'll have to look that one up.
Marie Kelly had already gone about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah,
so Amy Jones choosing to go there.
Her name being taken off the executive box now. She's moved because one of the executive boxes here along the corridor is being named after her, or was.
Well, I would hope not. I hope it hasn't been taken off. Kev is now going to nip off to do his report as Turner comes in to bowl to Davis. And this one down the leg side. Davis has a swirl at it, but doesn't get anything on the ball. Let me tell you what else is going on in Division 1 of the County Championship, first of all. Durham have overhauled Notts' total of 407. Notts, the leaders, not having things their own way up at Chestler Street this week. Durham 431 for 5. Emilio Gay made 104. Wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson is 79 not out. A couple of wickets there for Abbas and for Patterson White, but Durham have got a chance to back themselves into a substantial lead there. Turner into bowl to Davis, drives it, parried by Turner in his follow-through, which wrong foots Kyle Abbott, who needs a little moment to get moving back in the right direction, understandably. So a single for Davis, he's 27, and it's 49 for 2. Sussex 219 for 7 in their second innings at Taunton. 3 wickets left, they lead by only 33. Coles 39 today. Leach 3 for 36. Simpson and Hudson Prentice in at the moment, so it's not a normal 8 and 9 in. They used a couple of night watchmen with not great effect yesterday, so they have got 2 batters at the crease to try and inconvenience Somerset, but of course a lot of time left in that game. As ball angled in towards Hayne is defended back into the path of John Turner. Surrey 495 for 9, lead Yorkshire by 240. That's a massive lead developing there. Jordan Clark made 69 today, Nathan Smith 42, Tom Laws is far better than a 10, 34 not out. George Hill's taken 5 for 66, he's in very good form with the ball for Yorkshire, but they are up against it in that game. And Worcestershire's second innings is over against Essex. Turner in again, full, defended by Hayne as he comes forward. 4 minutes now left till the lunch interval here. Worcestershire 134 all out. They've set Essex 336 to win. Ethan Brooks was the last man out for 38. Harmer 4 for 37. 3 wickets each for Porter and Snater. So the usual suspects. In Division 2, Northampton 132 for 5 in their second innings. Still trail Glamorgan by 103. So Glamorgan in with a great chance. Luke Proctor 48 not out. Turner onto the pads of Hayne. Moves him round the corner and brings up the 50 for Warwickshire with that single. 50 for 2, 260 more runs required if they're to win. Gloucestershire 431 for 7, lead Kent by 7. And still batting. Green 128, Bracey 127. Both dismissed now. Tom Price is still going though on 34. 3 wickets for Jake Ball, who's on loan at Kent, 3 for 108. Derbyshire 202 for 6, trail Lancashire by 256. Brooke Guest is 51 not out. Nearly there, nearly through them all. As Turner is again whipped behind square, a little bit finer this time by Davis for a single. He's to 28 and 51 for 2. Middlesex 77 for 4, lead Leicestershire by 35. That could be another big moment for Leicestershire, who've had such a good season so far. Van Beek has taken 2 of the wickets to fall. And in the PCC match against Zimbabwe, PCC declared their second innings on 464 for 7. Zimbabwe need 392 for victory. They're 37 for 3. All 3 wickets to Eddie Jack.
Of Hampshire. Yes.
That's why I said it.
Well, I knew you did.
I was teeing you up.
You were, and you were trying to see if I remembered that he played for Hampshire.
No, because you mentioned him earlier in the week.
I did, actually. No, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Some commentators wouldn't have mentioned that.
I'm not.
They would have kept it to themselves.
No.
Here comes Fuller. Bowls to Davis, who's leaving that one alone outside the off stump. Email here from Duncan Holding, suncricket@gmail.com, on the subject of hat-tricks. Good afternoon. Looking like a good finish. Certainly is. Speaking of wickets, Chris Old once had 4 wickets in 5 balls on a test against Pakistan on this ground in 1978. 2 in 2, then a no ball, and then another 2 in 2. And Duncan is a Warwickshire man in Southport.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. Nice part of the world, Southport. I was up there 2 or 3 weeks ago. Lovely weather. Very, very warm. Here comes Fuller again. That's a length ball. Davis pushes that out into the covers. 2
of the oddest county championship matches in the history of Warwickshire County Cricket Club were played at Southport. One that I went to part of, in which Matthias Muralitharan took 14 wickets in the match for Lancashire.
Wow.
And Warwickshire won.
Right.
And the other in which Alvin Kalitcharan and Jeff Humpage both scored double hundreds on day 1 of a championship match, and Lancashire won by 10 wickets.
Whoa. Wow.
2 of the weirdest championship matches ever.
That is weird. Fuller with 2 slips. Davis gets one that comes back to him a fraction, works it up to mid-on. Wow. 2 double hundreds.
Yeah. In the same innings. Because
So,
those are the days of declaration matches, and sometimes it could go very, very badly wrong if you. I think on that occasion they got bowled out for virtually nothing in the second innings.
wow, that is a bit unlucky.
Do you know what? I don't think it is unlucky. I think it's disastrously incompetent.
Well,
there we go.
Fuller. Sunshine out here at Birmingham. Lovely shot down the ground by Alex Davis. He hasn't bothered running for that. That's a lovely piece of timing. Moves on to 32, 55 for 2 now are Warwickshire in their second innings. Ian Pope has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com clearly about this subject of hat-tricks. Has tickled one or two of you. I've always believed, says Ian, I saw a Tim Tremlett hat-trick at Dean Park in Bournemouth many years ago, where the first wicket was the last ball of an over, the second was the first ball of the last over before lunch. So the teams went off. He then completed the hat-trick when they returned after lunch. Thing is, it was a long time ago, and I've wondered if I've imagined it. Can anyone confirm this? Dave Allen, if you're listening, that's my standard stock phrase.
I so hope that's true.
Yes.
Because that's a great one, isn't it?
It is a good one, and I so hope that Dave Allen's still listening. I might even message him on that one. Full of bowls, there's a lovely drive. It's half stopped in the covers by a diving Mark Stoneman. Certainly saved 4, but they will pick up 1 as Brad Wheel comes around from mid-off, and 56 for 2. This pitch is playing quite nicely at the moment, but I do think the bowlers around Kyle Abbott are not quite on it at the moment.
No. I mean, look, Abbott's the pick of the bowlers in the match, head and shoulders. After that, you're looking at Bamber and Webster.
Yes.
And then probably Brad Wheel has been the next best bowler in the game.
Yes, and his first spell wasn't quite as tight as we've seen from him recently, as Fuller comes in and bowls to Hayne. He's leaving that one alone outside of off stump, and I think that's going to be lunch. Looking at the clock at the far side of the ground, I didn't realise it was that close to lunch. 56 for 2 then. Not a bad opening from Warwickshire. I think we would have expected a win.
There's a lot of sacrifice. So yeah, I really enjoyed that moment. It was good to be out there with Barney, who I grew up playing with at Worcester as well. So all in all, a really enjoyable experience. You can only learn being around people like Bo Webster, Tom Latham, the quality that we've got in the dressing room, the facilities that we've got, the coaches, everything that you've got here on hand. You can only improve here. So I'm just trying to take each day as it comes, trying to better myself every single day. And yeah, it's great to be out there in the middle as well and playing and experiencing first-class cricket. I feel like I'm sort of, picking up things slowly as well. So hopefully I can just keep going from strength to strength.
And just a little word on Vanch, who's just signed. So he's another product of Saka. Obviously, you've come through staffs, and obviously you had time at Worcester and through Saka.
I just want to make sure that I'm ready for each and every game. We've got Hampshire coming up very soon, so just making sure that I'm as well prepared as I am for that. I'm not too focused on performances or outcomes. I think I just want to make sure that when the opportunity comes, I'm there to do my job. I can help the team in any way that I can. And I think hopefully from that, the performances and the results will just take care of themselves. So I don't want to put any sort of targets or goals on the season right now. Just trying to enjoy my cricket and do as best as I can for the team.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
people swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We know the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
that the Bears cannot do.
Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the block.
Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
No, it's been a really good couple of weeks for the boys. Obviously a very enjoyable win last week at Headingley, and then obviously a more challenging wicket here against Surrey, but yeah, all in all a really good 2 weeks. Definitely it was worth it. There was obviously a lot of struggles and a lot of sort of questions along the way, but I think to sort of have made my debut last week at Headingley sort of put all those feelings to bed, and I was just sort of so happy in that moment, very proud for all the hard work that I put in and my family have put in over the years, and yeah, just very relieved that I was able to make my debut. I was unsure if I was going to play. It was dependent on Haney's injury and if he was going to be fit enough to play. So I was trying to prepare as though I would be playing, and I was going through all the pre-game routines as though I was playing. And then Davo told me sort of 10 minutes before the toss that I'd be in to play. I was just really excited against a very strong Yorkshire team who obviously had international players in their lineup. Yeah, I was just really excited to be playing. I think I just tried to keep things really simple. It was obviously doing a little bit, and they had a very good bowling attack. So for me, it was just about absorbing as much pressure as I could out there. We lost a couple of quick wickets when I was out there, so I just wanted to make sure that I stopped the bleeding a little bit and take the sting out of their attack. I knew that runs wouldn't be easy to come by, so whatever runs I could get, whether scratchy or pretty, just making sure that I was there to knock off the winning runs at the end was the most important thing for me.
Saving the ones. Everyone's in, and he comes down the pitch and hits it over the top, and Zen Malik has scored his maiden first-class century, bringing it up with a 4. He removes his helmet, gets a hug from Ed Barnard. 27 years of age when he made his first-class debut, and in his second first-class match, he has scored a century.
Can't really put into words. It was a lot of years of hard work. Felt like went into that moment. It's a lot of sacrifice. So yeah, I really enjoyed that moment. It was good to be out there with Barney, who I grew up playing with at Worcester as well. So all in all, a really enjoyable experience. You can only learn being around people like Bo Webster, Tom Latham, the quality that we've got in the dressing room, the facilities that we've got, the coaches, everything that you've got here on hand. You can only improve here. So I'm just trying to take each day as it comes, trying to better myself every single day. And yeah, it's great to be out there in the middle as well and playing and experiencing first-class cricket. I feel like I'm sort of picking up things slowly as well. So hopefully I can just keep going from strength to strength.
And just a little word on Vanch, who's just signed. So he's another product of Saka. Obviously, you've come through staffs, and obviously you had time at Worcester and through Saka as well. I think we spoke earlier that it's the 11th person to graduate from Saka to sign at least a rookie contract. Just just a word on the initiative of Saka and how excellent it is around the country.
Yeah, again, I can't really speak highly enough of it. It's doing amazing work, and people like Vanch getting the recognition that they deserve. He's put unbelievable scores on the board early in the season. I think he's already scored 400, so for him to be signed now, it's a credit to his hard work, and it's a credit to you know, Saka and Tom Brown for giving him the platform to go out and playing against counties. So yeah, really well deserved for him. I mean, it's still very early in the season. You know, still a lot of cricket to be played. I just want to make sure that I'm ready for each and every game. We've got Hampshire coming up very soon, so just making sure that I'm as well prepared as I am for that. You know, I'm not too focused on performances or outcomes. You know, I think I just want to make sure that when the opportunity comes, I'm there to do my job. I can help the team in any way that I can. And I think hopefully from that, you know, the performances and the results will just take care of themselves. So I don't want to put any sort of targets or goals on the season right now. Just trying to enjoy my cricket and do as best as I can for the team.
Get the flag out.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
That is as good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do.
Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the block.
Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
No, it's been a really good couple of weeks for the boys. Obviously a very enjoyable win last week at Headingley, and then Obviously a more challenging wicket here against Surrey, but yeah, all in all a really good 2 weeks. Definitely it was worth it. There was obviously a lot of struggles and a lot of sort of questions along the way, but I think I've made my debut last week at Headingley, sort of put all those feelings to bed, and I was just sort of so happy in that moment, very proud for all the hard work that I put in and my family have put in over the years, and yeah, just very relieved that I was able to make my debut. I was unsure if I was going to play. It was dependent on Haney's injury and if he was going to be fit enough to play. So I was trying to prepare as though I would be playing, and I was going through all the pre-game routines as though I was playing. And then Davo told me sort of 10 minutes before the toss that, you know, I'd be in to play. I was just really excited against a very strong Yorkshire team who obviously had international players in their lineup. Yeah, I was just really excited to be playing. I think I just tried to keep things really simple. It was obviously doing a little bit, and they had a very good bowling attack. So for me, it was just about absorbing as much pressure as I could out there. We lost a couple of quick wickets when I was out there, so I just wanted to make sure that I stopped the bleeding a little bit and take the sting out of their attack. I knew that runs wouldn't be easy to come by, so you know, whatever runs I could get, whether scratchy or pretty, just making sure that I was there to knock off the winning runs at the end was the most important thing for me.
Saving the ones. Everyone's in, and he comes down the pitch and hits it over the top, and Zen Malik has scored his maiden first-class century, bringing it up with a 4. He removes his helmet, gets a hug from Ed Barnard. 27 years of age when he made his first-class debut, and in his second first-class match, he has scored a century.
Can't really put into words. It was a lot of years of hard work. Felt like went into that moment. It's a lot of sacrifice. So yeah, I really enjoyed that moment. It was good to be out there with Barney, who, you know, I grew up playing with at Worcester as well. So all in all, a really enjoyable experience. You can only learn being around people like Bo Webster, Tom Latham, the quality that we've got in the dressing room, the facilities that we've got, the coaches, everything that you've got here on hand. You know, you can only improve here. So I'm just trying to take each day as it comes, trying to better myself every single day. And yeah, it's great to be out there in the middle as well and playing and experiencing first-class cricket. I feel like I'm sort of, you know, picking up things slowly as well. So hopefully I can just keep going from strength to strength.
And just a little word on Vanch, who's just signed. He's another product of Saka. Obviously, you've come through staffs, and obviously you had time at Worcester and through Saka as well. I think we spoke earlier that it's the 11th person to graduate from Saka to sign at least a rookie contract. Just, you know, just a word on the initiative of Saka and how excellent it is around the country.
Yeah, again, you know, I can't really speak highly enough of it. It's doing amazing work, and you know, people like Vanch getting the recognition that they deserve. You know, he's put unbelievable scores on the board, you know, early in the season. I think he's already scored 400. So, you know, for him to be signed now, it's a credit to his hard work, and it's a credit to, you know, Saka and Tom Brown for giving him the platform to go out and playing against counties. So yeah, really well deserved for him. I mean, it's still very early in the season. You know, still a lot of cricket to be played. I just want to make sure that I'm ready for each and every game. We've got Hampshire coming up very soon, so just making sure that I'm as well prepared as I am for that. You know, I'm not too focused on performances or outcomes. You know, I think I just want to make sure that when the opportunity comes, I'm there to do my job. I can help the team in any way that I can. And I think hopefully from that, you know, the performances and the results will just take care of themselves. So I don't want to put any sort of targets or goals on the season right now. Just trying to enjoy my cricket and do as best as I can for the team.
Get the flag out.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
That is as good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do.
Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the bluff.
Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
No, it's been a really good couple of weeks for the boys. Obviously a very enjoyable win last week at Headingley, and then obviously a more challenging wicket here against Surrey, but yeah, all in all a really good 2 weeks. Definitely it was worth it. There was obviously a lot of struggles and a lot of sort of questions along the way, but I think to sort of have made my debut last week at Headingley sort of put all those feelings to bed, and I was just sort of so happy in that moment, very proud for all the hard work that I put in and my family have put in over the years, and yeah, just very relieved that I was able to make my debut. I was unsure if I was going to play. It was dependent on Haney's injury and if he was going to be fit enough to play. So I was trying to prepare as though I would be playing, and I was going through all the pre-game routines as though I was playing. And then Davo told me sort of 10 minutes before the toss that I'd be in to play. I was just really excited against a very strong Yorkshire team who obviously had international players in their lineup. Yeah, I was just really excited to be playing. I think I just tried to keep things really simple. It was obviously doing a little bit, and they had a very good bowling attack. So for me, it was just about absorbing as much pressure as I could out there. We lost a couple of quick wickets when I was out there, so I just wanted to make sure that I stopped the bleeding a little bit and take the sting out of their attack. I knew that runs wouldn't be easy to come by, so whatever runs I could get, whether scratchy or pretty, just making sure that I was there to knock off the winning runs at the end was the most important thing for me.
Saving the ones. Everyone's in, and he comes down the pitch and hits it over the top, and Zain Malik has scored his maiden first-class century, bringing it up with a 4. He removes his helmet, gets a hug from Ed Barnard. 27 years of age when he made his first-class debut, and in his second first-class match, he has scored a century.
Can't really put into words. It was a lot of years of hard work. Felt like went into that moment. It's a lot of sacrifice. So yeah, I really enjoyed that moment. It was good to be out there with Barney, who I grew up playing with at Worcester as well. So all in all, a really enjoyable experience. You can only learn being around people like Bo Webster, Tom Latham, the quality that we've got in the dressing room, the facilities that we've got, the coaches, everything that you've got here on hand. You know, you can only improve here. So I'm just trying to take each day as it comes, and trying to better myself every single day. And yeah, it's great to be out there in the middle as well and playing and experiencing first-class cricket. I feel like I'm sort of, you know, picking up things slowly as well. So hopefully I can just keep going from strength to strength.
And just a little word on Vanch, who's just signed. So he's another product of Saka. Obviously, you've come through staffs, and obviously you had time at Worcester and through Saka as well. I think we spoke earlier that it's the 11th person to graduate from Saka to sign at least a rookie contract. Just, you know, just a word on the initiative of Saka and how excellent it is around the country.
Yeah, again, you know, I can't really speak highly enough of it. It's doing amazing work, and you know, people like Vanch getting the recognition that they deserve. You know, he's put unbelievable scores on the board, you know, early in the season. I think he's already scored 400. So, you know, for him to be signed now, it's a credit to his hard work, and it's a credit to, you know, Saka and Tom Brown for giving him the platform to go out and playing against counties. So yeah, really well deserved for him. I mean, it's still very early in the season. You know, still a lot of cricket to be played. I just want to make sure that I'm ready for each and every game. We've got Hampshire coming up very soon, so just making sure that I'm as well prepared as I am for that. You know, I'm not too focused on performances or outcomes. You know, I think I just want to make sure that when the opportunity comes, I'm there to do my job. I can help the team in any way that I can. And I think hopefully from that, you know, the performances and the results will just take care of themselves. So I don't want to put any sort of targets or goals on the season right now. Just trying to enjoy my cricket and do as best as I can for the team.
Yeah, get the flag out.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
That is as good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do.
Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the block.
Security, Are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
No, it's been a really good couple of weeks for the boys. Obviously a very enjoyable win last week at Headingley, and then obviously a more challenging wicket here against Surrey, but yeah, all in all a really good 2 weeks. Definitely it was worth it. There was obviously a lot of struggles and a lot of sort of questions along the way, but I think to sort of have made my debut last week at Headingley sort of put all those feelings to bed, and I was just sort of so happy in that moment, very proud for all the hard work that I put in and my family have put in over the years, and yeah, just very relieved that I was able to make my debut. I was unsure if I was going to play. It was dependent on Haney's injury and if he was going to be fit enough to play. So I was trying to prepare as though I would be playing, and I was going through all the pre-game routines as though I was playing. And then Davo told me sort of 10 minutes before the toss that I'd be in to play. I was just really excited against a very strong Yorkshire team who obviously had international players in their lineup. Yeah, I was just really excited to be playing. I think I just tried to keep things really simple. It was obviously doing a little bit, and they had a very good bowling attack. So for me, it was just about absorbing as much pressure as I could out there. We lost a couple of quick wickets when I was out there, so I just wanted to make sure that I stopped the bleeding a little bit and take the sting out of their attack. I knew that runs wouldn't be easy to come by, so whatever runs I could get, whether scratchy or pretty, just making sure that I was there to knock off the winning runs at the end was the most important thing for me.
Saving the ones. Everyone's in, and he comes down the pitch and hits it over the top, and Zen Malik has scored his maiden first-class century, bringing it up with a 4. He removes his helmet, gets a hug from Ed Barnard. 27 years of age when he made his first-class debut, and in his second first-class match, he has scored a century.
Can't really put into words. It was a lot of years of hard work. Felt like went into that moment. It's a lot of sacrifice. So yeah, I really enjoyed that moment. It was good to be out there with Barney, who I grew up playing with at Worcester as well. So all in all, a really enjoyable experience. You can only learn being around people like Bo Webster, Tom Latham, the quality that we've got in the dressing room, the facilities that we've got, the coaches, everything that you've got here on hand. You can only improve here. So I'm just trying to take each day as it comes, trying to better myself every single day. And yeah, it's great to be out there in the middle as well and playing and experiencing first-class cricket. I feel like I'm sort of picking up things slowly as well. So hopefully I can just keep going from strength to strength.
And just a little word on Vanch, who's just signed. So he's another product of Saka. Obviously, you've come through staffs, and obviously you had time at Worcester and through Saka as well. I think we spoke earlier that it's the 11th person to graduate from Saka to sign at least a rookie contract. Just just a word on the initiative of Saka and how excellent it is around the country.
Yeah, again, I can't really speak highly enough of it. It's doing amazing work, and people like Vanch getting the recognition that they deserve. He's put unbelievable scores on the board early in the season. I think he's already scored 400, so for him to be signed now, it's a credit to his hard work, and it's a credit to Saka and Tom Brown for giving him the platform to go out and playing against counties. So yeah, really well deserved for him. I mean, it's still very early in the season, still a lot of cricket to be played. I just want to make sure that I'm ready for each and every game. We've got Hampshire coming up very soon, so just making sure that I'm as well prepared as I am for that. I'm not too focused on performances or outcomes. I think I just want to make sure that when the opportunity comes, I'm there to do my job. I can help the team in any way that I can. And I think hopefully from that, the performances and the results will just take care of themselves. So I don't want to put any sort of targets or goals on the season right now. Just trying to enjoy my cricket and do as best as I can for the team.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do.
Oh, what's that?
Attention all.
Six for the third wicket, so they resume on 56 for 2, needing 254 more runs. Hampshire need 8 more wickets. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM, alongside me from BBC Solent, Kevin James.
Yeah, exciting, isn't it? Really, really exciting. When you see the way that Alex Davis and Sam Hain played in that sort of, I don't know, that period up to lunch, 20 minutes, half an hour, they didn't look in too much trouble. 46 so far they've put on unbroken for the third wicket. And you think, well, if this wicket plays like that, these two play like this, and the one or two other Warwickshire batters that are going to come in the middle order, you think, well, you know, 253 isn't, well, 254 to win isn't a million miles away. And the trick for Hampshire here is to have somebody, at least one other bowler, if not two preferably, just keep things a little tight, even if they're not taking wickets. I mean, Kyle Abbott, 2 for 8 from 5, is going for less than 2 and over, but Brad Wheel, James Fuller and John Turner all going for well over 4s. That's not, for me, sustainable. Not ideal. So somebody needs to support. And quite interesting, John Turner starting the afternoon session. That's outside the off stump. Always has a little waft there, Alex Davis, outside the off stump. He wouldn't have been particularly pleased there if that had gone through to Ben Brown off an edge. But Graham Welsh, the Hampshire bowling coach, had John Turner out at lunchtime in the middle, not in the middle where we're playing, but further along the square, bowling some balls. So they're trying to just help him along here, make him feel a bit loose straight away, because Hampshire just need to get balls in the right area a little bit more than they did before lunch. Here's Turner, bowls, and Davis is off the back foot. Now, there was one or two queries before lunch, Richard, as you know. One of them from Ian Pope, who reckoned he saw Tim Tremlett claim a hat-trick at Dean Park in Bournemouth many years ago, and he wondered if he was just imagining it. Now, amazingly, over the luncheon interval, I got a message from Tim Tremlett.
Oh, this is even better.
There you go. And he was listening whilst mowing the lawn. Turner bowls, lovely shot from Davis. That's gone hard to backward a point. Fortunately for Hampshire, it's gone straight to a fielder.
That's either a very quiet mower, or he's got his headphones turned up too loud. But
Well,
anyway, yeah.
either way.
Yeah.
He said, right, so this is in direct response to that email. He said, unfortunately, no hat-trick.
Oh.
And not true. Although once he had a spell of 5 for 1 against Kent when he thinks he was on a hat-trick. Here comes Turner. Forward is Alex Davis. That's gone back up the pitch. So there we go. He said Kent at Bournemouth in 1987. He had a spell of 4 for 1. So he remembers that. So well, not quite, but it was close.
I feel let down. I haven't felt so let down as when the bus closed the doors and pulled off before I got off at my stop and I was 8. That's how let down I feel.
It was a good story. Here comes a potentially good story. Davis is forward. It goes out to backward a point once more. So 56 for 2 are Warwickshire. We may just get a conclusion today. If Warwickshire are to win, they've got to score 125 for each of the next 2 sessions, or 120 odd anyway. And even if it get close, we might get an extra half hour.
It's less than 4 and over.
Yeah.
To win today, with the potential of 8 extra overs if we get close to a finish.
Yes. And you were telling me, because I don't know my rules, as Turner comes in, runs away from us. Davis plays that very late. The ball runs down towards a wideish second slip. 56 for 2, maiden to start off the afternoon session. You were telling me that you can only have 8 overs, and I then said, during the lunch break, if Warwickshire need 2 runs and Hampshire need 1 wicket, are they actually going to walk off at the end of those 8 extra overs?
Well, it's 8 overs or half an hour, whichever is the longer. That's the first thing to point out. I mean, the umpires and the scorers could collude and say, well, we've only had 29 minutes, we can get another over in here.
Yeah, but if it's obviously 35 or 40 minutes that those 8 overs have taken.
They've just misread the watch by 10 minutes. I mean, in that situation, you would hope that that level of common sense would prevail. I mean, it is cricket. That often isn't the case. Common sense doesn't always rule the roost. But, yeah. Meanwhile, what could be a very important section of this game is about to commence, because Kyle Abbott, who's been a cut above every other bowler in the match, with 7 wickets in the game so far for 55 runs, so better than 8 runs a wicket, is going to come and have another spell from the Birmingham end, down at the far end of the ground. He's coming in to bowl to Sam Hain, who turns him round the corner for a single down to John Turner at long leg. 57 for 2. Turner, by the way, I mean, whatever the whys and wherefores of the bowler whisperer, Graham Welsh, having him out in the middle, I mean, we know Pop well enough over the years here, he did bowl a maiden in his first over back, so...
Yeah. Clearly, the extra work has already paid off. But yeah, it's crucial that other bowlers back up Kyle Abbott, otherwise that total won't look quite as big as it did earlier.
Abbott in to bowl to Alex Davis, who gets in line and turns it towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, you look at the attack in recent years for Hampshire, if Kyle Abbott's bowled in like this, and he's nagging at the top of off, and he's getting a tiny bit of movement. There's not much today compared to yesterday, but he's got the ability just to give it that little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. And then at the other end, you have Mohammed Abbas, who barely give you a scoring ball. So you think, well, I can't take any liberties here. And then before you know it, you've been out there 10 overs, you're 1 not out, and you don't know quite how you survived and how you're going to score any runs. And they haven't quite got that with this attack. This one just back of a length is off the outer half of the bat from Davis. Fletcher Middleton fields at point.
And then, of course, Keith Barker to come on as well.
Yeah.
To keep it equally as tight. So that, yes, I mean, Hampshire's cricket was very much being based in the field anyway, in that if they weren't taking wickets, then the opposition weren't really going anywhere anyway.
Yeah.
So you just waited for the next wickets to come along, and the scoreboard hadn't moved very much. So that's been very much Hampshire's forte with the ball. As you say, a little different at the moment.
It's a transitional phase, and everybody has to have them sooner or later. This is short, and he's managed to clip this just in front of backward point. He couldn't lay a hand on it, or might have just clipped his hand there, Middleton. He's just wringing his left hand. It's going to go for 4 down to third. Yeah, he's got maybe a sore thumb on the left hand there, and that's the 50 partnership between Sam Hain and Alex Davis. They've added 51 in 83 deliveries, and at 61 for 2, the target is below 250.
Yeah, that was an awkward one there for Fletcher Middleton. It went quick and bounced sort of level with him as well. So what do? How do you try and get your hand in behind it? Do you get it forward of the ball, behind the ball? Try and take it on the half volley. Difficult one, that one.
Davis is to 37, and he defends the next ball on an off-stump line. Abbott just lets it roll up towards mid-off and let him do the stooping. In the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup, Bears women restricted to 136 for 8 by Devon at Budley Salterton Devon are 27 without loss after 4. So a good, solid start.
Ooh, Tier 3 county.
Cup competitions need upsets, don't they? If they're going to work.
Ooh.
You never know. Abbott in to Davis, and he's pumped that through a straight mid-wicket for 4. It was upwards, but Davis felt in reasonable control of that as he punched it. He's up into the 40s. He's on 41, and it's 65 for 2.
Yeah, well, in that over anyway, scoring looked a little easier. Kyle Abbott looked a little more human. 2:45 from here. Warwickshire. A few emails came in over the luncheon break. Dave Allen, who was listening, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, who came back also with the Tim Tremlett story. He says, if the Tim Tremlett was first class, the hat-trick, it wasn't. He says, if you can take a hat-trick over 2 innings, why not a century? 99 not out plus 1 not out. That's stretching it a bit, isn't it, really? But I can see the logic from Dave Allen there. John Turner from the pavilion end. Bowling to Sam Hain. Right arm over, in. Hain drives down the ground. That's going for 4. Well, over the last few balls, there's been some free scoring here. Hampshire will have to very quickly make sure that this doesn't continue, because you just feel that Warwickshire will gain in confidence, if they weren't already confident, of course.
Yeah, 3 boundaries in the last 5 deliveries. One had an element of luck, 'cause it was straight towards Middleton.
Here's Turner again. Hain on the back foot. Just looked as though it bounced a little slower off the pitch, that one. Hain looked like he had to almost correct himself. 69 for 2 then. Quiet first over, and after lunch, and now a few boundaries. I think again it's indicative of this pitch getting easier. That heavy roller between the innings, I think already showing what we thought. This pitch getting easier. Hain's on the back foot. Good delivery there from Turner. The sunshine is out, which is lovely. It has been all day. The sunshine was out for the second half of yesterday. It was very chilly and overcast first half of yesterday. Good conditions for Hampshire to bowl in. Very different today. 1 or 2 wispy clouds around, but it's not a complete blue sky, which we've had, but still predominantly sunny and blue overhead. That's Turner with 2 slips bowls. Hain leaves that one alone. Good carry through to Brown.
It seems to me as well that each of the players that we've spoken to involved in this match are happy to see this sort of surface where everybody's in the game. You know, it's the game has progressed quite quickly. There's going to be a result one way or the other. There's been a bit there for the bowlers. Batters have been rewarded for their stroke play as well.
Yeah.
Not been easy.
No. Something's noisy above us. I can't see it as Turner comes in. Hain works that ball up towards mid-on. Email here from Terry Lowe, summitcricket@gmail.com. He says, hello team. Terry here in Langkawi in Malaysia, watching the stream. I think that's the Terry that's been working on his boat. I'm wondering if this has been discussed before. Would it not be a good idea to have lunch and tea breaks for all red ball games at 30 minutes? The players don't eat lunch like they may have done in the past. Yeah, you're right, there's no 3-course roast lamb and huge trifle for dessert anymore. Off the back foot, Hain doesn't quite time that as that goes out into the covers. Another quiet over there from John Turner, apart from the scoring shot off the first delivery. 69 for 2 then, with Davis on 41, Hain on 25 and 241 needed. So, yeah, they certainly don't. I don't think they'd eat lunch like they used to. It used to be a real treat at one stage.
I think they will have a cooked plate of food and then some fruit at lunch, generally these days. There is a cooked meal. I can understand why it is why it is. I mean, part of it was in the days when grounds were a lot more full, and you know, you're selling lunch to the spectators as well, so it gives them a bit more time to get that done. I do think when you get to the tea interval, I don't know about you, Kevin, I just want to get on with the game at that point.
Unless you've been in the field for 2 days.
As Abbott starts a new over, pushing forward and defending is Davis out into the offside. You still want to get home that evening.
Well, there's a balance, isn't there, between wanting to get home and thinking, do you know what, I could do with a bit more of a rest.
I tell you what's worse, those day-night games. When they played day-night championship games, the 40-minute tea interval. Oh my word! And it's dark and it's not very warm and you've got nothing to watch and you just sat there twiddling your thumbs. They got that wrong. That was the wrong way round. Abbott into Davis, looks to guide it down to third, but gets too much on it, so all he actually does is steer it directly towards Fletcher Middleton along the deck.
How long did those actual day-night games, I know how much they lasted for.
Was it
I'm
3
talking
seasons
about
or
seasons.
2 seasons?
Yeah.
It was 2 or 3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And at which point they really here they made the decision that we wouldn't have any more day-night tests here. It's just not warm enough in the evening, consistently enough.
And we found down at our place that actually most people went at about 6 or 7 o'clock anyway.
Yeah. Pushing forward is Davis, just does enough to stop that rolling back onto his stumps. It stays almost exactly on the popping crease, so he picks it up with his right glove and tosses it to Fletcher Middleton. Yeah, we had some we had a game against Lancashire here that it was freezing throughout. Jimmy Anderson was playing in that. Andy Umead made 100 for Warwickshire in that game. Took more than 100 overs.
Ooh.
Yeah. that is the correct adjective to describe that century. As Davis awaits again and pushes forward and doesn't quite get a nick on it. Beautiful line from Abbott. Diving stop from Brown. That was in the danger area. Jimmy Anderson described it as the worst 100 he'd ever seen. But then he was on the receiving end of a lot of it. He beat the bat on a number of occasions, it's fair to say. But you know what? Sometimes you've got to play the cards you've got. And Andy Umead dug deep.
Very deep.
Yeah, couldn't see him by the end of it. As this is pushed forward by Davis up towards mid-on. I think it's only the second time I've seen a Warwickshire batter here take more than 100 overs, score a century. One was in my school days when I was at secondary school in the 80s, when the splendid Robin Dyer was playing for Warwickshire. Tall opening bat, fair-haired.
I remember him.
And yeah, that was in the days when it was 104 overs on the opening day, and he got to his 100 about over 103.
It was about 9 o'clock at night, I should think, with that many overs.
I got through them quite quickly in those days. As this is lashed in front of point, there was an element of risk again. It's airborne from Davis, but it evades Middleton. And he does like that sort of shot, Davis. He's up to 45 now. 73 for 2. 237 runs required for Warwickshire. 8 wickets for Hampshire.
Well, he's very free scoring, is Alex Davis. You probably always feel that you're going to get a chance somewhere along the line, but the longer that he stays out there, of course, the scoreboard will move along at a fair pace. So since lunch, we've already had, 17 runs in 15 minutes, so it's more than a run a minute.
Important wicket for Hannah Hardwick for the Bears women. She's made the breakthrough in the Devon innings. They're 45 for 1 after 6. They need a further 92 in 14 overs. Could be a tight finish at Budley Salterton. And we're immediately imagining that ground's a picture, aren't we?
Yeah, without knowing. Well, I certainly don't know. Hayne works Turner down to fine leg. 74 for 2. Hayne moves on to 26. You certainly don't want an upset down there. Tier 3 against Tier 1. I think I saw the draw actually for the quarter-finals, which is the next round. Tier 1 teams join it at the third round. It's like the FA Cup. Hampshire losing to Surrey yesterday in one of 2 all Tier 1 matches in round 3. I'll see if I can find it. I'm sure I saw somewhere that somebody had posted what they thought was the quarter-final lineup. Obviously less this game going on today because it's the last one. Davis works that out to backward of point.
Turns out it's a very new ground by the look of it.
Okay.
There's the pavilion, for instance. That's a very new build pavilion.
That looks like an artist's impression.
It does. I don't do impressions.
No, no, but it's one of those where you get a CGI.
Yeah.
It looks very much as though the winners between Devon and Warwickshire will go to Yorkshire. if that's right. He's played that into the ground, Alex Davis. The ball bobbles away to backward a point.
It's being built according to the plan there.
Oh,
on
yeah,
that photo.
That's very lifelike, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Because you don't tend to put the scaffolding on the
CGI.
artist's impression on the whole. I think they've got a nice bar. Genuinely, I'm just looking at the photos of it.
One or two of you are still emailing in about hat tricks. Arthur May, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, I don't know if I'm on the ball or not. As Turner bowls, Davis is forward. Again, it's gone to backward a point. This is quite good here from John Turner. I believe Laslit Malinga of Sri Lanka has managed a hat-trick of hat-tricks. The only recorded modern player to achieve this. In brackets, I think Dave may have another half a dozen of those. Well, poor old Dave Allen, who has retired from all of this. And yet there are all sorts of questions coming in for him, which, to be fair to him, as he's listening, he has been answering. But he is trying to take a back seat. So we won't ask him too much today, but hopefully he's still listening. Here's Turner. Worked up to mid-on by Davies. And there is no run.
You can try to retire from the life of being a very avid cricket statistician. But I'm afraid it's up to cricket to retire you. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way round. It's not. You don't get choice. It's if the game retires you. And the reality is, he's still needed.
He's very much needed. And yes, it's not the first time people have been asking questions of him, not of him, but for him. And he's been pretty good actually so far. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Good stuff here from John Turner. Just the one run off that over. 74 for 2 are Warwickshire, with 45 to Davis and 26 to Sam Hain, and Warwickshire 236 runs away from winning their first game here in the Championship this season.
There's a lot of water to flow under that bridge if we're going to get there. While we're talking cricket statisticians, if you missed it on Friday, the news that somebody performed as Warwickshire's statistician for many years, Robert Brooks, sadly passed away this week, and he will be much missed by everybody at Warwickshire. Remember, as a fledgling journalist, every now and then getting a note sent to me about a stat that was relevant or upcoming as Abbott begins a new over, draws Hain half forward in defence. It's going to go beyond Abbott. He doesn't like to field in his follow-through unless he's absolutely forced to, which is fair enough if you've got mid-on and mid-off fairly straight, and they will be quite straight because of the line that he bowls. And I think keeping that back as fresh as possible is not a bad move for a bowler that Hampshire, I'm sure, would love to see for another year or two. Comes in with such rhythm. That was back of a length outside off stump. Hain's not too interested in it. This duo have added 64 now for the second wicket.
Yes, it looks a different game out there than 10 for 2 when Latham went before lunch. Dave Allen did actually email on a couple of other emails about the hat-trick situation. He did check Tim Tremlett didn't take a hat-trick. But Chris Tremlett, his son, did take one for Hampshire against Nottinghamshire in Trent Bridge back in 2005.
So there he is. He manages to pour cold water on the story we were hoping for, but then he produces the nugget.
Yeah.
This is clipped through at mid-wicket for 4 by Hain. He was very early onto that, straying in line and length unusually, Abbott onto the pads of Hain, and it takes him up to 30, 78 for 2.
Well, that's why Dave was so good, you see, because it wasn't just a flat no. Yeah. He offered you something in return.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's what makes him so interesting.
Exactly. And cricket is full of these things, and it's not always about the ancient history of the game, that's the modern history of the game. Yeah. Chris Tremlett, who was also a tremendous bowler. So there you go.
2011 Ashes, was it?
Be about then, wouldn't it? Great natural attributes he had. Abbott in, back of a length, outside off stump. It swings after it passes the stumps. It's taken at shoulder height by Ben Brown.
Yes, we are definitely going through a period here of not only some good batting, which is putting the Hampshire bowlers under a bit of pressure, but also the wicket, which looks, or is going through one of its more benign periods. Whether that stays that way for the rest of this game still looking out, but it does seem as though not much has bounced, not much has nipped for a while now.
Abbott in to Hayne, and that one a bit tighter to the stumps, but still left as much on length as anything else. Bethan Ellis, who top scored for the Bears women earlier, has taken a second Devonian wicket in the game at Budley Salterton. So it's Ellie Bishop who's out for 148 for 2 at the end of the 8th over at Devon. So 2 useful wickets, and now behind the rate they need as well.
So maybe not an upset on the cards.
Who knows? That game teetering on the brink. As, this one cuts back, and Hayne has left it, and he's been wrapped on the pad, and he's going to be given out LBW, not playing a shot there. And Hayne didn't seem surprised when the finger went up. Just as he was looking in nick, he gets a good one from Abbott. And we haven't seen an awful lot of lateral movement so far in this session, but that has jagged back, and Hayne knew he was in trouble the moment he was wrapped on the pad. Abbott strikes for the 3rd time in this innings. Warwickshire 78 for 3, Hayne gone for 30.
Well, nobody's more surprised than me that one has jagged back like that. We haven't seen that for quite a while, and it was never in doubt. The minute the bat was up in the air, no shot, you really are struggling as a batter. I mean, whether it had been any different had he played a shot. I'm just watching this again. It's in slow motion, and well, he might have. I suppose an umpire might have thought that he would have got close to being outside the line, but when you're not playing a shot, you are struggling.
I think if he had played a shot, it was outside the line, looking at the angle there. But that would have hit middle and leg.
Oh gosh, yeah. It wasn't bouncing over, was it?
No. And again, Sam Hayne, once that hit his pad, he knew he was going.
Yeah. Kyle Abbott has produced again, and Hampshire. I did feel that Hampshire needed that, really. I just felt the momentum during that partnership was very much with Warwickshire. Of course, momentum will need to be with them for a large part, if not all of today. But that, I think, when you're a batter coming in, or a batter that may soon be in, and you watch 2 players bat like that, you actually do gain confidence.
Yeah.
They were both playing very well, worked very well together. 68 those 2 put on.
One of the curiously consistent things this week is that if things look a bit becalmed here for 20 minutes, half an hour,
yes,
all of a sudden something happens again, and nothing has gone off the seam like that today.
No.
And then Kyle Abbott, and it would be Kyle Abbott because he's got the ability to find something, but Kyle Abbott produces a perler like that.
John Turner then, hoping to do the same as he comes into Alex Davis down the leg side. Taken by Ben Brown. Wicket number 31 for the season for Kyle Abbott. Well out in front in the Division 1 wicket takers now. Fergus O'Neill at Notts had a great start to his time at Notts, but he wasn't there very long. Went back to Australia. He was leading it briefly, but Kyle Abbott has well and truly gone past that. Dave Allen, who is working profusely whilst trying to enjoy the cricket, in answer to that Malinga query earlier, said he didn't know, but apparently he is the only man to take 3 ODI hat-tricks. As Turner comes in, Davis is off the back foot, strikes that neatly through point. That's racing away for 4. That's nicely timed. Just waited for the ball and just allowed it to come onto the bat and just picked his gap. And he moves on to 49, 82 for 3. Different matches, different years with Malinga, says Dave. Probably now's the time to work, Dave Allen, if you want some queries answered. There is a little too.
It's our Ask Dave feature.
It is, yes. Well, it might become a regular feature. So Dave Allen is listening, and obviously in the mood to answer 1 or 2 queries. Don't make them too difficult, but if we ask him nicely, he may help you out. Here's Turner. Bowls. Davis on the back foot. Goes out into the colours. Deep point. Well, there is a deep point now. I should have said point has gone out to deep point for that. It is a short boundary, difficult to police, but once it beats the infield there, it is always going to be 4 runs.
I feel I should be saying hi, Dave, as well. I've always enjoyed my chats with him and commentary stints when I've been down at Southampton working with you. He's always brilliant company. So
that's good, very
good to hear from him today.
Turner in again, bowls. Davis on the back foot. He's going to take a quick single where the gap is at point, and there's his half century. 66 balls with 10 fours. Captain showing away here for Warwickshire.
It's an important innings this for the Bears, in that if they are going to stand a chance of getting 310, somebody is probably going to have to go through the three figures. Now, nobody's managed that here this week. Conditions with for the batter are a little bit easier today, but there's still going to be the odd delivery like we just saw, the one that dismissed Sam Hain. But if Alex Davis was to get 100 in this innings, it could well give the Bears a chance.
Third time he's passed 50 this season. Alex Davis with the top score of 66. Field changes here for Webster, the tall Aussie, with point coming to regulation backward a point, and the cover is being pushed back. He did show a fondness for driving in the first innings. Low full toss, he's gone for the Yorker there. John Turner, I think that surprised Webster, missing out on that one.
Well, yes, because Turner was bowling when Webster came in the first innings, left the first ball, hit the next 3 for 4.
Yes.
Well, I asked him about that yesterday. He said, "Oh, well, it's just the way I like to play," which is what all players seem to say these days. I just imagine you saying that to your captain when you were playing. Well, it's just the way I play, Skipper.
Well, you usually had to give a reason.
Yeah.
Here comes Turner. Webster drives on the up, goes out to point. He wants a single. He's taken 3 or 4 paces down the wicket. Alex Davis says no, probably wisely, because the ball was in Gubbins' hand fairly rapidly. End of the over, 83 for 3. Yes, you couldn't just say, well, I play like that, because that would have been viewed as just a off-the-cuff remark with absolutely no thought having gone into it.
Yeah, but your modern players think that is a reason. That's the problem. They think that is a reason. As Kev's just going to go and update listeners to BBC Solent as to the events of the day. They've been listening to the final ever game at Goodison Park, where Everton beat Southampton 2-0 earlier. See, I don't believe in a full football ban when we're talking cricket. These two things coexist, especially in these parts. Many person loves to split their day between the cricket and the football here on a weekend when the seasons overlap, as Abbott begins a new over and he's driven up towards mid-on by Alex Davis. This is Abbott's 4th over of this spell. At the moment he is by some distance the biggest danger. Just what makes life intriguing. Elsewhere in Division 1, Durham 476 for 5, lead Notts now by 69. Ollie Robinson closing in on a century is 94 not out. Graham Clark with him has 52. As Abbott approaches once more, and Davis will just about manage to guide this down towards third man. It got big on him, but he managed to adjust his hands, and it was soft and wide of the 2 slips. Probably went through a 4th slip. He's to 54, 87 for 3, but more danger from Abbott. I wonder whether he'd be tempted to have a 3rd slip in there. At Taunton, Sussex 246 for 7, leads Somerset by 60. Simpson 43 and Hudson Prentice 26. So, mentioned earlier, it is 2 proper batsmen at the crease. Jack Leach 3 for 40. Yorkshire batting in the second innings, trailing on first innings by 257 against Surrey, a 13 without loss. And Essex needing 336 to beat Worcestershire, are 28 without loss. Those are all the scores in Division 1. As Abbott comes into Davis, who covers up middle and off, and it rolls out in front of him. In Division 2, Northampton 172 for 6 in their second innings, still 67 runs short of making Glamorgan bat again. Gloucestershire 472 for 8, lead Kent by 48. Derbyshire 226 for 7 in their first innings, still trail Lancashire by 232 runs. Second day in succession that Jimmy Anderson's had 1 5-over spell and not been seen back. And Middlesex 86 for 6 in their second innings, lead Leicestershire by only 44. As Abbott is in and walking across in front of off stump is Davis. They've put the clean face of the bat on it. Only 1 wicket for Ian Holland so far in that.
He's having a good year.
He's having a terrific year.
Yeah, he was really good for us for quite a while, and you know, just bowls medium pace, but he's very accurate. Did pick up wickets, and he was tried as an opener for a while. I think he got, off the top of my head, I'm guessing he got 200s, certainly more than 1. But yeah, I think they always felt that he was a makeshift opener rather than
Aberdeen back of a length, guided down to third by Alex Davis for a single. He's 55. Bo Webster is yet to score. Phil Britt is back in the commentary box, and I know that he's got an appointment later, so I think this will be a good moment for me to check out and bring him in for half an hour alongside you, Kevin.
So 2:22 from here, Warwickshire. 2 positive batters out there in the middle. So whilst they're out there, the scoreboard will keep moving. The trick for Hampshire, of course, is to try and move at least one of these without them batting for too long. Warwickshire, of course, will want the opposite. There are 59 overs left in the day, just over. Plenty of cricket left in day 3 as Webster gets wrapped on the pad. They'll run through for a leg bye. 89 for 3. Welcome back, Phil.
Thank you, Kevin. Are you okay?
I'm very well, yes. I'm a little better now Sam Hain has gone.
Yes. I heard when you're walking around the outside of the ground, you can't hear the exact thing being said, but I knew Mel was going into quite a rather than a few words to say a bowling change. I thought, that sounds like a wicket.
Yeah, you can tell by the tone, can't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it was. I mean, there's not as much happening out there for the bowlers as we've seen, but that was a really good nip backer from Abbott.
Yeah, Richard just telling me as we changed over.
Turner bowls inside edge from Webster. Fortunately, it misses the stumps as the ball rolls back towards Ben Brown.
I think they've just got to be patient. That sort of shot, almost, we just don't need to take any risks at the moment to get the ball. So it gets softer and softer, and the runs should hopefully start, from Warwickshire's point of view, start to become easier to get. But
I don't think these two do patient.
I don't think they know the word for it.
No, they don't.
I think you're absolutely right.
Here's Turner, driving and missing. No ball. That's just as well it didn't catch the edge, or did it? Looking at John Turner's reaction, maybe he's just disappointed he bowled a no ball.
Well, if you remember, we were talking, these two are the prime example of not doing patient. Davis got out at the close play, playing an extravagant shot, and Bo Webster at the other end has a flashing drive and gets bowled on the last ball before lunch yesterday.
Yes, clearly an upcoming break means nothing to these two.
Absolutely. Either that or they're not hungry. However, 91 for 3, there's a lot of work still to do here for Warwickshire. Hampshire nibbling through.
They are forward defensive from Webster. Now Barry Breen is taking the mickey here. I did say earlier before you came on, Phil, just for your benefit, that Dave Allen has been listening and watching, and has come back with a couple of queries that were brought up just before lunch, and he came back over lunch and whatever, and he's actually already has emailed since lunch, and I did jokingly say, make the most of it, everybody, while Dave's listening. So if you've got any, queries that we can't answer, then we'll ask Dave nicely. But Barry Breen has taken advantage of that. Here's Turner, comes in, and it just comes back at Bo Webster, but he works that away on the leg side for a single. He's off the mark, 92 for 3. Barry says, hi Kev, one for Dave. What would be his Hampshire 11 past and present? I don't think we're going to pass that one on, to be honest, because Dave's in retirement. He doesn't need that. He might prove me wrong and come back in about half an hour's time with his all-time past and present Hampshire 11.
Which will only go to prove if he does that in half an hour, then he shouldn't have retired.
Well, he shouldn't have done, but I have a feeling that Dave knows that in his mind. I think he's got his 11 probably on hand somewhere. Davis works that on the leg side, but to Fuller, so there is no run there. So I could be completely wrong, and Dave saying, no, I love that challenge. But my guess is that we're trying to go easy on Dave.
We had to do a similar thing here at Edgbaston a few years ago. A previous chief exec wanted the all-time great, but what he really wanted was people still able to get on a cricket pitch all-time great. So when you started putting in people from 1900...
Turner bowls, Davis leaves that one alone, pulls the bat away at the last moment.
Rather than putting 5 pots of ashes and stuff like that in that slip, you couldn't do it, and it was insistent that we had some names in that team you looked at it and looked at their performances and their figures, stats against some of the ones from 1920s, 1900s that didn't even get close. You know, guys who'd got 25,000 runs weren't good enough to get in, but some of you had got 5 or 6 but were still walking.
That's bounced a bit. Davis keeps that down nicely, guides it to backward a point. No run though. End of the over. Turner's 7 overs, none for 22. Warwickshire are 92 for 3, needing another 218.
I think the other criteria was that when you do an all-time great, we've got SF Barnes as one of the ex-Warwickshire players, but he only played 2 or 3 games for us because he didn't really want to. He fell out with the club, and there was different issues, and he went off. Most of his cricket was played in non-first class for Staffordshire, although he's still seen as being one of the greatest bowlers we've ever produced in England. But do you put him in your all-time great Warwickshire team? And the answer to that is probably not.
No, you wouldn't. I suppose one man that would be, and I think he was doing a thing for the members yesterday lunchtime, Dennis Amos?
I think Dennis might squeak in, just.
Yeah,
Calabert continues from the Birmingham end, bowling to Bo Webster. So Bo, who is part of the Australian party to play in the against India, Lords, next month.
He's had a good winter, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Yeah.
Got into the test side.
Yep. He's shown some good form in that. Warwickshire could well do with that now in this match. See, he batted beautifully in the match against Yorkshire. He got 85 in his first innings for Warwickshire. He defends this one firmly back up to mid-on. There's no run. Good solid defensive shot. Yes, so Warwickshire have got great hopes with him because he's going to be here for a while. Not the whole summer, but quite a chunk. Although he does, Rich and I were talking yesterday, I think he's going to miss about 5 of the blast games, which is quite a considerable chunk.
Yeah, he's here for 3 months, isn't he?
Because of that Australia-India game. This one, next one, he beats the side edge as he pushed forward to that. Another beauty from Abbott. It's just holds the line and just on the playing it down the wrong line really there. Webster gets away with that. Alex Davis at the non-strikers end will look worried because there is a bit of a tail to this Warwickshire team. They've gone in with Taz Ali, Chase Simmons, Oliver Hannon Dolby and Ethan Bamber, so not a great deal of batting. This next one is driven but into the extra cover area by Webster, which will get him a single. So he's on his way. No, he'd already got one, and he's on to 2. Board's just caught up. 93 for 3. Alec Davis 55. And, we said right at the start of this, somebody in the Warwickshire side is going to have to make 100 if Warwickshire are going to win this game, and somebody's going to have to take the wickets. It's a number of wickets. Well, Abbott's doing the wicket side, and Davis is trying his best. So again, this one is left by Davis. No shot offered as it goes a little bit of extra bounce there, and Davis, who's not a tall man, that goes through at sort of chest height through to the keeper.
Yeah, still nice to see the odd one do that. We saw yesterday, didn't we, from that far end, 1 or 2 bounce wickedly. Yeah. Dawson caught in the slips of one that bounced wickedly. There were others that perhaps didn't take a wicket, but hasn't been too many today, but that did.
Well, we saw those which basically crept along the floor earlier on as well, didn't we? Here's Abbott in to bowl to Davis, who is looking to turn this through the onside, but only just gets it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's a beautiful afternoon here again. Just 2 or 3 fluffy clouds on the, just going over towards Birmingham, but up above it's lovely blue skies, and the crowd enjoying the warm sunshine.
So I make Turner's spell after lunch, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13, which is much better. That's what you want. That's what Hampshire need. If you're not going to take a wicket, just give them a spell where you're not going for too many runs. And having gone for over 4 and over initially, he's down to just a fraction over 3. Now that's good. Kyle Abbott's going for 3s. now Brad Wheel and James Fuller, who are both going for well over 4s and almost 5. The trick for them now, of course, is to just give a good spell of 4, 5, 6 overs. If you're not going to take a wicket, don't go for any more than 3s, and just, you know, slow things down. It'll be difficult against these two as Fuller comes in. Bowls. Webster works that to mid-wicket. That's a good diving stop from Kyle Abbott. Does palm it off to... Sorry, it wasn't Kyle Abbott. It was John Turner who palmed it off to Kyle Abbott at mid-on. Good agility after just bowling his 5 overs. Single to Webster. Takes him on to 3. 94 for 3 Warwickshire.
So what was the target? It was 310, wasn't it? Yeah. So 30% of the way there, near enough.
Here's Fuller to Davis. Bowls. Davis leaves that alone. 2 bounces, that one, through to Ben Brown. Need a spell from Fuller. In fact, I need a day from Fuller, very much like last year, where Hampshire were trying to bowl Warwickshire out to win the game, and they almost got there. Sam Hain stood between them and a win, but Fuller bowled absolutely superbly on a wicket which was much more benign than this, and with a ball that was a lot softer, but he still kept running in and tested Hain to the full. But Hain stood firm with 111 not out. 254 balls it was. And Warwickshire ended the day 321 for 9, staved off the defeat. Ooh, he's playing that late there, Davies. He wants a single. There might have been if Webster had gone straight away, because there is a gap at point, but I think Webster was probably thinking the same as me, as that almost crept between bat and pad.
I don't think there was a single there, really. Webster would have had to have reacted straight away, but he was back on his haunches watching the shot and watching where it had gone. I don't think it was ever going to get a response from that.
True. Now, Michael Poor has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He's trying to take some weight off Dave Allen's shoulders. Here comes Fuller. Full delivery, drive through extra cover. Beautiful shot. It's one of those where you just stand there and admire the shot you've just played, which is exactly what Alex Davis did. And he moves on to 59, 98 for 3. Now 212 are needed. Michael, in 10 minutes, he says, has come up with his all-time Hampshire 11. Barry Richards, Gordon Greenwich, Robin Smith, David Gower, James Vince, Shane Warne, Andy Roberts, Malcolm Marshall, Sean Udall, Bobby Parks and Kyle Abbott. That's 3 overseas players.
Yeah.
4 overseas players.
I was going to say there's...
Yeah, so they would straight away be deducted points. So they certainly wouldn't win the championship, as that's turned away on the leg side, as good a side as that is. 12th man, Dimmy Mascarenhas.
So you've got no Colin Ingleby Mackenzie?
No, too old. No, don't mean too old. He's a late Colin Ingleby Mackenzie. But what you were saying earlier, I think, because it's so far in the past, people just don't remember how good they might have been.
Yeah.
But that's 4 overseas players, and well, that 11 wouldn't be allowed to take the field. But thank you anyway.
Could they take the... Well, they can't take the field.
They could play an exhibition match. They could play a benefit match. Fuller bowls. Davis is trying to work that a little stronger through point. Doesn't quite come out of the middle of the bat. End of the over. 212 needed. 98 for 3. Davis has 59. Bo Webster has 3. Those, or just that 1 wicket since lunch. Sam Hain, LBW to Kyle Abbott, not playing a shot from a ball that nipped back. He went for 30. Ended a 68-run partnership for the 3rd wicket between him and Alex Davis.
Yes, that was a bit of a blow, because Sam Hain was beginning to look like he was getting himself back into some sort of form. I mean, in the first innings, tried his utmost to get out on many occasions. This time he was dug in and was starting to play some decent shots. Kyle Abbott about to start his 11th over from that Birmingham end. He's bowling to Bo Webster, who's not quite settled yet. Webster plays this one away, just bends the knees and runs it away into the offside, and a quick shout of yes from Davis, and they're through for the single. So takes Warwickshire on to 99 for 3. There's a reasonable crowd in today. It's scattered over the far side. There's this weekend where Warwickshire are trying to celebrate red ball cricket. Have tried and Dennis Amos, you were talking about, spoke yesterday in the Dollery Lounge in the Pavilion. Then at tea time he was talking in the Heath Suite on the other side of the ground. This one is pulled by Davis down to deep backward square leg. No real power in the pull, just helped it on its way. And the applause you can hear on the effects mic is for the 100 coming up. So Warwickshire 100 for 3, require a further 210 to win, and Hampshire need those 7 wickets. And I still wouldn't like to say which way it's going to go.
No, I agree. 82 years of age now, Dennis Amos.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, he's looking okay, actually, Dennis. He's, and once you push the button and get him talking, he can talk forever. This one, is a shout for OBW. I think he got a nick on that, but just watch the replay. I don't know whether he did or not. He must have done, because it was very, very adjacent. He must have got a bat onto it.
It felt close, but didn't quite feel right.
Just watching the replay, might have been missing, doing it, swinging away enough to do miss leg stump, perhaps. Well, he might have been given the benefit of the doubt. However, he's still there, Webster, but he's not looked settled yet. Does try and play these expansive shots and leaves himself a little bit open. He'll get squirts this one behind square, gets a single, gets off strike, and brings Alex Davis back onto it. You've got 2 extremes here. You've got Alex Davis, who is one of the shortest men in cricket, in professional cricket, and you've got Bo Webster, who would be, I would think, going along as one of the tallest. You know, we talked yesterday about he and Hannon Dolby looking 2 really tall guys, but certainly amongst the bigger ones.
They'd be in the all-time Warwickshire Tall 11.
I would think so, yes. Boyd Rankin would have been up there. He was big lad, Boyd.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like standing next to a big tree. This one is left outside the off stump. When he first came to Warwickshire, he didn't have any sort of meat on him at all. It looked like, you know, he was tall, and you thought, how's this frame going to be a fast bowler? But I think the work they did here sort of got him better up.
He was a good bowler when he got it right.
He was on the day.
Yeah,
Boyd could be really good.
So there we are, all-time Warwickshire Tall 11. silentcricket@gmail.com. We've got 2.
Yeah.
That'll be one for the museum, Phil.
Yeah. Abbott in, and forward comes Davis and plays it down. I'm trying to think of some other really tall men who've played for Warwickshire. Most of the ones I suppose I'm thinking of are bowlers. You can't have all bowlers inside.
I mean, you could have a little frivolous corner in the museum, couldn't you? This 11 and that 11. That would be a little fun area, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Andrew Cook has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, please be nice to Phil. Just say that to him that Australia are playing South Africa in that.
Oh, they are. Yes, they are. Not India.
He said that respectfully.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you very much indeed. You're quite right. It's got India in my brain because India are here, aren't they? And I keep automatically thinking they're going to play that, and then go on to the Test series. Thank you very much. It's South Africa. Yep. Yes. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. No,
just add it to the list.
I wasn't really going to mention it, but he did say to say it nicely. I tried. Here's Fuller to Webster. Webster gets one that comes back at him, just takes the bottom hand of the bat as he flicks it away on the leg side, fielded by Turner, 101 for 3. Brian Budd, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Roy Marshall gave up his Windies heritage, so that can reduce that Hampshire 11 down to 3 overseas. If you include Derek Shackleton and get rid of somebody else, that's me that added that bit, but he says Derek Shackleton, that reduces it to 2. Thank you, Brian. Nice that there's so much work gone into that. Now, Dave Allen, who might have to go and lie down in a dark corner shortly, has actually come back to us. So he's still listening and watching. silentcricket@gmail.com. As Fuller comes in and bowls, Webster plays that into the ground, almost bounces up. Oh, there's a nice little gesture. Picks the ball up and throws it back to the bowler. He's a nice Aussie. Someone once asked me, says Dave, who do I wish I'd seen but never did? I started in 1959, so they are from some time ago, but I think they should never be forgotten. In batting order, in brackets bowlers. Oh, in brackets are bowlers. And there's a couple of other caveats there as well. So this is his players he's never seen, not necessarily his best Hampshire 11. As Fuller bowls. Webster doesn't quite time that one on the back foot as the ball rolls out to mid-wicket. George Brown, Neil McCorkle, the wicket keeper, Neville Rogers, C.B. Fry, Phil Mead, Lord Tennyson, C.B. Llewellyn, who was a South African, Jack Newman, right arm off break, Alec Kennedy, right arm medium fast, Charlie Knott, slow left armour, and Arthur Jacks. There we are. Some of those names will mean
nothing.
Well, I wasn't going to quite put it like that, but anyway. Here comes Fuller. Bowls. As Webster's going to take a quick single out to point. Good diving stop there from Nick Gubbins. Good aggressive running from the two out there in the middle. 102 for 3.
So those are all old Hampshire players.
Old Hampshire players that Dave never got to see. More than his best 11. Tall Warwickshire players. Lewis Cooper, silentcricket@gmail.com. Vadim Chopra is 6'1" and a decent opener. Can't imagine there's many taller. Does that ring a bell?
Oh, yeah, Chopra, he was captain.
Oh, was that him?
Yeah.
Is he 6'1"?
I think he's quite a reasonably tall guy, but wouldn't have put him in the tallest of ever.
Davis off the back foot, steers that to backward a point for a single, moves on to 61, 103 for 3. Well, at the moment, 6'1" does get in there because we've only got 3 players. In fact, if you've got a 4'6" player, you get in at the moment until they're usurped.
Alex Davis is in at the moment.
Alex Davis is in the tall 11 until we get 10 other names. I suppose we'll have to put Chopper in for now.
Well, we can put him in. Yeah. Mark Wall was quite tall by the same token. I would say Mark Wall was taller than Baron Chopra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark Wall, who opened the batting. But I could come up with quite a few 6-footers.
Oh, right. Well, look forward to that. There's a nice drive from Webster out into the deep where the boundary is covered. And Webster moves on to 7. Will keep the strike. 104 for 3 are Warwickshire. Webster's now moved on to 7. Davis 61. Warwickshire from here need another 206.
That C.B. Fry must have been some sportsman though, mustn't he? Didn't he play in the cup final and he held the world long jump record?
C.B. Fry?
Yeah.
He was a very good all-round sports person, apparently. I'd have to look that up, but I'm sure you're right.
He played in a cup final. He either held the world long jump record, he was close to it. And also, I've got a feeling he was offered some sort of, honour, like being king of somewhere. Not like Norman Wisdom was offered the kingdom of Albania, but I think C.B. Fry was offered.
Was he really?
Yeah. Oh, he was big in Albania. Norman Wisdom. They go mad for him. I think even today they still show his films.
Okay.
Here, Brad Wheel is going to have a bowl from the Birmingham end. His first 5 overs went for 24. He's in to bowl to Bo Webster, who drives nicely, but straight up to mid-off, and there's no run.
So I'm looking, as well as his exploits with cricket, in athletics, he won blues in all 4 years at Oxford. In football, he was a defender with exceptional pace, it says here. I'm not sure he actually reached... Oh, hang on. He made his debut for Southampton as an amateur against Tottenham. Helped Southampton win the Southern League. Wow.
Southern Brad League. Wheel in, down the leg side, and Webster can't get bat onto it. That's in the days where the Southern League was much more powerful than it is today.
Well, apparently following year they got to the FA Cup final. Southern League to the FA Cup final. Imagine that now.
Was he playing in that match in the final? He must have been. That was the final he played in.
Against Sheffield United.
Yep.
His positional play was sometimes questioned. He played in all 8 of the FA Cup games for Southampton that season. Let's say the final.
Comes in, bowls. This is driven away out to the offside and out towards the cover boundary where there's a man patrolling out there. So 1 more to Webster. He goes on to 8, 105 for 3.
Looks like the highest he got in rugby union was playing for the Barbarians. Blimey. Acrobatics, what's this all about? Fry's party trick was to leap from a stationary position on the floor backwards onto a mantelpiece. What?
You've done that, haven't you?
Yeah.
Wheel in, bowls, and this one is played by Davis Hampton to the offside.
Crouch down,
And
take
this-
a leap upwards, turn in the air and bow to the gallery with his feet planted on the shelf.
And
What a man.
And that was while he was sober. You should have seen him when he had a couple of drinks.
Oh dear.
Not quite sure what the benefit of that acrobatic ability is. I suppose if you're stuck in a lift or something. I don't really know. I'm trying to think why. But how would you actually know you could do that? Here's wheel in, bowls, and Davis has wrapped on the pad again. Did that get a little nick into his pads? He goes down. That one's hurt him. I think it's got it on the inside of the pad. And, he's still down, crouched down. He's survived anyway. Survived the appeal. Just watching the replay again. No, it hit him. He didn't get back near it. It's hit him on the inside of the leg, on the bit where you've really got no padding to cover that one. Why is it the cricket ball can always find the place which you haven't put any protection on?
I know. It's uncanny sometimes.
You go out there and you've got everything you think was fine this time, and then whack, it finds a spot. Davis waits, wheel into him, and he defends this one back. Wheel follows through, takes the ball off his own body. It's 105 for 3. Webster's on 8. Davis is 61. Warwickshire require a further 205, and Hampshire require the 7 wickets.
This is a nice email from Ant Weeks, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon. Listening to your commentary regarding Kyle Abbott. I've known and been a friend of his since his first season in club cricket for Loudoun Cricket Club in Devon in 2006. Back then he was a bleached, floppy-haired teenager, and from that stage you could see that he was going to be a force with the ball. Being a keeper, watching his impeccable seam coming towards me, ball after a ball, was a joy to watch as Fuller comes in. Bowls to Bo Webster, full delivery, driven by Webster, opens the face of the bat, the ball races through point for 4. Webster moves on to 12, and Warwickshire in their second innings on to 109 for 3, meaning from here they need 201. Also, his season average of around 7 for every wicket was quite incredible, but he also had a very good technique with the bat in hand. That's what he does, averaging over 70, and had one particular innings of 140 with 6s everywhere. With this in mind, I feel there is one thing missing in his career that would put the cherry on the career cake. As Fuller comes in, Webster's forward, just works that into the gap in the covers. Dawson comes round, threatens to throw. 110 for 3, so now Warwickshire need exactly 200, and that is a first-class 100. He did a couple of seasons ago. He got 97 against Somerset, and I think it might have been not out actually. I need to check that, but he really did get that close, and it was a game where it was a very flat pitch at Taunton, not taking anything away from his innings. But I think he was 97 not out because the last wicket fell. I think Hampshire were asked to follow on because Somerset got a million. And here's Fuller again. Length ball to Davis, who's forward. And he just kept his pads on and went straight back out to it in the batting. But 97 is his highest. I'm sure you're completely... Oh, hang on. I've also told him that he isn't allowed to retire until this is achieved. Which is probably why he's playing a lot of shots now, because he probably thinks that he hasn't got a lot of time left now in which to get a first-class 100. So he is playing very positively these days, which I'm sure he'll completely ignore. But I think you'll agree that it is something that he could achieve. Yeah, definitely.
He's a terrific cricketer, isn't he?
Thank you, Ant, who's a former wicketkeeper and very occasional batter for Loudoun Cricket Club. Lovely email. Fuller is forward. It's played back to him by Davis.
You really wouldn't want to turn up for your Saturday afternoon game of cricket, would you, having worked all week, to find somebody of that ability?
I agree.
Staring at you at the other end. And the young guy itching to get on with the career. I remember the club I played at, we had Anderson Cummins turn up playing for the West Indies. Gosh. I came from work for a net, and then he turned up for the first night.
Well, that's no fun.
It was no fun. And I was only netting. He was in my team, but it was no fun having a net with him bowling.
Go back to work. Davis
That
is
wasn't
on the
any
back foot.
fun either.
Which way do you turn? Bill Maidment, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi from the Moselle Valley. You must have been there.
Very nice.
You must have been
yeah,
there.
Yeah, I have indeed.
Yeah.
I used to live in France. I was lucky enough to be posted out there with my job for 3 years to France, and we got round a fair bit.
Round the vineyards.
Well, we were mostly as well on the Rhone, so and a lot of the guys who were in the offices, they'd had relatives who had vineyards, small vineyards.
Yeah.
But still produced plenty of wine.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's beaten Alex Davis. That's pitched, it's bounced, it's left Davis through to the keeper. Almost too good, that one from Fuller.
Say, that really was almost an unplayable delivery.
Was, yeah. So where's the Moselle Valley, just to remind everybody?
In France.
Yeah, oh, thank you. A couple of suggestions for... That's cleared that one up. A couple of suggestions for tall Warwickshire players. Bob Willis.
Yep.
Don't know how tall he was
Yep.
he? Yep. Alan Donald.
Yeah, he's quite a tall guy.
Fairly tall.
Yeah. He was. They weren't giants though. Not like not of the Oliver Hannon Dolby. And you know, you literally on a cloudy day you can't see the top of Oliver Hannon Dolby's head.
Right.
You know, he really is a tall guy.
Without exaggerating, obviously.
Here's Brad Wheel starts a new over in to bowl to Webster, who defends this one out into the onside. There's no run.
You wouldn't just like to sort of, within 1,000 kilometres, just try and pinpoint where the Moselle Valley is?
No.
No, okay.
It's well, it's on the River Moselle.
Thank you.
Which is over.
Is it north, south, east, or west, or central?
It's sort of in the north right-hand corner, in the northeast corner of the Moselle.
Right, thank you. It wasn't that hard, was it?
No, not really. But I was mostly the Rhone, which ran down the country and across by the Alps. This next one is played by Webster into the onside. And where I lived was the lower reaches of the River Loire, which were beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Jack has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, just tuned in listening to the commentary. I'm supporting Hampshire and my dad's a Warwickshire fan. Could be interesting later on. We came up with Tim Munton for tallest Warwickshire players.
Yeah, he's tall. He's a tall
we
guy.
thought he must have been at least 6'5".
Yeah, I would think he's that. I'll have a look through some. This one is driven by Webster, but straight out into the covers, and there's no run. Then this over, Richard will replace me, and I've got to go off to somebody coming in with some memorabilia that we're going to have a look at. See whether it's something which will be suitable for the museum, so I'll go down and see them.
You got the club checkbook on you?
I think I'm going to need to. I think it might be a bit pricey.
Oh, you've got to get your bargaining skills out.
Yeah, I think so. I normally can try. This one is run away to backward point. I normally say, do you want to loan it or do you want to... It's around when they say no, we want to sell it. Suddenly you lose quite a bit of interest in stuff when it's...
So you take loans, i.e. what?
Oh, yes.
Over a period of time?
Yeah. What we do
you'll
is
agree
we do
to
extended
pay.
loans, and what they'll do is, we'll do it for, say, 10 years, and then at the end of the 10 years, quite often people have forgotten that they loaned it to, or sadly have died and nobody knows, but we've got it on record and we try to get hold of them and say, do you want to renew it? This next one, run to backward point. There's no run. So we get a lot of stuff given to us, but I prefer it in many respects if people retain it, because people change their mind about things, and if you've given it to the club and to the museum, you can't. It's difficult then if they come back and say, "Oh, well, we want it back." We would do it, obviously, but it's easier and for everybody if it's loaned. And it covered, obviously, with our insurance and everything. So so long as we can get it and put it on display, I'm not too worried, loaned or given. This next one, Webster goes for an expansive drive, misses it. It goes past the outside edge, not by very much at all. He's certainly having a go, is Webster.
Yeah, he is.
110 for 3. I shall make way, and Richard will replace me.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
I look forward to hearing an update. A little later on, just find out how much of the club's money you've spent. Whether Warwickshire will need to sell a player come the end of the season because of it. So 200 exactly for Warwickshire. The period since lunch, and we've had about an hour and nearly 10. Warwickshire have added 60. Richard, do the maths for me.
Quite a lot. But we're getting a lot of angry emails from Germany about the location of the Moselle Valley, by the way.
Here's Fuller. He's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. Not out, says the umpire. May just have jagged back a little too much. Good delivery, kept low, and Alex Davis, not for the first time, is on his knees, having been hit.
Yeah, the way it folded up didn't make life easy for the umpire there, because there's quite a bit going for it. Height. I think height is the problem. It might have been just going over. Because Moselle Valley is more often considered to be in Germany, as it runs from the southwest in Trier up towards Koblenz. But it's not far from the northeast of France. It's sort of where France meets Luxembourg. It's sort of
okay, around there. Yes, okay, yeah. I do feel Phil has brought on a bit of controversy with his lack of clarity as that's pushed out on the offside. But I think he did it deliberately.
Yeah. It's 54 runs, by the way, since
thank you.
lunch. And I have two other observations. One is CB Fry must have trod a very, very, very delicate line between being really talented and just a show-off. I could, being good at that many things, it's not very gentlemanly.
But fun. Must have been fun. Do you know what? That's something you think... I wouldn't... I'd love to have been able to do that.
Yeah.
It's a bit bizarre, isn't it? Here's Fuller. Bowles. Davis plays that late. Backward a point. There is a fielder out on the boundary. 111 for 3.
Yeah, but you see, was he fun? Or was he the sort of person at the party but what's Fry going to do now? So what's he going to do now? Oh, yeah. He's doing a backwards somersault off the roof, landing in the fountain without getting his ankles wet. It's just...
You see, we all have a party... I'll tell you what, that might be interesting on emails. We all have a party trick in us, I think. I have a very different party trick. I mean, nothing as athletic as that. I can make a particular shape with a linen napkin, as that's edged along the ground, fielded at first slip, which always brings some amusement when I do it.
Is it a duck?
It's not a duck.
Oh, that would have been good for a cricketer if we could make a duck out of a.
Yeah, well, that's probably a bad one, really, isn't it? If you're a batter. But anyway, what's your party trick?
I don't know. Does the amount of fluff I can gather out of my navel count?
I don't really want to picture that, to be honest. It's something we can all picture.
No, I don't think I've got a party trick at all.
Phil, have you got a party trick? No, he hasn't, no. So if you've got one that we can mention on air, solarcricket@gmail.com. Here's Fuller. It's like the cricket is boring. It's anything but. As Webster works that up towards mid-off. Still that one wicket that's fallen since lunch. Sam Hain, LBW not playing a shot to Kyle Abbott. Ball at nip back. We haven't seen too many of those as we've gone through day 3. Hain out for 30. That ended a partnership of 68 between himself and Davies.
And tall bears. We've had Boyd Rankin presumably at 6'8".
Yes.
But Ashley Giles 6'4".
Okay. Yeah, he's in.
Tom Moody 6'5".
Well, he's definitely in. Yeah. Did he play here? Because I know he played at Worcester.
Yeah, played here first. Yeah.
Right, okay. Here's Fuller. Webster off the back foot, steers out to point. That seems to be a good area for the Warwickshire players at the moment to hit through and at least get a single. 112 for 3 at the end of that Fuller over.
He played here and made something like 5 centuries in the summer. But I think he's one of the many overseas players who came in a year when Alan Donald wasn't available, and then the county would continue to prefer Alan Donald, and with good reason, because Donald's career here, in terms of slightly more modern overseas players, was extraordinary. I think we were reaching a point in the 90s where we didn't see so much loyalty in so many years from an individual on the county circuit playing overseas, and Donald's extra pace and ability to take wickets was gold dust, wasn't it?
Oh yes.
Were you ever on the receiving end?
A few times.
I mean, he was lightning by name, lightning by nature. Webster on 14 awaits Brad Wheel. That tucks him up. Can't get a single, though, because it's too close to mid-wicket. As he guides it there, and there's no run.
Yes, I preferred it when he wasn't bowling. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
If anybody annoyed him, I remember seeing a Sunday League game here when Yorkshire were having a slight problem fielding a team because they had a bunch of them with food poisoning. But he's gone through them faster than the bacon sandwiches. But it was, I think it was 6 for 15 or something that day. It was crazy. Webster forward defensively. Wheels bowling a nice line here. Just causing 1 or 2 problems. The Bears women have beaten Devon by 38 runs. Devon ended up on 98 for 4, which is one of those neither one thing nor the other scores, isn't it, really? The opener, Goldsworthy, faced exactly half of the deliveries, 60 balls for 51 not out. So they just couldn't find the acceleration.
I wonder if she's a sister of Lewis Goldsworthy.
She's missing a D, but the same thing had occurred to me. Very much the same thing had occurred to me. As Webster awaits again, turned towards point. He's actually beaten to the ball by Gubbins coming round from cover. So you suggested that means the Bears women now go to face Yorkshire away.
Yes, I saw somebody who had written down the draw. I'm not sure they knew 100%, but it seemed to suggest that that's what's going to happen.
Okay. It's not a bad little idea, this competition. I think it's
good.
Bit of knockout, bit of jeopardy. Wheel again, lashed through the offside there by Webster. He's waited a while to put his hands through a ball like that, but through a straight extra cover. That was a no-doubter. It's actually going to hit the advertising hoarding with a bit of a rap, and that is a long way over there. That's going to be the best part of 100 metres to where that advertising board is. 18 to Webster, 116 for 3.
Oh, my word. I was just looking up when you were talking there. Kyle Abbott's spell this afternoon, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 26. After having a spell of 2 for 8 from 5 before lunch.
1 for 26 would have been, wouldn't
it? 1 for 26, sorry, yes, of course, Hayne.
That ball that jagged back to get Sam Hayne, who looked set on 30, actually looked in order.
Yeah.
Webster, this time onto the back foot. All he can do is fend it off. That was a good comeback ball from Wheel. Having been driven the previous one, just found a slightly more awkward length. You were talking about him on during his first spell on the evening of Friday, Brad Wheel, but he looks a yard faster to me. He certainly looks fitter.
I think that's definitely true. On the fitness side, I think you're right. And I've said this for a few years, that when he plays game after game, for me, he gets in a really good rhythm, which of course then translates into a little quicker.
So now to Webster, who can guide this towards mid-wicket, but he can't beat the fielder. So that is the end of the over. Is that Ali Orr fielding at the moment?
Yes, it is.
He might be trotting off again at the moment. Yeah, he's Abbott and Dawson have both been off. Abbott, I suspect, for a shirt change. Dawson might be putting his bowling boots on just in case he's needed. He went off immediately before bowling in the first innings.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him shortly. Bill Maidment back on the emails. Yes, said actually he's in Germany, where the Moselle goes. He said exactly where we are. So that's nice, isn't it? Talking about the area where he is. Oh yes, this is a good shout for a Warwickshire Tool 11.
Yeah.
And I know this person fairly well. We played at the same club at North London together in our very early ages. That's turned away on the onside. Start of a new over from Fuller, bowling to Alex Davis. He was a few years behind me, but a really good bloke. Lee Talbot, thank you very much. sonatcricket@gmail.com. Adrian Pearson.
Oh, of course.
Spin bowler in the 80s. Yes, he was very tall.
Yeah, he'd have been 6'6", 6'7", wouldn't he?
Yes, he was. Yeah, he's most definitely in the side.
Yeah.
And he was an underrated bowler as well.
Yeah, he was. Quite a good point fielder for his size.
That's right. Edmonton in North London was where he started. That's worked wide of mid-wicket and mid-on. Diving stop from Kyle Abbott. Keeps the runs down to the bare minimum, just a single. Davies moves on to 63, and the Warwickshire second innings total on to 117 for 3. From here, they need another 193.
They're still in it, but it's going to be difficult, isn't it, to chase this down. There's not a lot of room for error, that's for sure.
Lewis Cooper saying it was Varan Chopper he meant, not Vadim.
Yeah.
That's right. So I thought Phil definitely knew. Length ball to Bo Webster, who pushes that into the covers.
See, he would qualify and he only played second 11, but Dallas Moyer, the giant spinner who played for Derbyshire for a long time.
Yes, I played against him.
Yeah, he played second 11 here in 1980. He was 6'8".
Was he that tall? Wow.
Yeah.
I remember playing him, I think, at Basingstoke one year, and I think Robin Smith hit him into the knee by field. But not because he was bowling poorly, but because Basingstoke is quite a tiny playing area compared to most places around the country. Forward. Oh, they're asking for an LBW, thinking that Webster coming forward, the ball has hit the pad before the bat, but I'm not sure there was enough of a doubt there. May have looked slightly different right there in the middle as opposed to a little further away. Some great shouts from the Warwickshire Tall 11. Adrian Pearson, I love that one.
I think there may have been some bat on that, or some glove.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was, again, it's one of those that didn't look right from a distance. But this is again, well, it's going to be tense throughout the day. But with this two starting to establish another partnership here, I think we might see some shouts and more in hope. Oh, that looks out. Yes, he's gone. Fuller's got his man. That nipped back and it kept low, and Webster was going nowhere there, and that did look right from the moment that it hit the pads. Webster goes for 18, 117 for 4.
Good persistence from Fuller, that little bit of jag, and Webster didn't get forward to that, and it's wrapped him. I see how low it looked right from the off. Yeah, I mean, that's hitting probably 3/4 of the way up middle stump, and he looks rueful when he sees the finger goes up, but I think he also knows he's got himself caught there. Didn't heed the warning of the ball before. If he'd put in a big stride, he'd been able to just play that defensively. And now Warwickshire are starting to run out of batsmen, because there is quite the tail in this match, starting with Bamber at 8. So it's just Ed Barnard and Zen Malik to come, with still 192 behind, 193 for victory. But Fuller there, great execution, having come so close to the ball before, to produce an even better delivery of the ball after.
And it's so true. This wicket might not be offering quite as much, quite as often, but there is still some movement there from time to time. So you've got to get the ball right to take advantage of it, and that pitched in exactly the right area.
Yeah. So Barnard, who's had so much weight on his shoulders at times with the bat this season, comes in. He got 100 in when they chased over 340 to win at Chester Street. He made a century in that situation, and they were odds against when he came in. I said all along Alex Davis is probably going to need 100, the way that things have gone, particularly once Hayne was dismissed. Hampshire remain in the box seats. We're still one delivery away from being halfway through today, so there's still half a day's cricket remaining to try and get this finished, one way or the other.
So Barnard, definitely a dangerous player as far as Hampshire are concerned. Dangerous player anyway. He's had a good season, or is having a good season with the bat. Here comes Fuller with 2 slips, bowls to Barnard. Outside, well that's outside off, but it's a lovely shape. Just think Fuller buoyed by that wicket. Just got nicely through his action there. Lovely carry, lovely shape, but a little wide of the off stump. End of the over. 193 needed by Warwickshire.
He looks in rhythm there, because he's not straining himself when he delivers it. He's still bowling a heavy ball outside off stump. He's jogging nicely through his follow through.
Yeah, and generally now since lunch, all the bowlers that have been used, their economy rate is starting to drop. It was, apart from Abbott, they were all over 4. Now they're all into the 3s. So, the batting has got a little squeezed, and now it's bringing the odd wicket here and there.
Davis has become relatively becalmed since he reached his half century, but he pushes the ball out into the offside here for a comfortable single. He's 64, 118 for 4.
Another candidate for the Tall Bears 11.
Go on.
From Matthew Robbins, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, have we said Carlos Brathwaite? Would he be?
He's a big unit, Carlos. He is. He's probably 6'4".
Yeah, we'll go for that one. Matthew's in sunny Hampton in Arden.
Oh, it's nice in Hampton Arden.
Is it?
Yeah, it's nice places to eat down there as well. Here's Wheel once more to Barnard, who gets off the mark with a lovely back foot drive through point. Just stood up tall, opened the face of the bat up and timed it beautifully. He's 122 for 4. I'm trying to look up the height of Anton Ferreira, because I think he would have been pretty tall. He was a giant bear of a man.
He was 80s?
Yeah, he was my favourite bear in the 80s. Partly because I got to warm up with him on the outfield at Nuneaton a couple of times.
And he was taller than you?
Well, I mean, I was about 13 at the time. So, yeah, I would hope so. But big guy. So this back of length, guided into the offside by Barnard. And he had a big mullet, a massive bushy tash. He would wear his cricket shirt open almost down to his waist. He had almost as much hair on his chest as he had on his head. And in the Sunday League, you could guarantee his 8 overs, he'd be sort of 4 for 50 every week. He'd take wickets, he'd concede runs, and then he would hit the ball prodigious distances. If he was 30 years younger or 40 years younger, he'd have been a T20 talent that was going round the world. The game would have been ideally suited to him. As offers a bat at this one outside off stump, Barnard. And I think he just plays successfully inside the line. It goes through quite low actually to Ben Brown.
You haven't found his height yet, though.
I know, I'm trying to find his height. It's the sort of thing that didn't get listed quite as often back then. So the usual websites have not necessarily got that. So I remember a few years ago doing a podcast with Grant Elliott on, and he said he had Anton Ferreira as a coach when he was a teenager. So Barnard comes in. Sorry, or waits, and Wheel comes in and he defends it out into the offside. And they said they used to have guesses amongst the team as to how many times he'd use a certain word during any team talk. There's a word that begins with the 6th letter of the alphabet. I'm going to be coy about it. So a word that he shouldn't have used in front of youngsters. And the record was 35. He made his point in his own way. Wheel again, that's too far outside off stump, no interest there from Barnard. 310 the target for Warwickshire. They're 122 for 4. Hampshire continuing to eke their way through this innings on what has been a competitive surface since we started on Friday morning.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's got us to this point in the game, and yeah, you can't call it really. Alex Davis and Ed Barnard, this could be a formidable partnership. 68 between Davis and Sam Hain, 39 between Davis and Bo Webster. This could be another one in the making. Here's Fuller then, bowls to Davis. Bounces outside the off stump. Davis doesn't play, but again there's good shape on that one. David Boyle saying, could you please say that much of the River Moselle is in Germany as well as France? I think we did make that point, did we? If we didn't, apologies.
Yeah, the Moselle Valley, the valley that's taken the name and where the wine is produced is on the German side.
Yeah.
Of the border.
Moselle Valley is between France-German border and the German city of Koblenz.
There we go.
I've learnt something today, I think. There's Fuller bowls. It's come in to Davis, who works that away square on the leg side, jogs through for a single, moves on to 65 off 100 deliveries exactly for the Warwickshire captain. 123 for 4 Warwickshire are in their second innings. From here, need another 187.
Century in Division 1 today for Ollie Robinson, the wicket-keeper. 121 not out for Durham. Graham Clark with him has 80. 541 for 5 Durham, leading Notts by 134. Notts have been in the field for a long, long time. They're 150th over they're in.
Yes.
That's going to be sore.
I think they're finding bowling a little more difficult than they did last week on a quite responsive Trent Bridge pitch. Lovely shot, Ed Barnard, who steers that to back with a point. Couldn't find the gap. Yes, they were enjoying themselves last week against Hampshire, that's for sure. If it wasn't taking, they weren't taking a wicket, the ball was thudding into the keeper's gloves. Sounds like it's a completely different scene up there at Chester Street.
And an Essex collapse at New Road. 47 for 4 in their second innings, chasing 336. So they are in a spot of bother there. A couple of wickets for Matthew Waite. So Worcester looking like getting their first win of the season.
Fuller bowls. Forward is Barnard. Plays it late. The ball makes its way out to deepish gully. David Boyle is emailed saloncricket@gmail.com on tall and short Warwickshire players. It looks like there's an extension going on here. Dominic Ostler and Keith Barker, both 6'3". You already mentioned Tim Munson, yeah, he was 6'5", he says. Former wicketkeeper Keith Piper is 5'6", an inch shorter than Alex Davis. So there's 2 keepers in the Warwickshire short 11. Fuller, outside off stump. Barnard lets that one go by.
So the problem is that you could probably easily end up with 11 wicket keepers in a short 11, couldn't you?
What, meaning they tend to be shorter?
Well, yeah. So yeah, getting a balanced 11 is altogether more difficult.
Yeah, we're not quite going there yet, although it's quite nice to mention maybe who potentially gets into a short 11. But we're going for the tall ones at the moment. I think we've got about 7 or 8 at the moment, so we're still short of a full team. Here's Fuller, bowls, and... Oh, has he edged through? He has! Barnard goes for 4, and that shape that James Fuller has started to produce is there once more. It pitches, it straightens. Barnard just pushing forward a little tentatively. He goes for 4. Warwickshire now are 123 for 5.
Yeah, it's a lovely ball. It's looking like it's going to come in from the hand. A little bit of tiny bit of early swing, and it's really held its line. And as a result, Barnard nicks off, and he wasn't standing. He wasn't waiting for the umpire's decision. He was already on his way by the time the finger was going up. And Fuller has done exactly what Hampshire needed. They needed somebody to back Kyle Abbott up, having taken the first 3 wickets. And it's this spell with which James Fuller has done that, and Ed Barnard had no complaint there. And Alex Davis looked around because he now knows that there's not a lot of company left. Zen Malik comes in as the last recognised batsman. After that, Bamber, Simmons, Ali and Alan Dolby, all tail enders. Hampshire are in with a great chance now of a very useful away win.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that it just feels as though the balance is tipping in Hampshire's favour. Fuller's bowled a spell of 2 for 17 currently from this pavilion end, and has got some shape on that ball. Nip back to get rid of Webster, and then a beautiful little slide. Well, it's not a little slider. He bowls a bit quicker than that, but I don't think Barnard could have done too much about that.
Whatever's going to happen in this game now, I think could happen quite quickly, because my feeling is that Alex Davis will reckon that he's going to have to counter-attack here. So either they're going to score some runs quickly, or the wickets are going to tick over fairly rapidly. You know, there's no third alternative really in this game. So we'll see. New over to be started by Wheel. Forward in defence is Davis. Certainly if he was to lose Zen Malik, he then absolutely has to go on the attack, Davis. And he is a dangerous player, but the balance between risk and reward here is quite an awkward one for the batters.
Yeah, I mean, I know Zen Malik's quite new to this form of the game, but I mean, he's got runs in the 2 games he's played this season, hasn't he? And he clearly can play. I'm just wondering if Alex Davis might think, well, this may be the last man. I don't know. You're right.
Yeah.
He's got to make all these decisions while he's out there.
He's on 63, and he comes forward and doesn't really catch much of that with the bat. It maybe ricochets onto his pad, and it drops not far from the stumps. And he, funny enough, looks less certain now than he has done at any point in his innings, Alex Davis. And it's as if we've hit another one of these little phases of the game where the ball might do a little bit more. And, 37 overs old. We've seen some swing and seam beyond 70 overs with the ball in this match. What they're doing is putting it in the right sort of place consistently. This one onto the pads of Davis gives him a source of runs. It's actually 66 that he's on to now. He was 65 before. I think I got that wrong earlier in the over. Matches his highest score of the season.
Yeah. No, clearly since lunch, collectively the bowling's been a bit tighter, which has just made it a little more difficult. It was just Kyle Abbott before lunch really that was on the money.
Just over 13 overs to go before tea. If they can eke another couple out here, Hampshire, they'll be very confident getting the job done today. Wheel into Malik, his first ball. He's nicely in behind that, gets a stride forward and defends with the middle of his bat.
Thank you to David Dyer. We've mentioned this man already for the Tall Bears 11 Boyd ranking, but thank you anyway. silentcricket@gmail.com. One, 2, 3 for 5 is my favourite numerical score, says Glenn Dutfield. That was 1 run ago.
Wheel in, leaves alone at Zatzal off stump. There's Malik. Yes, it was only briefly 1, 2, 3, 4. But
I hadn't noticed until that was pointed out.
so it'll be a heck of a game if we get 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
That'll be 76 runs needed, 5 wickets to go. Warwickshire would like that. Kyle Abbott is starting to do some stretching. It feels ominous when he does that. That speaks volumes for the fella, doesn't it? Wheel bowling his 10th over. Draws an edge, but it bounces short of Albert, who gets a hand on it. He tips it round the post for a single. So Malik's off the mark with a single. 125 for 5, Warwickshire. 310, the target that they were set by Hampshire.
Ralph, who's in France, sonofcricket@gmail.com. Ralph Brooker, he says, sorry for all the emails, but he says, I am retired. That's absolutely no problem. I love them. Those of you that listen to Hampshire commentaries regularly will know that. He says, I follow every Hampshire match, and thank you for your super coverage and commentary. So grateful for the club streaming, and also for the BBC passing on my words of wisdom. I'm always happy to do that, Ralph. We always read out your emails.
Did he describe... Has he just self-described as words of wisdom?
Yes, it's on here. That's not me making it up.
Oh dear, did we?
Yeah.
Did we learn nothing from yesterday? Self-praise is no praise at all.
I'm only reading what's written. I've certainly not. Those are not my words. That's a length ball which is played out square on the offside from Malik. Moves on to 2. 126 for 5. Another 184 runs needed by the Bears.
I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming the messenger.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying. He can't say that he's delivering. We can say, well, we really appreciate your words of wisdom, because it's lovely to hear from people. It's part of the fun of being here and
I love
talking about the things that are being sent in.
Yeah, I love it.
Talking of which, we have an update. You know, we were talking about the bar to the left earlier.
Oh yes.
Well, we'll come back to that.
Oh yeah. Fuller into Davis. Davis is forward. Good length ball once more.
So the members' bar was sort of 50 yards to our left, and players would convene there. And you said you think there was a function room there as well, where the PCA used to have meetings and that sort of thing. John Edwards has been in touch on X/Twitter/Musk.com. Says there was a large function room underneath the old double-decker stand. In between the 2 decks, you would find the members' bar, which was full of extremely strange characters, Big Bernie included. I mean, Big Bernie's not around to defend himself. But he says that's a subject for today. Well, what strange characters? There's plenty around here.
Strange. He's trying to cut that and misses. Through to Ben Brown.
It used to be where if we were working in the old pavilion, you used to go across there to get your lunch, if you could get through the queues.
Yeah, I've noticed the queues haven't been too bad this game.
If you put lunch out at midday, people will start eating it at midday. If we've learnt nothing, it's that in recent times.
So by the time we get there.
Exactly. And it's still always a good choice.
Yeah, it's good. It's great food here, it really is. Spoilt for choice, really. But it's lovely. Here's Fuller. Oh, it's always wrapped on the pad. That looks close, and he's gone. Fuller's done it again. He was forward, Davis, but it kept low. And I suspect that one's nipped back as well. But that's another one that just looked out from the moment it hit the pad. And now Warwickshire are 6 down.
He's in a sweet vein here, is Fuller. And that's angled in, and it's hit him below the knee roll. And that's going to hit halfway up the inside of middle. Looking at that, I don't think there's any doubt that Davis is out. I think he's disconsolate because he knew that probably with him lay the last hopes of Warwickshire to salvage something from this game. But with his departure, it now will take something very special from some unexpected characters, and sometimes that can happen in cricket. But Fuller's spell here with those 3 wickets in quick succession has been quite excellent. And it hasn't done a lot, but it's done enough, and maybe keeping a little bit low. And you have to say that the umpire's got that absolutely right.
Well, he walks back dejectedly, does Alex Davis. He's fought hard out there. 106 balls for his 66. And it's always disappointing when you feel that perhaps a ball has behaved perhaps a little bit more than you were expecting. He does get a good round of applause from those members below us. But Warwickshire have gone from 117 for 3 to 126 for 6.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great spell of bowling from James Fuller.
Superb.
Real control. And look, it's worth reminding ourselves as well, to be fair to the batters on both teams, there have only been 4 half-centuries in this match, 1 in each innings. It has not been easy. And we were saying with Fletcher Middleton, that 76 was worth 100. Well, Alex Davis' 66 is not worth much less than that, but worth 80, worth 85.
Yeah.
Because it is not easy out there.
Certainly not. Now, Ethan Bamber is tasked with trying to put something together.
You might as well counter-attack at this point, to be honest with you. Yeah. You might as well have a go.
Just looks like we're back in the phase where something is happening a little more regularly, doesn't it? That was angled in, nicely played by Ethan Bamber through the gap, through mid-wicket. That will be picked up by Mark Stoneman just inside the boundary by about a yard. And Bamber is off the mark with 3 runs, 129 for 6.
I think you're always wary as a team, and Hampshire would have been today about, and you were this morning, that the heavy roller was going to be on once or twice, and a bit of sunshine on the first, a lot of sunshine the first day, a bit of sunshine yesterday. Will the surface bake a little bit flatter? Will it get a bit lower and slower? And whilst it's not as hard to bat on today, there's still plenty there.
Here's Fuller, bowls, forward is Malik. Turns that quietly to Stoneman this time. End of the over. 181 runs needed by the Bears. That's looking a little further away now. Hampshire need 4 wickets between now and the close of play. That could be tomorrow night. It might even be tonight.
So in reality, 310 was a big ask in the circumstances of this game. It was going to be the biggest score of the match. And more often than not, batting fourth, that doesn't happen. And sometimes circumstances mean that it can. A track gets a little bit easier. Sometimes you turn up somewhere where it's underprepared, and the second innings both teams do better than they did in the first. In this case, it's been a proper battle between bat and ball for 2.5 days.
I agree.
Wheel will continue. Bamber is on strike, and that goes past the outside edge, and it does angle back in. And this ball is starting to do a bit. Just a little bit of movement after it passes the bat there.
Yes, it's uncanny, isn't it? Now it is following pretty much to type, isn't it?
Yeah.
Little period of the wicket going seemingly docile, and now we're just going through a little period where there's a little bit out there for the bowlers. But what's good news is that the bowlers have tightened up, so now they're being able to take advantage of that.
Wheel to Bamber, angled in at him, just defends it out into the leg side. And okay, the home supporters will be disappointed if this ends up being a defeat, which looks the most likely result at the moment. But you'd rather see more cricket played on competitive surfaces where the battle between bat and ball is more even.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a good game. I know Warwickshire might not say that if they lose by, quite easily lose by about 100 runs here, but
could be more actually, as Bamber covers up and defends up towards mid-on.
Well, it could be, yeah. I mean, that's another 80 runs away, but it has been a good contest, and for large parts of this, it could have gone either way. There's been some good performances on both sides. Ralph Brooker has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, as for my words of wisdom, he says, tongue firmly in cheek.
I'm only teasing, you know what I mean? He should know enough.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
I like a tease. Bamber, short ball, looks to pull, gets nothing on it down the leg side, taken by Brown.
John Skews has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of slip fielding. It strikes me that Hampshire's slip fielding positions are slightly too close together, as if individuals are reluctant to take personal responsibility. Do you agree? Well, actually, the criticism levelled at the slip fielding last week, which wasn't great, was that they were a little too wide apart. So sometimes it's a little difficult to get right, I guess.
Wheel in and looking to cut it through the offside. He's picked out the fielder, Bamber there. Gubbins picks up. They are close together. However, as I observed when Warwickshire started their first innings, what makes up for that a bit is that they're a lot steeper than the Warwickshire slips. So actually that means you've got a slightly different corridor of responsibility. But if you get to a third or fourth slip, they're relatively close.
Yeah.
But you can see now that Albert is well in front of Prest.
And close.
Yeah, they are close together. So they won't be brought into action here because that's angled in towards the top of leg stump, defended by Bamber. End of the over, 129 for 6. That was a maiden from Brad Wheel.
Yeah, and James Fuller's going to get all the plaudits here, and quite rightly so, because this is a terrific spell. But he's been backed up well by Brad Wheel, who is wicketless. But this spell is much tighter, much more accurate than the one he bowled from the pavilion end. It wasn't loose from the pavilion end, but it just allowed the batters to rotate the strike and get them off to a decent start. Here, he's right on it, and it's amazing, isn't it? You get two bowlers operating together. It doesn't matter who's taking the wickets, but if they're bowling well in tandem, it has put pressure on Warwickshire.
And when we talk about the transition that Hampshire are going through, it all goes well. I mean, the quartet have seen bowlers here. I know Turner hasn't had an easy week comparatively, but he's getting over us under his belt. You've got Sonny Baker on the sidelines for this one, but another talented young player. You've got Keith Barker, who'll be back for the tail end of the championship programme.
Is it me? It is. Yeah. It's Liam Dawson into the attack, and he's immediately been hit through mid-wicket for 4 by Malik. He moves on to 6, 133 for 6. Apologies.
Yeah, there should be a cricket book saying even spinners need a loosener. That was a long hop that sat up and begged for Zen Malik to put it away, and he obliged. Whacks it through the leg side for 4.
Right, fullest spell since lunch, or that spell after lunch. 7 overs, 3 for 21.
Yeah, fantastic. Tips the game over the edge.
Yeah, it certainly changed things. That's a cutaway by Malik. Nice looking shot out to deep point. Moves on to 7, 134 for 6. Warwickshire from here need 176.
If you want a positive for Zen Malik here, he's playing with I think he's playing with bankers' money here. In that the expectation is low from this point in the game that Warwickshire can go on to win it. He can do himself the power of good by coming up with another knock here. I think he can take the pressure off his shoulders at this point. If they get within 60 or 70, which doesn't look likely, but if they do, then that might turn back on him. But for now, he might as well just show what he's got and demonstrate the shots.
Yeah. He's already played a couple of nice shots. Hasn't been out there long. Nathan Bamber turns that Dawson delivery to mid-wicket. There is a short leg in for Bamber. Slips in for both batters. Dawson around the wicket. Bowls, and Bamber's on the back foot. Just bounced a fraction. Was looking to hit that a little squarer. Found extra cover. Dave Allen still listening and still with us. Hampshire's former honorary archivist. silentcricket@gmail.com. This is an interesting little observation. Flighted. Bamber's forward. Apart from Surrey versus Yorkshire, it seems that all the Division 1 matches are being dominated by the lower of the two sides in the table. Yeah, Warwickshire in 2nd coming into this game, Hampshire in 6th. If not Surrey, it's looking hard to call this year, top and bottom. Couldn't agree more. Quick single as there's a gap on the leg side. Bamber moves on to 4, 135 for 6. I can't help thinking that Hampshire have been tremendously consistent over the last 4 or 5 years. Brian Halford, actually, who's in the box 2 away from us, has just said that Fuller's burst in that spell was 3 for 3 in 12 balls.
Yep, yeah, I can
Thank
believe
you, Brian.
that. Yeah.
I'm going to put my thumbs up in case he's going to look around and
No, he's not. I don't think he's listening. He's just done that as an act of sheer generosity, I think.
That's very nice of him.
Yeah.
Mind you, we did have curry together last night.
Did you go Dutch?
We went halves each, yeah.
Yeah.
Do
you have any breads with yours?
Yes. Peshwari naan. Treated myself.
Yeah, I like a Peshwari naan.
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's nice curry.
Brad Wheel to continue, and Bamber squirts that off the outer half of the bat to point, and picked up by Gubbins. Papadoms?
Yeah, we have a few. I had to go and get our own alcohol because I'd forgotten that the restaurant hasn't got a licence. But fortunately, the off licence was about 5 doors away.
In the interest of fairness and accuracy, I'm not going to reveal the name of the restaurant, but it was the one I said it was yesterday.
It was, yes, you were spot on.
Yeah. Just recognise it from the direction.
Still there from my playing
Which is kind
days.
of sad, isn't it, that I could recognise it from the direction. Wheeled a Bamber swing and miss. Trying to drive a ball that wasn't really there. And it goes past the outside edge and through to the keeper. 135 for 6. Any rice?
No, I didn't.
No rice.
You don't have rice with Balti.
No, because you should be quite happy just dipping your naan in.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an aficionado, not at all.
Yeah,
I got introduced to Balti when I was a player up here. I'd never heard of them before.
Nor did the incoming community, to be honest. As this is driven by Bamber into the extra cover area for no run. It is a Birmingham invention. It's extraordinary, really. But,
caught on.
Yeah.
Are you a Balti man or are you a...
I like a Balti, but I like a variety. I like to have a different thing each time these days. I'm very partial to having a potato in my curry. Because a potato soaks in the sauce. No curry can't be improved by a potato. This is full and clipped into the leg side by Bamber, and he's timed that well enough to get his first boundary of the innings. He's to 8, 139 for 6. It was a slightly awkward looking shot, but he got plenty of it, and it was round the mid-wicket boundary. Is it Fuller who's out there looking a touch weary and saying I didn't really see where it was going, and now they're saying you should be a little bit more mid-wicket than square leg. It came at the wrong point just off the end of a spell, that for Fuller.
Yes.
As Bamber is launching this next one, and that's over the top of Fuller. That's a no-doubter. Over square leg for 6 from Bamber. And there is a real element of why not. He's at his best when he attacks. He's to 14, 145 for 6.
Yeah, it might be Warwickshire's best way now. 165 needed. Still a big gap between the two teams, but you never know. Biggish stand for the 7th wicket.
He was onto that nice and early as well, wasn't he?
He timed that lovely.
Umpire has to have the traditional look at the ball if it's been up in the seats. Bamber's done okay with the bat since arriving. Some feisty little innings. Wheel will want to respond. He tucks him up, but it's clipped into the leg side for a single. It's already 11 runs of... Well, in fact, that's the end of the over, isn't it? 11 runs off it. Bamber is on 15, Malik on 7, 146 for 6, still 164 needed for victory. You would think more likely that Hampshire will take the 4 wickets they need. There are still 9 overs to go until tea, if we get to that point. So you'll be looking at about 4:05 again, which has been pretty much where we were for the first 2 days. Direction of the wind has changed a little bit. The 2 flags are doing a little bit more left to right as we look. Then they change direction again. So we might consider it a bit more of a swirling breeze.
It's going to be Bamber to face Dawson, start of the next over. Yeah, I'm just looking at Ethan Bamber. Had a good game in that exciting win against Durham. It's down the leg side. It's wrapped him on the pad. It'll be leg buys. 21 and 30 not out. He would have batted at the end then.
Yep, yeah, he saw them over the line.
Yeah. 3 leg buys, I'm sure. Let's wait for the umpire to signal. There he goes.
It was good running from Malik. He called him through for a third. Bamber was expecting it just to be 2. I said that it's been curious to me this week that players are reluctant to run on a throw when the throw's coming from a long way. And that's the longer of the 2 straight boundaries up to the Birmingham end. John Turner's doing some stretching, I note.
Dawson round the wicket. Malik works that into the gap on the leg side, moves on to 8. 150 up for Warwickshire in their second innings in the 42nd over.
It's a polite ripple.
It is, really. I noticed to my right Keith Barker's sitting in the Holly stand talking to a couple of people. You can pick Keith Barker out easy because he's got his bright yellow top on.
Yeah.
Paid out to extra cover by Bamber. Bamber's 15. That whistle was Kyle Abbott. He wants something from the change rooms. The players changed directly under us. Forward is Bamber. Picks the gap out on the offside. Moves on to 16. 151 for 6. That's a good whistle, that. Abbott's, wasn't it?
If you were in any doubt as to whether it was Keith Barker, even though he's got that yellow warm-up top on, the shoulders would then give it away.
Yeah. Off the back foot there is Malik. Dawson's running back, and they must be worried about the over rate here, the way Dawson ran back to his mark. I can't see anything on the board.
No.
But then again, I don't think the board shows it. Has never done. That's turned away fine. There'll be at least one. The way they've been running, they might look for 2. No, it's good fielding down there by Brad Wheel. 1 run to the total at the end of that Dawson over. 2 overs, none for 9. And 152 for 6 is the Warwickshire total.
It does sometimes appear on the board. I just haven't noticed it appear. But whether you're above or below the over rate. But they seem to have it in their mind that they might be behind.
Yeah, I think the word's got out there.
So this slight combination of wanting to make sure you win the game, and at the same time you don't want to lose any. You don't need to lose any points. I'll run through some of the other scores in a bit as Kyle Abbott is going to come back into the attack to see if he can get towards finishing things off. Warwickshire need to weather this spell before the tea interval. Abbott will come in to bowl to Malik, who pushes forward in defence, thinks about a single, but it's not on. So, elsewhere, Durham still going in that first innings against Notts, 571 for 7. They lead by 164. Ollie Robinson was eventually out for 141. Graham Clark is still there on 87. Liam Patterson-White has taken 3 for 135. Feisty second innings from Sussex, who were 186 behind on first innings against Somerset and in real trouble. But they've moved themselves on to 328 for 9. John Simpson, 82, not out. He's batting well again this year. No wicket keeper. As Malik comes forward and just nudges the ball to point where Gubbins fields. So the lead for Sussex is 144, so they're going to give Somerset a bit of work to do that. Yorkshire 56 for 2 in their second innings, still 201 short of making Surrey bat again, a wicket each for Clark and Smith. Essex needing 336 to beat Worcestershire, a 75 for 5. Matthew Waite with 3 of the 5 wickets to go. Forward resolutely as Malik defends Abbott. It dies, so he has to stoop to pick it up himself and then throws the ball for a bit of polishing to Mark Stoneman. In Division 2, Northants 219 for 6 in their second innings, still 20 runs short of making Glamorgan bat again. Luke Proctor made 56. Saif Zaib is 69 not out, made in his usual positive fashion. Abbott turns and strides in once more. Malik looking to flick him square, and he's found the gap very nicely there between the deep square leg and the long leg. 4 more for him. He goes to 13 and has scored 156 for 6. Beautifully turned and timed by Malik. Bristol, Kent 27 without loss, still trail Gloucestershire by 65. Derbyshire have avoided the follow-on against Lancashire at Old Trafford. They're 312 for 9. Jimmy Anderson has taken his 3rd wicket of the season, that of Zach Chappell for 24. Malik awaits Abbott again, and this time drives nicely through the covers when they're allowing a single. Across to do the fielding is Middleton, 157 for 6. Middlesex 143 all out. Leicestershire will need 102 to win that game. That will be very disappointing for Middlesex to go down tamely in the second innings. Ben Green on loan from Somerset, 3 for 32. Just want to check whether any more wickets for the Hampshire paceman. Zimbabwe needing 392 to beat the PCC 11, 160 for 5. Abbott in, left alone outside off stump by Ethan Bamber. Jack 3 for 27 in 6 overs, hasn't had another bowl. They've got, of course, a lot of bowlers in that match because it's 13 aside. Dan Mosley has had a bowl today. Because none of those stats therefore count for first class reasons.
Brad Wheel Spell at the far end, 7 overs, 2 maidens, done for 23. I think did as much as anybody to put pressure on Warwickshire.
And 11 of those came off his last over.
Yes, that's right, yeah. John Turner is in, so Liam Dawson came on for 2 overs. Maybe they got the run rate up, I don't quite know why that was. Not the run rate, the over rate up.
Well, they did get the run rate up, which might be the reason they turned back again.
Yeah. So, John Turner, who's wicketless so far, 7 overs, none for 22. Did bowl a better second spell. He's into the attack and we've gone bowling into Malik. Now, we've got a different subject coming up here. Mark Newman, solarcricket@gmail.com. As Turner comes in and bowls to Malik, he's got 1 slip. Malik leaves that one alone. Lip Hook and Ripsley Cricket Club veteran, that's down the south way. Senior pro at Bishop's Waltham Cricket Club and one of only a few fielders who have dived into the moat at Porchester Castle to recover a ball that was dispatched for 4. That's a claim to fame. Thank you for your relaxing commentary. I'm jumping around the club trying to find and remember the best cricket tee and with the ultimate cricket tee combination. Mine, as Malik is forward, plays that out into the covers. Cheese and pickle sandwiches, Victoria sponge with strawberries, sweet tea and scones with ham and cream.
Hopefully jam and cream.
Oh, maybe he meant jam. It's H-A-M, but maybe that's a spelling mistake.
Maybe
scones with ham and cream. There you are.
In Spanish, it's scones with ham and cream. It's ham.
That's a typo, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the thought of scones with ham and cream is interesting. Short, Malik goes to Paul, just pulls out of the shot at the last minute. That's an ultimate cricket combination. Ham and cream. There we go. You started a trend. Mark Newman, you started a trend.
Is the cream clotted?
With a typo. Yeah. Anybody that goes anywhere to a cricket club, maybe down south, Lip Hook and Ripsley, or even Bishop's Waltham, and finds ham and cream in their scones, please let me know. He says Sarsby Green is my current leader. That's an area sort of outside of Southampton going towards Portsmouth for anybody that doesn't know. That's played out into the colours. What's your best and ultimate combination? I have to say, Mark, it's going to be scones with ham and cream. Because that sounds awesome. I dare anybody who's doing a cricket tee next weekend to put ham in the scone and then take a photo and send it.
I always like the Victoria sponge with chorizo.
John Turner bowls to Malik, again gets a length ball and again it's pushed into the covers.
I mean, I think he's made some very good, apart from the typo, he's made some very good choices there, but I've got to say, if there isn't a good egg mayonnaise or a good egg and cress sandwich, then I'm going to stay outside.
You're not interested. You wouldn't bother going in.
I'm going to go to the drive-through.
A subject like that came up a couple of games ago, actually, when Hampshire were playing, as Turner comes in. Malik's forward, keeps a little low, but he's played that nicely anyway in defence. End of the over, Malik has 14, Bamber has 16. And Warwickshire are 157 for 6. They are still 153 runs away from winning the game. And the sort of a subject like that came up, and it was interesting because it went down the route of some clubs don't offer teas now anymore. It's not the automatically done thing, and you have to bring your own. And
turn up with a Tesco meal deal.
Yeah, well, whatever other supermarkets available,
you
of
do
course.
That?
And you did it just so I do that.
Yeah.
But then 1 or 2 clubs wrote in and said, we do the best cricket teas anyway. Tell that person that when they come to our club in a couple of weeks' time, they'll have the best cricket tea ever. It was quite an interesting thread.
Kyle Abbott in. It's full outside off stump and left alone by Ethan Bamber. I remember some lovely teas when I was playing. We had quite good teas at school when we were playing. We used to play time, not overs, at school, in school cricket, so that was great. The interesting thing is, I have a question that arises from that email that probably isn't the obvious question, because we get all excited about the food bit, but there was something that to me didn't quite add up.
Oh.
So I've got a detective's mind here, or defective, one or the other. As that beats the outside edge, that's a beauty from Abbott. And playing and missing outside his off stump there, was Bamber. He was a little late on it. So what was the name? Was it Portchester Cricket Club? He said there's a moat.
Yeah.
There's a moat.
There's a castle there.
So he described himself as one of only a few fielders to dive into the moat to fetch a ball that had gone into it. Okay. Why did he bother? Because you're not going to carry on playing with it, surely. Surely you're not going to... Was it a souvenir? Abbott in. Bamber leaves it alone based on length as much as anything, because that's gone about another half stump height as it goes past.
Well, Mark's email only came in a few minutes ago, so Mark, if you're still listening and watching, we'd love to know why you actually had to go in the moat.
Yeah, because you can't carry on playing with that ball, can you? It'd be like a bar of soap. For those who remember bars of soap, because as opposed to those little things that you squirt the top of.
I still use a bar of soap.
Do you?
Yeah.
That's good. Pears?
Other makes of soap available.
Oh dear. It's like a sport now, that is. Abbott to Bamber. Comes forward in defence. A misfield by Abbott, but it won't cost anything. Imperial leather.
Now, you're going to get yourself into trouble.
Yeah, no, I am. I was just commenting on my skin. It's like leather. Well,
is it wrong to still be using bars of soap then?
No, do you know what? I think some will say that is better for the environment to use a bar of soap.
Well, I didn't have that in mind when I use it, but
no, there's nothing wrong with it. In comes Abbott. That one nice and straight, but he stands up tall, Bamber, and defends it back down the surface. 157 for 6 it remains.
Come on, Mark, I'm wanting to know why. We want to know.
Was it just an act of bravado? Was it a hot day and actually it was quite a nice time to jump into the water?
How clean is water around a moat?
I'm questioning. Hold me back here. I'm questioning his motive. Oh dear.
I'm still thinking of scones with ham and cream.
With ham. Abbott draws Bamber forward in defence again. 157 for 6 at the end of that over. 5 more until tea. When we'll see whether our scones doing... Actually, if we were at Trent Bridge, you would get scones at tea, wouldn't you?
I did last week. Yeah.
But not with ham.
Did you partake when you were at Trent Bridge recently? Whenever you've been last time?
Last season, definitely did go for a scone.
I went one every day, and they're huge.
They are big. They are good.
Yeah.
And people are actually pretty good about holding back and making sure everybody gets one.
Yeah, there's always one, you're right.
You'll never get there before the photographers. Fact of life.
I know. But they were of a size that every time I ate one and finished it, I wish I hadn't.
You don't need dinner.
No.
You don't need dinner.
Here's Turner from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls to Malik, who's, again, playing a perfect forward defensive to that one. And there is no run. Now, Daniel Leavesley has emailed sunatcricket@gmail.com. He says, my favourite tea ever was in a game versus IBM. That's a ground just outside Southampton near Hursley Park, I think. Or there's another one. Oh, there may be another one near Portsmouth, but I think he's talking about the one outside Southampton. Southampton's playing for Andover at Bishopswaltham. Bishopswaltham up again there. He's pulling that one, Malik. It's up in the air. It's down towards fine leg. This could be out. Oh, he's got it at the second attempt. Oh, I thought that just bobbled out. Now, who's that down there? It's right on the rope. That's not Abbott.
I think it is Abbott.
It is Abbott. I think that was right in the sun as well. So, yes, he is. He's just pointing up to everybody, saying the sun. And I still caught it. Malik goes for 14. 7th wicket down, 157.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. And look, so Malik's put in a situation here where he's got to play a shot when it comes. As it turns out, it's top-edged. It'll be frustrated that he's missed out. But it can't be the burden being on him to try and get this over the line, from the position that he was put in. The wickets that had gone down. It's not been an easy week for batters anyway. So not going to get too hard on him for playing that shot. It was probably the right shot to the ball, but sometimes you don't get much luck with it.
Well, it's 6 the other side of the ground.
Well, yeah, it would have been a big 6 on the side of the ground. But that in itself isn't necessarily an excuse. Shay Simmons comes out at number 9. The question is, will we make it to tea, or indeed, could we see a delayed tea, given that tea is the subject?
Oh, well, we don't get scones here, so if it had been Trent Bridge, I'd have been most disappointed. Here, I'm not so.
The idea of the best tea on the circuit being at the ground where IBM play, that didn't...
Well, listen to this.
I would say that didn't compute.
Well, hey, bum.
Okay.
It said Southampton playing for Andover at Bishop's Waltham on the ground of some stately home, he said. Oh. We had a barbecue for tea.
Oh.
And the dressing room was a tree house with great views of the game. Well, I mean, that sounds amazing. I took 5 for 20 that day, says Daniel. So it was an all-round great day. Well, that is some place. And I now feel that there will be a few people clambering over themselves to try and get a fixture there. That sounds awesome.
That sounds so idyllic it could be a fever dream. I mean, that's amazing. A tree house for a dressing room. Wow.
Incredible. Right, John Turner to Shay Simmons. Short. Simmons ducked into it. Somehow it's hit him on the glove, which I think has just hurt him, actually. He wasn't quite sure about that one. That was a wicked ball to get first up.
Also, if you had a barbecue in the tea interval, you really would be quite lethargic, wouldn't you?
But I don't think anybody would care. That's the thing. When I sort of finished playing and I was asked to play the odd game, which I was happy to do. I didn't want to play any more than that. I always thought, you know what, I don't care what I'm going to have for tea here. I'm just going to go for it, because it didn't really matter. Turner bowls. Simmons plays a perfect forward drive after that one. Goes up to mid-off. Still 32 overs and a bit, 36 overs and a bit to bowl in the day's play. 3 wickets for Hampshire to get here. I think it's fairly... the odds on the day finishing today is... pretty good now, I think. 153 needed by Warwickshire. That looks very tall. A very tall order as Turner comes in again and bowls. Simmons tries to work that away on the leg side. Ball goes through to Brown. So there, what an amazing place that is. That might almost tempt me out of retirement. That.
Oh, I think a charity game is in order there.
Yes.
I think.
But no ham and cream scones. I dare anybody, please, if you're going to make teas next weekend, do that and take a picture.
Oh, that was a waste of good food. Though.
And then send me some responses. That's outside of your stump. And Shay Simmons leaves that one alone. Good over from John Turner. He's joined the wicket list now. He has 1 for 22 from 9 overs. 157 for 7.
I remember coming to a dinner at Edgbaston many years ago, and the chef may have been quite ambitious. But one of the desserts was a Stilton bread and butter pudding.
Ooh.
Not many people chose it. Those who did didn't really eat it, because it is as odd as it sounds. But so I was sort of talking to people afterwards. I know one or two cooks, and they said, well, it's quite a trendy thing, but not generally as a dessert. As Abbott comes in and forward in defence is Bamber, push it out into the offside. Bamber might as well play some shots, though perhaps not so much to Abbott. Yeah, apparently it had become slightly trendy as a starter.
Right.
But it wasn't exactly the sweet thing that you wanted at the end of a dinner, by any stretch. It was a good day to choose the fruit salad. So, yeah, 157 for 7. Hampshire have just been that little bit better and more consistent with the ball in this match, I think. Abbott is forced into the offside by Bamber and no run. Bamber was, along with Webbs, at the pick of the Bears attack earlier today. They took 2 wickets each, 4 each for the innings, to round off that Hampshire second knock at 203. For the moment, Sam Hain got out to that beautiful jag-backer from Abbott that came out of nowhere at that point in the game. It's looked like a nice downhill run for the visitors. Short ball here that will be pulled by Bamber, doesn't time it, cloths it into the leg side. He'll only get a single out towards the square leg fielder. Bamber has 17, 158 for 7.
Yeah, it's been, you're right, Sam Haynes wicket. LBW to Kyle Abbott just after 2 o'clock this afternoon, 78 for 3. It's been hard work since then. But Hampshire have just bowled better as a collective unit in this afternoon and given themselves a chance. It wasn't just Abbott that was giving himself a chance, there was others.
Abbott to Simmons, short, fended off by Simmons. Bamber was interested in a single, came a long way down the wicket. There's a direct hit from Dawson, who was fielding it short mid-wicket, but Bamber had scrambled back into position. There was an appeal from Kyle Abbott. Nigel Long said, nah, he's good.
Now, some controversy here on the emails.
To do with tea? Or to do with
about the moat.
A wet ball and a moat?
Yes. Now, this is interesting. Not from Mr. Newman himself, but from David Boyle, solentcricket@gmail.com.
I'm on 10 to hooks. Abbott into Simmons, plays inside the line of that. Through to the keeper.
First of all, David says, apologies for this. It's my 3rd email of the day.
You're
no
not
problem at all. No.
Not rationed.
My understanding is that not all moats have water in them. I recall visiting Porchester Castle one Saturday morning some 15 to 20 years ago and cannot remember a moat full of water. So perhaps your man could declare whether or not he dived into water, and if so, how deep it was, or did he just recover the ball from a dry moat? Now that's got us thinking.
Abbott in, back of a length, left alone by Simmons. It goes through. End of the over, 158 for 7. 3 more left before tea. I think the active word there is dive. I mean, to dive into a moat that's got no water would be foolhardy. Would it not?
Of course.
It would be potentially dangerous.
Yeah. Well, to quote Mark Newman in his email, and these are his words, I'm one of only a few fielders who have dived into the moat at Porchester Castle to recover a ball dispatched for 4. So he dived in, but he doesn't actually say whether there was water in it.
No, but you'd hope it was. Otherwise, the sentence should be one of the few people who have dived into the moat and survived to tell the tale.
It's John Turner as Bamber drives and plays and misses. But, you know, let's say, for instance, you dive into a bush to get something. That's figuratively speaking. You're not literally diving into a bush, you're just jumping into a bush, but using the word dive.
Yeah, I think, honestly, you're generally reeling into a bush after a good curry in Moseley. When your legs go, and it's often the naan bread that leads to the legs going, it's never the beer. That sort of dive, that's a different type of dive.
Turner in again. Bamber flicks that away on the leg side. 3 men out in the deep there. 159 for 7. Bamber moves on to 18. Warwickshire from here need 151. Now, Ralph Brooker is going down a different route altogether with a typo. He reckons that the typo wasn't ham, but actually cream, and it should have been ham and bream. Ham and bream scones. I mean, we are getting into the realms of ridiculous. Got some more information about the ground with the treehouse as Simmons pushes that out into the gap in the covers. And he moves, well, he's off the mark now, 160 for 7.
Whatever more information we have about the ground with the treehouse, it mustn't spoil it. It must enhance it.
Well, let me read it first, and then I'll try and.
Yeah, we don't want to lose our almost fairy tale excitement at this ground where Kevin James is going to be playing in a charity match that somebody's going to have to arrange.
Left myself open there. That's pulled away by Bamber down to fine leg. It's gone quickly. 161 for 7. Bamber moves on to 19. Right, it's from Simon Jones, who's of the Hampshire Cricket Board. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says the ground with the treehouse is New Place in Shedfield. Again, one of those sort of villages, sort of to the right of Southampton and up a bit, as they say in Geography Land. Here's Turner. Flicked away, I think that's off the pad. Down to fine leg. He's running the first one quickly, Simmons. Was there another little nick on that? Was it off the glove maybe? Yeah, it was, yeah. So he's got a run there. Moves on to 2, 162 for 7. Shirrell Heath in brackets formerly IBM Southants, thank you for clarifying that, used to play there but became a wandering club as they didn't have the personnel to maintain the ground. There has been some interest from local clubs as the hotel on site is keen for cricket to remain there. Hi to my old teammate Mark Newman at Bishop's Waltham, a great glove man. Neither of us have missed many meals, he says, Simon, but he doesn't confirm whether Mark did or didn't dive into a watered moat at Porchester. So it worked up to mid-wicket, but I think we've solved that situation as regards the tree house. So the club there is looking
played there.
Yeah, and they want cricket to be played there. So maybe a club might use that and move into that home ground.
With Kevin James playing in the big opening match as well, or umpiring it. I don't know if you want to umpire it. It's not, that's got a lukewarm reception, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, you never umpire. Might umpire.
It sounds like you get changed in the faraway tree. How magnificent! There's a movie of that coming up soon, isn't there? Anyway, Abbott's continuing to try and finish this match off. He won't with that ball because he's been picked up quite nicely through mid-wicket by Shay Simmons. Got into line and picked that up very, very neatly indeed. He goes to 166 for 7. At the moment, these are Pyrrhic victories for Warwickshire, but if these two could somehow get the target under 100, it might just put a little bit more pressure on Hampshire. There's a considerable amount of work to do to get into that position. Penultimate over before tea as things stand. Abbott into Simmons again, who guides him down to points where Middleton is housed.
Right, well, yeah, we're getting close to tea, and I've got a couple of emails to get through, so let's do it quickly. Now, you may remember on day one, Dermot Reeve was here, former Warwickshire captain, who was extolling the virtues of positive thinking. And if you scored a few runs and you said it was very scratchy and there was a lot off the edge, think about the one shot that you enjoyed, don't think about the rest. So there was a lot of that going on. Jamal Makhlouf, who emailed at the time, said he would promise when he next played he'd give us an update.
Okay. Abbott in back of a length, forced off the back foot by Shay Simmons. By the way, welcome to 5 Live Sports Extras listeners who must be wondering what on earth we've been talking about, but nonetheless, for those who've been with us all day, there is a flow to this. But yes.
Well, you should go through the game first, really, shouldn't you? Because that's more important.
Yeah, they've been with us a while. Kev.
Oh, have they? Yeah, because we've been going through these emails at a fair pace, so apologies, everybody. But I think it's fair to say that Hampshire are on top. And a spell from James Fuller this afternoon of 3 for 3 in 12 balls means that Warwickshire are pretty much on the brink.
Simmons plays inside the line of that, whether deliberately or not, from Kyle Abbott. Yes, 310 the target, Warwickshire 166 for 7. Just before Fuller's spell, the game turned a bit on a delivery that jagged back from Abbott for his third wicket in the innings, trapping Sam Hain LBW without playing a shot. On a day where there hasn't been as much lateral movement either through the air or off the seam, but the occasional ball has, and both Abbott and Fuller have exploited that to the max.
Abbott 8 wickets in the match.
And he'd love a couple of these last 3. And he's into Simmons, who again can't get it wide of Middleton as he tries to cut it away behind point. Scrambling stop by Middleton, who's now going to go down from point to third man because I think they feel that Bamber is the more capable of the two batters.
Yeah, I think this innings has been pretty much the story of the match, isn't it? That players that start to get in and look threatening then get out. And it's as much to do with the nature of the pitch as much as anything, where the pitch will go through a little spell of being fairly benign and then all of a sudden a couple will bounce and nip around.
Abbott's final ball of this session is defended by Simmons, so 1 over left before the interval, and it won't be delayed now because we can't see more than 1 wicket in this over. 166 for 7 Warwickshire. Ethan Bamber still there on 19, Shay Simmons with him on 6. So how did the visualisation technique go?
Right, so so he was good value, Dermot, wasn't he, on positive thinking, and Jamal said, right, okay, I will use that. So here's his update. He says, unfortunately it didn't help.
Oh.
He says, with my batting, as I only made 1, but we made 79 in total, it was not a good day for batting. But it did help with my bowling, though. He said, I picked up 1 wicket for 7 runs off 2 overs. Enjoying this push for victory, he says. So there we are.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, you say it didn't work. I mean, maybe without it, he was destined to get a duck. I mean, he doesn't know, does it? And also, it's a very small sample size. In Dermot, we trust. You stick with the methods and see what happens. You can't just do it for 1 week only.
No, that's right. You've got to be in for the long haul. There are some other emails which I'm going to come to after tea, because we've been going on about this all afternoon, and a couple of other subjects as well, and with one over left. Shall I leave them all until after tea?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. We will, yeah. That's good. But thank you, everybody. It's been a really fascinating afternoon. The cricket as well. Here's Turner around the wicket to Bamber. He's got a short leg in. Bamber works that length ball to cover. Dawson's in close.
I think it'd be good if we pretend to be grown-up broadcasters just for 5 minutes before the tea.
Yeah,
don't you think? Interesting that they're going a bit of leg theory here. Now we've got long leg has gone a lot finer than it's been. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. The other mid-wicket, the more orthodox mid-wicket, is fairly deep as well. So it looks like with a short leg in place, Turner is going to test Bamber from round the wicket with a few half-trackers.
Is it this one? No, not that one. Plays it into the ground nicely. Bounces well short of Fletcher Middleton under the lid. Yes, interesting leg side field. Fine leg, deep backward square, deep forward square, mid-wicket, mid-on. And of course Fletcher Middleton close in. Yeah, oh no, it looks like James Fuller is coming in from deep forward square leg to deepish square leg. Here's Turner around the wicket, runs away from us and bowls. Again, it's a length ball, again played into the ground by Bamber.
Those last two deliveries have both got short leg in play, and he's fielded each delivery. It's not as short, but he is having to fend it off sort of hip height. It's worth trying something in the final over before the interval. Hampshire will want this game done and dusted as quickly as possible. Don't want to as much as it's the tail end, they don't want to throw too much of a lifeline to the Bears.
Here's Turner again. Again, it's a length ball, and again it's played into the ground on the leg side. Hasn't really had to worry about getting on top of the bounce too much with those Ethan Bamber. They haven't bounced too high.
He hasn't really hit the deck that hard in this over yet. Surely it's going to come.
Yeah. Bamber is on 19 from 38. 5 wickets have fallen in this session. Any hopes that Warwickshire had of winning this game probably gone with those wickets. 56 for 2 they were at lunch.
The deep backward squares come in as well now, so the only one who's on the boundary is long leg.
Yeah. Here he is, Turner. Little shorter this time, but it's on the offside and played towards Dawson, who's in close. Yeah, none of them have been bouncer length. They've been short, but haven't really tested Bamber yet. Last ball then. Turner about to complete 11 overs, 1 for 26. Got Zen Malik caught with a top edge. Brilliantly caught by Kyle Abbott down on the deep fine leg boundary with the ball in the sun, which he was keen to point out to his teammates to make it even better catch than it was. Looked like it just bobbled out of his hands initially. It's gone for the Yorker, but it's down the leg side. And that will be tea on day 3 here at a sunny Edgbaston, with Warwickshire 166 for 7 in their second innings. Still 144 runs away from victory, but Hampshire closing in on those 3 wickets that they need to win their second game of the season.
Yeah, excellent session that from Hampshire. Tone set by Kyle Abbott getting the wicket of Sam Hain early on, and then that 3-wicket burst from James Fuller doing the honours as well. 110 runs added in 35 overs, but at the cost of 5 wickets. T now will be back with you in 20 minutes from Edgbaston with Warwickshire 166 for 7.
Sears in the station at Bristol, Mansfield, Gloucestershire, Kent. Kent 424, Gloucestershire's in decline of 516, and Team Kent in decline of 37 for 1. At Lords, the Mansfield Middlesex in Leicestershire, Middlesex in their first innings is 232, and in decline Leicestershire with their innings is 274. In their second Together with the Hampshire League headed by Bembe, and the knockout battles with Warwickshire, Ethan Bamber and defensive first of the evening session, Jane Simmons.
And so we make it to the final session of day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship First Division match between Warwickshire and Hampshire. And the odds are the final session of the match, Hampshire having set Warwickshire 310 for victory, have reduced them to 166 for 7, and it is just tail enders in now. Ethan Bamber will resume on 19 not out. Shay Simmons with him on 6, just Tazim Ali and Ollie Hannon-Dolby to come with 144 runs still required. 3 wickets each in the innings for Kyle Abbott and James Fuller. It will be Fuller who will take up the attack in this session. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM, alongside me from BBC Solent, Kevin James.
Yeah, interesting session, and one that has kind of shaped the end of the game. 110 runs scored, which on the whole isn't too bad from a Warwickshire point of view, but unfortunately it came at the cost of 5 wickets between lunch and tea.
So box seats for Hampshire, that's for sure, and they'd love to get this over and done with in the next hour. Change of ends this for Fuller as he comes in from the Birmingham end onto the back foot. Simmons gets enough of the batter to squirt it to backward point. Gubbins comes around to do the fielding, but Simmons has his 7th run. 167 for 7. I mean, look, these two. You can't give them any other instruction than go out there and give it your best and punish anything that you think is loose and express yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're not under massive pressure, really. I don't think there's anybody that really believes they're going to get another 143 for these last 3 wickets, but you never know. I mean, have a good little hour here.
This next delivery goes past the outside edge of Bamber's bat. Quite to what extent he was playing at it, or to what extent he was just protecting his off stump, is hard to tell. But it goes through. The 3 previous innings in this match have all been reverse splits. The second set of 5 wickets have made more than the first set of 5. For that to happen in this one, Warwickshire have to get beyond 246. That in itself feels like a mountain that they're unlikely to be able to get much of a grip on. It would certainly take some fireworks from Ethan Bamber if they're going to get there. As Bamber just blocks out a full delivery from Fuller, who fumbles it in his follow-through. It'll be gathered for him by Liam Dawson. Plenty of people have stayed behind. Make the most of the cricket you've got these days, particularly at weekends.
When's the next home game here?
He says reaching
it's a
for
tester,
his phone.
apologies.
Well, I mean, it'll be T20 now for the foreseeable.
Oh, it's last week, next week, isn't it?
Yeah, when the Bears are away at Worcester. Fuller in. Back of a length outside off stump, left alone with a bit of a waft above his head to move the bat out of the way from Bamber. We're at Hampshire next week, back home? Or?
Home to Sussex, South Coast derby. Yeah, looking forward to that one. During the tea break, we had quite a lot of emails about the subjects we were talking about, the moat or not a moat at Porchester Castle.
Oh yeah, have we got a definitive answer as to whether he dived into water? That's the question. As Fuller bowls angled in towards middle and off, Bamber gets in behind it and blocks it out into the offside.
Phil's just shown me, actually, Sunday the 22nd of June, Warwickshire at home to Somerset in the Championship, next home game.
That's the next Championship home game. Yeah, I've got that on my phone as well.
Yeah,
Durham is the first T20 game at the end of this month.
Ooh,
here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Double header?
It is a double header.
Durham women, Durham men, or is it?
Yeah, that's a great question that you're asking me. So this is turned into the leg side by Bamber, and he can't make a run. I've got it all on this computer, but I didn't want to take off the action that we use for our replays. But I could tell you.
Don't worry. Well, you're looking at that,
But
so
I would have to kill you.
Yeah, well, that's right. So before the tea break, we were in discussions about many things, about cricket teas. Also, Phil, who's in the box now, wondering what can possibly be interesting about that. We actually did have a very interesting discussion, courtesy of one typo. So there was that. I've got some emails about that. We also had the man who dived into a moat at Porchester Castle to retrieve a ball. You brought up the interesting fact that why would you dive into a moat to retrieve a cricket ball that's probably totally damaged?
Yeah.
And why would you want to? Here's John Turner. Bowls to Simmons. Simmons is forward. And the man that told us that didn't actually specify whether the moat was full or empty, but he did say he dived in. That was queried. And then we had another email that said, when I was there 15 years ago, there was no water in that moat. Now, Mr. Mark Newman is back on the emails, the man that told us he dived into that moat.
He's the diver, not the divey.
Yes, silentcricket@gmail.com. I've just read this. I'm not sure he actually answers that question, as that's full and it's driven off the outside half of the bat to deep point. Simmons moves on to 8, 168 for 7. This is what he says in his email. Although normally a wicket-keeper, I had opted for a stint in the field, hoping to have a bowl, off the wrong foot as normal, and possibly take a wicket or two. Many overs of fielding at Cow Corner left me burnt to a crisp, and with yet another boundary, the chance to cool off came and I took it. The ball I recovered was indeed saturated, however I do remember the over being completed with the same ball. So there was clearly some water involved. As that's turned away by Bamber. Quick single. Shea Simmons had to get his skates on for the first couple of yards, but he did so. In the end, it was an easy single. 169 for 7. So there was some water, but how much water? He doesn't say whether there was 2 feet, 1 feet, an inch, or what have you.
But he did dive.
But he did dive with his original.
He dived
email.
and there was water.
Yeah, and the other one was with the cricket ground at Shedfield that had a tree house as a pavilion. That was another subject that came up. Simmons leaves that one alone. 2 bounces through to Ben Brown. Robin Learmount, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says that new place, it's called New Place at he says Sheffield. Here's another typo.
Shedfield.
It's Shedfield, but he says Sheffield. Be careful with some of the typos, people out there.
It's predictive text, isn't it?
Well, it probably is.
Yeah.
It was my first school, says Robin. Another one about Porchester Castle. David Boyle is back on the email, sonandcricket@gmail.com. That's again through to keeper Ben Brown. So 169 for 7 here. Warwickshire just need 141. 30 overs left in the day after this next ball. David Boyle says, I think this article about a fire brigade rescue operation from the moat at Porchester Castle, which has the words dry moat in it, makes it reasonably certain the moat at Porchester Castle does not usually have any water. So the plot thickens as he doesn't let the ball go. Just went to bowl that one and just held on to it.
That's twice today,
I only hope that your man does not have such a difficult exit as the person rescued by the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Fire Brigade did last September. He sent me the article. Well, clearly, Mr. Newman has said that he actually did retrieve the ball and did bowl with it, so he was obviously all right.
But it was saturated.
Yeah.
Honestly, something doesn't add up somewhere.
It doesn't, does it?
No.
We haven't got the full facts. Simmons leaves that one alone. End of the over. Turner is 12 overs, 1 for 28. Simmons has 8. Bamber has 20. 169 for 7. Warwickshire are in their second innings.
We end up with more inquiries than we've got answers there, which is a real concern. I'm looking up pictures now to see whether the moat generally... Well, now, there are pictures here which the moat has most definitely got water. And that's water.
Oh, there is there.
There is
and
there.
A lot of it.
Yeah.
David Bortho has just put an extension to his email saying the article refers to an empty moat with fencing around it.
Okay, well, I've got pictures here of a moat. It's the first ball of a new over is allowed to go through by Bamber. And there's no run. By the way, the answer to your other question was yes. It is a double-header, both against Durham.
Yes, thank you.
The match is starting at 12 for the Bears women, 4 for the Bears men on Saturday the 31st. That's the opening home game.
Lovely. Be a nice day out.
There you go. Weather's going to be glorious that day as well. No idea. In comes Fuller. And he's pulled by Bamber. Has he got enough on that? The fielder is standing under it, and it goes just clears him and lands on the hover cover. He had it lined up all the way, the fielder. You thought he was confident he was going to catch it, and then he just didn't quite have sufficient height in order to get his hands on it, and gets a round of applause from his teammates for the effort.
Brad Wheel.
26 to Bamber, 175 for 7. Brad Wheel couldn't reel it in on that occasion. Second 6 for Bamber. And Fuller this time bowls a lot fuller and reaching to try and make it into a half volley outside off stump. It's knocked down into the turf by Bamber. Just in terms of these double headers, Friday the 6th of June is also a double header. The women against Somerset at 3, the men against Yorkshire at 7. Sunday the 8th of June, the women against Lancashire at 12, the men against Derbyshire at 4. And the other doubleheader is on Friday the 20th of June on Derby night. Ahead of the game against Worcestershire, the Bears will be playing the Blaze at 3 o'clock. That's a cracking doubleheader, as this ball back of a length from Fuller is allowed to go through by Bamber.
Very nice.
It's a great doubleheader, isn't it? To have the Blaze and Worcestershire here on the same day. The Blaze, who I always consider the Harlem Globetrotters of women's cricket, they certainly were under the regional system.
Well, they were towards the end, I think. But I think people down south might disagree with you in a way.
The Harlem Globetrotters always win, which is kind of where it breaks down. But they did sign a lot of the star names, didn't they? They had a lot of internationals in their team. As that one goes past the shoulder of Bamber's bat, it's a nice line and length from Fuller. Could have got better reward for that.
I think the Vipers had the most titles in the regional era, but I think it's fair to say that at the end of it, the Blaze were probably the strongest side, closely followed by the South East Stars.
I think they were box office as well, in terms of the individual talent on show. But winning is about the collective. But I've certainly enjoyed watching him play a couple of times. As this is pushing forward, Bamber out into the offside. Took the pace off that one a bit full. 175 for 7 at the end of that over. There's a couple of double headers away from home, which certainly whether will be needed for the commentary team for that or not. We tend to go up nice and early to watch those games. It's actually quite pleasant to spend some time watching cricket without doing the commentary. It's sort of
yes, just being quiet
or talking about whether you can really have a scone with ham and cheese, with ham and cream.
Yeah, amazing that.
With ham.
What a response. Here's Turner, runs away from us, bowls to Simmons. Simmons is on the back foot, just guides that through point. There's always been a gap there, and there's always been at least a single. 176 for 7. Simmons moves on to 9. Right, a fairly long email, but I'll get through it as quickly as I can. Andy Thompson, solentcricket@gmail.com, under the heading of Fantastic Cricket Tees. I had the joy of playing for Damerham in the Hampshire Leagues for a couple of years. We toured Italy, where we played on a matting strip just outside Milan for 3 days in a row. The local team was populated by a mix of people from Pakistan, India and South Africa and Australia. That's along the ground. 2 bounces through to Ben Brown and a couple of locals. Each of the players from the home team brought a dish that they were confident of making well and eating from across the world. The pitch was placed in front of a traditional Italian farmhouse. I believe that it's since been removed, but many memories were made over that long weekend. Our accommodation cost €13 a night. The hotel music in a rundown part of Milan perhaps wasn't normally what a hotel you would stay in. As that's pulled. Oh, is he edged that through to the keeper? No. Bamber was looking for the hook shot there. I slept on the floor. Says Andy. Thanks for the company this weekend, as I've been recovering from yet another bout of COVID. Ralph Brooker, solentcricket@gmail.com. He's got an email for every subject. He's in France, remember. My school's playing fields were near Porchester Castle. Isn't the moat tidal? It's right on the coast. Well, that might explain. Oh gosh, that's played through that point area for a single. 177 for 7. That might explain why sometimes it's got water in and sometimes it hasn't.
You never know, do you? You never know what pathway you're leading yourself onto here, or indeed which moat you're leading. So, okay, a tidal moat. So does that mean that the invading troops really need to attack you when the tide's out because it's easier to get through the moat, or is it easier when there's water in it? I'm not sure.
Yeah. That's gone for a Yorker there, dug out by Simmons up towards mid-off. Now here's another email that probably confirms about the tidal situation. Matt Groot, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I frequently visit that castle. The moat inside, where the cricket pitch used to be, is tidal. It has a small 1 foot square grating which allows seawater to come in from the outer moat. So the fielder may well have jumped into a slightly stagnant seawater. As Simmons goes to leave that one, but it hits the face of the bat, but it goes harmlessly out to deep gully. End of the over, 177 for 7. So it's taken a while, but slowly but surely we've got near the reason why there might have been water and why there might not have been water.
So it's reasonable to assume, A, that when he dived, he did dive into water.
Yes.
Rather than diving into an empty moat, which we felt was not wise, at best. It's not clear whether it's easier to invade Portchester Castle when the water's in or out, but we're not clear about that. And we also don't know whether the tees were any good there, because I don't think that was in the tee conversation, was it?
No.
First ball of a new over from Fuller that's been followed by Bamber and goes through to the wicket keeper. Oh, it's I tell you what,
yeah,
makes you want to visit the place, doesn't it?
Well, it does. Funny enough, I've never been. Several people have told me it's worth a visit.
So not only would the match ball have been saturated, it would have been salty.
Yes.
Briny. I bet it didn't move in the air after that. I bet it didn't bounce. Just rolled along the deck. Bamber awaits. Turns Fuller into the leg side, and there's no run. We're going through one of these calmer periods again now. If Warwickshire had 2 more wickets available to them, they might find this quite interesting, but they don't. But it is a quieter moment in the game.
Yeah, these two haven't looked in too much trouble, have they?
I've had it 20. Bears lost their 8th wicket on 177 in the first innings. They are on 177 for 7 this time. They're looking for symmetry. Fuller short. Bamber just tucked up by that. Gets plenty of bat on it. Down towards Dawson at mid-on. He's seen a lot, mid-wicket rather. He's seen a lot of the ball there.
Liz Barker on the subject of teas. Sunandcricket@gmail.com says, really enjoying watching the coverage from Winchester. I bet watercress scone with ham and cream cheese would be delicious. Got a few variables on that, but the ham and cream, you have to say, is hands down the winner.
Once more, Fuller in. Coming forward this time is Bamber. Can't get it wide of Gubbins. Yes, it's not a dish that I'm thinking of trying anytime soon. It's interesting. You never know. Luncheon meat flapjack.
Would you really want that as a tea?
No. Just try to create here. Fuller, just a bit shorter. Bamber wanted to turn it square, but didn't quite get the direction right. And once more, it's Dawson who's got a short distance to travel to his right to gather. And there's no run. It remains 177 for 7.
Still 27 and a bit overs left in the day's play. Maybe plus 8 overs.
Well, if necessary, it's if one wicket goes down, numbers 2 and 3 could go fairly quickly here, potentially. That's what Hampshire will be thinking. This is driven by Bamber through the offside. It's nice. It's a chase from Middleton, who pulls out the slide to good effect. They'll come back for 2. He had a little bit of acreage to work with there to get the slide in, Middleton, and judged the angle of his run to the ball very well. But Bamber, 2 more. He's to 29. 179 for 7 of Warwickshire. They need a further 131 to trouble Hampshire and take the win.
Well, Bamber's playing quite nicely. I think the plan would be for Bamber to take the majority of the bowling. Players keep playing the way he is, and Sayson just to stick around, which he's doing so far. 9 from 24 balls. He's about to face the next delivery of this next over from John Turner. He's 14th in this innings. Comes in and bowls. Simmons ducks underneath that bouncer. Dave Allen, he's back on the emails. He's been. He says he's been listening on and off, watching on and off.
Has he got the percentage of the number of teas around the Hampshire League last year that included egg mayonnaise?
Well, he probably has got that somewhere.
Okay.
But what he has got is a true story about the Porchester Castle moat.
There we go. See. Doesn't matter what subject, he's got one. He's got one in his archive. He's flicked through to P and found Porchester.
P&M. His forward is Shay Simmons, plays that into the ground. His true story. On a sunny day in the late 1950s, when I was about 8 years old, my mum and dad took my sister and I to visit Porchester Castle, about 5 miles from home in Southsea. At some point, being daft, I slipped into the moat. It wasn't deep, but I can recall my short trousers being wet because my folks bought a newspaper and made me sit on it when we caught the bus home.
So it was deep enough to get a ball wet?
Deep enough to get a ball wet, deep enough that if you go in, you get wet with shorts on. That's terrible. But of course, remember, it's tidal. Depends on what time of day. Single to Simmons as he works that to deep backward point. 180 for 7. In brackets, 25 years later, I was an art teacher in Porchester, says David. So, there we are.
There's a matter arising from that. No, not for David particularly, but I'm curious. How deep is the moat? Are you safer falling into water if you're going to overbalance rather than when it's dry?
That's a good question. Quick single off the back foot there, Bamber. Throw comes in to the keeper's end from Gubbins. Misses the stumps, 181 for 7. Yes, well, that's another question. I mean, I feel like we need 4 days in this game to answer and to get to the true bottom of the original story, which was Mark Newman diving in and retrieving the ball. We've certainly got to the bottom of 1 or 2 things. I still think there's 1 or 2 issues still to be resolved, but maybe not before the end of this game. But we are slowly getting there. Here's Turner again, full. Worked into the gap through mid-wicket. Only be a single, though. Simmons moves on to 11, 182 for 7. Another 128 runs needed by Warwickshire.
It's a shame that the Bears haven't got an away game at Southampton this year, because the day before the game, we could go on a fact-finding mission to Porchester Castle. And we would have the answers then. We could sit by the moat at Porchester Castle, having a ham and cream scone.
Yeah, that's hit away down towards third by Bamber, and that's 4 runs to end that over from John Turner. 186 for 7 now, and Ethan Bamber moves on to 34. He's keeping the game interesting, with Warwickshire from here needing another 124.
The partnership has reached that level that we now classify as irritating to the team in the field. So they've added 29, and they've looked okay. I mean, not looked entirely comfortable. They're tail enders. There's been the odd ball that's troubled them, but they're hanging around a little bit longer than certainly Hampshire would like. Ben Brown will be pondering how to break the partnership. He'll stick with James Fuller for now. He's bowled well today. He has Simmons on strike on 11, gets in behind that, defends it out into the offside, and there's no run. Ethan Bamber's highest first-class score is currently 46 not out. It's worth pondering.
I can imagine Shay Simmons is pretty much around there as well, isn't he?
I doubt he's that high. I am on it at the moment, as you can imagine. I think he may have got a 20 or something last season. He's barely played. 17 is his high score. It's a very small sample size, of course, for Simmons. He's on strike now and does well, actually, get high and get his hands above the ball there. It was short from Fuller. It was an awkward line, and Simmons got up and was able to play it down towards Gully, and across from slip came Tom Prest. 186 for 7. They're chatty out there. That's always a good sign. It's also a sign that they know that they need to gee themselves up here and get this next wicket. These two are lingering a little bit too long.
Been there since, what, 3:45?
Simmons awaits, bat quite high, and well, he's inside the line of it. Again, whether deliberately or not, I don't know, but actually quite well inside the line. Looking at the pictures. Plenty of blue sky. The clouds have stayed nice and high today. They haven't knitted together too much. The long shadows are coming. The big letter E floodlights. The ones to our left are starting to make their presence felt across the outfield. Fuller bowls to Simmons, and again coming forward, he's inside the line of that. Very, very similar, almost identical to the ball before.
Well, these two have played well together. They really have.
They've almost got the required run rate under one and over. Because this is, of course, only day 3. There would be added tension if this was day 4 and there were only 25 overs left. But that's not the case. This match has moved along quite nicely. Here's Fuller into Simmons once more, and this time he does play down the line of the ball because it was heading towards middle and off, and he defends it with the full face of the bat. Back to Fuller. This ball is 57 overs old, and it's starting to look it as well.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? The batters, to be fair, look pretty comfortable out there.
I say, if it was 186 for 5, we'd be thinking this was going to be quite the conclusion. That last spell from Fuller seemed to put pay to it as he emerges again to find his final delivery of the over turned down towards third man by Simmons. Because the point fielder goes back to third man to get Simmons on strike. He's on 12, 187 for 7.
Right, now, one of the other subjects just before tea was that lovely ground. And with the tree house and what have you. I've got an email here from Nicholas Wells, solentcricket@gmail.com, IBM Southampton Cricket Club, played there. He says, I was chairman of this club, and we were famed for our teas, which occasionally included a barbecue, because that was mentioned before, wasn't it? The venue is New Place, Shedfield. The team comprised of employees from IBM in Portsmouth. Sadly, the owners of New Place have decided they don't want cricket played there anymore. I think there was an email to say that they might want it back. But, a great shame. The club had to fold. As Turner comes in, Simmons works that via a boot of John Turner up towards mid-on. The club had to fold, but was resurrected under the name of Shirrell Heath Cricket Club and play away games only. That's what I think that was mentioned earlier about them becoming a wandering club. One memorable night, though, was when we hosted Hampshire Cricket for a limited overs match to support Dimmy Mascarenhas' benefit year. The club was very kind. They played most of their first team, which included 6 internationals. Wow. Star-studded lineup. Edged and along the ground and fielded at first slip. Just had to make sure that didn't go onto the helmet, did Toby Albert. Which it didn't.
One or two of the Bears supporters are shouting 5 from the far end. Nigel Long at square leg was keeping a very beady eye on that, and I think he did divert it away from it. But there was a moment of panic there, wasn't there? Yeah. Don't want to give away 5 cheap runs. That would have taken Shea Simmons to matching his career best if they had.
Turner runs away from us short and ducks low, does Mr. Simmons. Simon Jones from the Hampshire Cricket Board has emailed again, but this time solentcricket@gmail.com. He says there's a Southern Premier League T20 Cup game in play at St James's Hospital in Portsmouth. Visitors Portsmouth scored 177 for 4. Ex-Bangladesh skipper Mohammed Ashraful, remember him?
Yeah.
Made an unbeaten 109 from 63. That's going on right now, apparently. That's a full delivery. Simmons drives off an inside half of the bat, goes out square on the leg side. He moves on to 13, 188 for 7. Homeside Portsmouth and Southsea are currently 121 for 2, needing 57 from the last 6 overs. Good finish by the sounds to that one.
It's a competitive game of
Ashraful playing local T20 cricket, midweek.
Well, it's not. It's Sunday, isn't it? It's not
of course, yeah, it's Sunday. Oh, of course, it's what we're talking about. Yeah. Oh, it's a length ball. I think he's playing at that one, Bamber, even though he withdrew the bat. Jason Cole, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, if we get to the last 2 overs, Hampshire will get a new ball.
True.
Yeah. If they can claim the last 8-2, That might be curtains for the Bears. Of course, that will make 10 overs with a new ball. If it isn't, it could yet be a tight one. As a Hampshire fan, I'm hoping we don't get there, says Jason, who's in Cambridge. Well, personally, I hope we don't get that far, but I guess Warwickshire would certainly be hoping to get there. Turner bowls, and Bamber pulls out of that pull shot. That's a good bouncer. Went quickly through to Brown. Good height as well. 24 overs left in the day. 188 for 7 are Warwickshire in their second innings. From here, need 122.
That was a good decision from Bamber to pull out of that shot, 'cause I don't think he'd have been in control of it. Brad Wheeler has been doing some stretching. He's not coming on just yet, but he's having a conversation with Ben Brown, his captain. Fuller is going to continue for now. They might not be all that eager to wheel out Carl Abbott too soon, but they're reaching that sort of point now, Hampshire. 122 required for victory. As Fuller wheels into bowl to Simmons, back of a length over the shoulder of the bat. He tries to get his hands low below that. And it goes through to the wicket-keeper. Nice bit of fire there from Fuller. You've got to bring the fire late on the third evening. Durham have gone past 650 against Notts.
Oh, God.
651 for 9. Clark became the third centurion with 121. 5 wickets for Patterson White. Fuller advances. Simmons in behind, can't squirt it wide of Middleton at point. He does cover a lot of ground. Sussex have made a real fist of things against Somerset. 150 Somerset need to win after Sussex made good lower order runs, albeit after some night watchman situations last night. They weren't the normal tail enders. 150 to win. Somerset 42 for 3.
Ooh.
Having lost Davey, Lammonby and Rue. Gregory is still there as in his unfamiliar opening role. Fuller into Simmons, and that's got too much bounce really for Simmons to be able to get anything onto it. Plays inside the line. Worcestershire on the verge of victory against Essex. 336 the target for Essex. They're 98 for 8.
Whoa.
Waite 4 for 15.
He's had a good game.
Yeah. 157 all out in the first innings, Essex. 98 for 8 in their second. Waite has 7 wickets in the match. He also scored 73 in the first innings. As Fuller is into Simmons, back of a length. Simmons high up the bat. Takes one hand off it because it was tight to his glove there. Sort of nervy reaction as he pulls that away. And there's no run.
Or concertina the table down the bottom. Just looking at the live table, Worcester are currently 29 points from Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's going to be very tight all round at the end of this set of fixtures. If Sussex could find a win, they might go top or close to. As Simmons pushes the ball out into the offside, if they complete that sort of unlikely victory over Somerset. And that would be quite a story if Sussex were the early pace setters. Yeah. It's an interesting group of players they've put together over recent years. Some who didn't quite make it elsewhere. You've got your new ball threat of Ollie Robinson, who's taken a couple of those wickets this afternoon. Some talented bats.
Yeah, Paul Farbrace has done a terrific job there.
Yeah. Feels like it's a labour of love for him down there as well to some extent. As Simmons gets up high to defend this out into the offside. End of the over, a maiden for Fuller, his first actually. 188 for 7, Warwickshire. And Brad Wheel takes off his cap because it's time for him to come back into the attack.
Yeah, this is a good spell from Fuller from the far end, but unlike his spell this afternoon, not being able to take a wicket or two, but he's been very accurate and he's making the batters play. There just seems little life in this pitch at the moment. Graham Riordan has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, Surrey earlier had an innings in which all 11 batters made double figures, as well as extras. Is this rare? Who's in North Wales? although he's Hampshire by birth. I don't know, but I think Dave Allen's been overworked today, so I'm certainly not going to pass that one on to him. I would say it's not, but I couldn't be 100% sure on that one. Length ball down the leg side. It wraps Bamber on the pad. He certainly looks like a man out there that actually believes he could win this game on his own.
Bamber?
Yeah, I think he does. Just the way he's out there. I mean, not by thrashing the ball around and saying I'll give it a go and hope for the best. I think just the way he's playing.
What he's showing is a really good attitude, amongst other things, and he has done ever since he arrived. And he was rewarded with wickets. He's got 49 runs in this match. It's not his strong suit. He's never got a half century in the Championship. 26 years of age.
Here's Wheel. Simmons is forward. Plays that back to the bowler.
That all 11 in double figures. It's one of these. It's certainly happened quite a few times. I wouldn't like to say whether it's sort of once a year or once every few years, but it will happen.
Yeah, I don't really have the energy to look. I'm not sure how I would look that up, actually. I mean, some people are very good on certain websites how they find things out. I'm not quite in that league.
Yeah, it's hitting the right keywords, isn't it?
Yeah. Peter Jennings has emailed as Wheel runs away from us and bowls. Playing and missing. On the front foot there, Simmons. More on the Porchester Castle moat. I've learned more about this moat than ever. solentcricket@gmail.com. It says the moat at Porchester Castle is in two halves. The part by the cricket pitch dries up in some summers, but the end nearest the cricket is deeper and usually has water in most months, so deep enough to dive into should the need arise. And Pete's formerly of Hampshire, now in deepest Shropshire. Nice part of the world.
Is it deep? Is that part of Shropshire deeper when the tide's in, or?
Simmons gets wrapped on the pad, stunting appeal, because that looked as though it bounced a little bit. Dan Hawkins, solentcricket@gmail.com, on the subject of midweek T20s. A few years back, an already fairly successful Glenn Maxwell played a number of Tuesday evening Old Sarum T20 games for New Inn Cricket Club, whilst he was the overseas player at South Wilts and Hampshire. That's up around Salisbury. One particular evening of note, he and I put on a memorable opening partnership as Wheel comes in. Simmons works that up towards mid-on.
I feel like I'm really looking forward to the individual numbers in this partnership.
50.
Oh, partnership of 50?
Yeah.
Of which his contribution was... There we go. 1. There you go. That's what I was looking forward to.
Yes. It wasn't the 50 that was particularly remarkable, but the fact that he got 1. Thank you, Dan. Nice story. Yes, I remember Glenn Maxwell up that way.
I think Glenn Maxwell punched fists with him when they got a 50 partnership.
Kiss the badge. 2 bounces through to Ben Brown as Shea Simmons leaves that one. 189 for 7. Bamber has 34. Simmons has 13. And 121 needed from here.
Oh, it's a curious thing, isn't it? You would not get a professional footballer turning up to your Thursday night six-a-side. Surely you wouldn't. Not a current professional.
Glenn Maxwell, I didn't know him very well, but he was very keen, and he was very, as I understand it in those days, because he did play a little bit for Hampshire, that he was really good at sort of doing that sort of thing.
Yeah,
up and around there. Apparently, he had no qualms about turning out and playing cricket for whatever.
I mean, here he's a very convivial guy, although a lot of that conviviality would have been saved for the golf course. As Fuller comes in to bowl to Bamber, who turns it towards mid-wicket. And I don't say that in a way that's meant to be taken as sarcastic or critical, because actually one of the great things for some of the younger players here to do was to go for a round of golf with Glenn Maxwell, because over 3.5 hours you get to talk cricket with him. And I know that was something that the likes of Rob Yates and Dan Mosley really valued, is learning stuff like that from Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah.
So we kind of touched on that earlier in the week, didn't we? About you've got to take advantage. It was earlier today as Bamber backs away, and I think we've got our second bout of insect trouble this week. I think he's got something in his eye, and it's discomforted him here. And what you need to do is get rid of the problem without getting his vision blurred. Otherwise, you've got a real problem. Yeah, this morning you raised the subject of watching Shea Simmons having a lengthy conversation with Chris Wokes and and Keith Barker. And for a young player, tapping into the knowledge and experience of senior pros, whether they've been internationals or not, is something that you mustn't be shy about doing. Don't assume you know it all. And they won't necessarily get everything right, by the way. They'll have made mistakes, but they might well tell you about them.
Yeah.
Bamber has recovered himself. His helmet is back on, and he waits for Fuller, and he looks to pull him, and that goes very, very high. First slip, he's going after it and drops it. Well, Prest got into position. It was coming from a long way up. And in the end, I'm not sure he made a terribly good fist of that. It's come off the back of his hand and down his chest and onto the floor. Bamber survives to live another ball. He's on 35. They've got a single. 190 for 7. They've done so much slip catching practice this week, Hampshire. Maybe they didn't quite practice the steepler from first slip.
It would have to be Tom Prest, wouldn't it?
That was very catchable because he'd arrived. He'd done the hard work. He'd got into the right sort of position. As that goes past the shoulder of Simmons' bat, he didn't know too much about it.
Yeah, it was a couple of seasons ago Glenn Maxwell played for you guys, wasn't it? I didn't realise I'd forgotten.
Yeah. He didn't have a huge amount of success individually, but played a really good part in the team. And sometimes it was his ability to get through 4 overs for 20 that would make a real difference in a game. They were very good that season at squeezing and defending lower scores, and Alex Davis was acting as captain for quite a long time. It was the first sort of period of captaincy that he had, and they were very, very good at it. As Simmons drives off the outer half of the bat, and it goes slightly limply but into a gap on the offside for a single. 191 for 7. This duo have now added 34. But yeah, Maxwell's influence was there as a great help to Davis captaining, because Moeen Ali was going to be the captain for the entire T20 season that summer, and he had that unexpected recall to England's Ashes team. And remember all the palaver with his spinning finger opening up and all this sort of thing. As Bamber awaits, it's a short ball, and this time he will lift it over square leg and hits his third 6 of the innings. Takes him into the 40s. He's got 41. 197 for 7, and he collected that one very nicely.
That was an impressive shot. My word. I didn't even bother looking over to where the boundary is. You could just tell the way he played that. That was right out of the middle. Super shot.
Where has that ball gone? It seems to have gone to a challenging area. Somebody's looking by the side of the stand that isn't open. I wonder whether it had gone into the stand that isn't open. Oh, it's been found. Good effort. Turner who's found it. And having a good look is umpire Debenham. Oh, and he's calling umpire Long towards it. That's hit something solid, I think. It may have come back dented. The measuring device is out. See now, if this had happened at Porchester Castle, where that ball had come out of the moat and it was soggy and saggy and sad, I don't think it would have passed successfully through the machine. And I know machine's a grand word for that device, but...
A gauge.
Yeah, it is a gauge.
Well, it's a shame. I mean, it wasn't. You're right. It wasn't the easiest of catches, but he actually, in the end, should have taken it.
Yeah.
He wasn't facing the sun. In fact, his back was to the sun. It's a shame because actually these two have played so well that actually chances now are few and far between.
Yeah.
And we may be a while before another one, before we get another chance. Well, I hope she get another chance.
Bamber didn't change his natural game as he fetched that next ball, and now he clips the ball neatly to Turner at square, and he'll keep hold of the strike as a result of that. 42 to Bamber. He's 4 away from his career high. 14 to Simmons, 3 away from his career high. 198 for 7. And since the tea interval, Hampshire have been made to work hard for their successes.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, you can't really say that the bowlers, as well as they've bowled, and they have bowled well, but they're not being able to create too much because this pitch has gone benign again and almost looks as though it's lost a bit of pace as well. So, are we going to get a change of ball? Well,
it's a slightly curious one in that they had a good look at the ball, the two umpires, and decided it was good enough to continue with it. One ball later, actually, I think are they going to try and take something off it? or are they going to change it? Yeah, I think there might have been a little something. Now, we saw that Ben Debenham was very nifty with his little penknife earlier in the week, but it would appear that Nigel Long has provided the weapon on this occasion.
Yeah. Brad Wheel then, from the pavilion end, our commentary end. 13 overs, none for 47. Looking for his first wicket of this innings as he bows to Ethan Bamber. Bamber pops one up a little bit as it just held in the surface and just bounced a bit. Graham Riordan, I hope you're still listening and watching, because we have an answer for you as regards all 11 batters making double figures. And the answer, thank you very much, Jacob Norton, who writes soniccricket@gmail.com. It says the Association of Cricket Statisticians has a complete list of first-class innings where all 11 batters made double figures. He sent me a link, but he has then gone on to say, wheel bowls, Bamber tries to swivel round and hit it on the leg side, but the ball goes through harmlessly to Ben Brown. Considering the number of first-class matches that have taken place, almost 63,000, it is quite rare, but it has happened 145 times. Thanks for all the great commentary, says Jacob, and thanks to you for answering that query.
So if you think, in terms of modern cricket, etc., I know cricket's been going on for hundreds of years, but in terms of the huge number of games, it's kind of yearly or every 18 months, somewhere in that order, isn't it, therefore?
Yeah. Oh, as he edged through to Ben Brown, who was that dropped? Oh, it was a difficult one. It might have been even an inside edge. Ben Brown diving low to his left. There was a shout of catch, and one or two had their hands in the air.
Just see where the action, first slip didn't look over eager. It's got between bat and pad. Looked like there might have been a couple of contacts there, inside edge and maybe a bit of back pad. And it was low to his left, but quite close to his knee.
He looked behind him. But Ethan Bamber, that's sometimes a giveaway.
Yeah.
So I think we might have to put that down as a chance as Wheel comes in down the leg side. But it was awkward height, and it was a deflection in that Ben Brown would have perhaps had his body weight a bit more to the right, so he had to change and then get down low left. He did well to get a hand on it, but I think we might have to put that down as a half chance. 198 for 7. 112 needed here by Warwickshire. It's not quite over yet. Wheel in again, bowls. Forward, Bamber, he wants a single, but Gubbins is quickly in from the covers. I'm saying Bamber, but for me, his body language is saying, I'm going to make Hampshire work hard, and I'm going to get this game as close as I can. I'm not just going to thrash around. I'm not just going to enjoy myself. I actually am going to try and win this. That's what his body language is saying to me. In comes Wheel, bowls. Bamber tucks it away square on the leg side, moves into 43.
He's even milking the strike now.
Yeah.
Second over in a row that he's got a single off the final ball. Yeah, what there is an element of defiance, isn't there, about the way that he's playing? He's puffing his chest out and saying, right, I'm going to do everything I can to try and see if we can rattle your cage a bit. Maybe we can put you under a bit of pressure. There's still a lot of work to do in order to achieve that, with 111 runs needed for victory. But the longer these two stay together, the more irritating it becomes for Hampshire. We've had 12 overs since tea, 33 runs scored. And Bamber has the strike again on 43. Fuller in, not his quickest that one, it just sits up and is tapped out into the offside by Bamber, and there's no run. Worcestershire have beaten Essex by 225 runs at New Road for their first win of the season. Congratulations there. So Worcestershire, Waite ended up with 6 for 19 in the second innings.
Wow.
So is that 10 for the match in the end for him? A good pick-up he's been. A 9 for the match he got in the end. Bamber waits again. He's dabbing at this outside off stump, but he's caught behind this time. He'd had a couple of lives just lately. But on this occasion, the deflection threw in a very straightforward catch for Brown. But that was a good feisty innings with 3 sixes from Ethan Bamber. But Fuller, with his 4th wicket of the innings, makes the breakthrough. Warwickshire 199 for 8, but he will get a warm reception there, Ethan Bamber, for playing his part in a bit of a fight back.
Yeah, terrific innings. I think Fuller just found something there. Bit of an effort ball. Bamber on the back foot looking to deflect it away on the offside. Just that little bit of extra bounce just meant that the ball found the edge. But terrific knock, Ethan Bamber. And I have to say, while he was there, I was thinking, the way this guy's playing, I know it's still a lot of runs, but then when you suddenly look up at the board and then there's 90 odd runs to get and then down to 80, and then all of a sudden it starts getting very, very serious. But at the moment, there's enough daylight between the two teams.
Yep, Tazim Ali coming in, another very callow young player coming in to join Shay Simmons. So, again, big ask for them to carry things too much further. But Simmons has played very sensibly. Not found it easy, but he's on 14. He faced 51 deliveries. And all a good part of his cricketing education. Bamber demonstrating a little bit there. What's often true in cricket, he's not really a natural number 8. 8 is a little bit high in the batting order, but he's come in and batted like he's a number 8.
Yeah, agreed. He's done himself a lot of good there. I think he's shown a lot of people there that, do you know what, he'll score some runs this year. They might only be 20s and 30s way down the order, but they might be important 20s and 30s at times.
Yeah. He's well over 100 runs for the season. Batting down the order, I think he started the season at 9 and 10. Fuller 4 for 54. He's done some good work today. Now he's got Tazim Ali to bowl to, who looks to guide him down towards third man. The chase is on for Fletcher Middleton, who should get there first. They've come back for 2. They'll settle for 2. But the Warwickshire 200 is up, so they've done better in the second innings than they did in the first. 201 for 8. There'll be a few what-ifs about this game, but I think it's true for both sides. Both teams have had 1 or 2 dismissals they wouldn't have been too fond of. As we welcome back listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Hampshire 2 wickets away now from victory. Target is 310. Warwickshire 201 for 8. 2 young tail enders at the crease at the moment. Tazim Ali has just come in after James Fuller took his 4th wicket. He's on 2. And now he's looking to cut a ball that's too close to him. And he's fortunate that he doesn't edge off. Ethan Bamber, the man who was just dismissed, second highest score of the innings actually, 43, batted very nicely, hit 3 sixes, but he'd had a couple of chances just before the ball that dismissed him. So it was coming to some extent, that wicket. Liam Dawson's doing some warming up at the moment. Not sure they'll turn to him just yet. Fuller must have been coming towards the end of this spell, but the energy he put in was finally rewarded. It comes in again to Tazim Ali, too far outside off stump. It's been a good performance throughout the match from this Hampshire attack, Kevin.
Yeah, well, and it needed to be. The bowling last week against Notts in that heavy defeat wasn't necessarily under the spotlight for this game, although I've seen them bowl better. It was more the batting and the catching, which I think generally they've sort of answered, although there has been periods in this game where the catching hasn't been great. But I think generally, when you look at the performance all round, I think this is a good comeback. It is a good comeback from last week, because that was a bruising defeat, some of the likes I haven't seen from a Hampshire side for quite a while.
Liam Dawson comes in into a 5th slip position for the final ball this over, which is defended by Ali. Add into the offside. 201 for 8. Talk such a lot about the surfaces that the games are played on, but for those listening to Sport Extra, what we were presented with this week, Kevin, was a surface that's just been game throughout. There's been a little bit there. There's been 1 or 2 patches where for 20 minutes, half an hour, it seems to be benign, and then it'll do a little bit again, and as a result we've had a pretty entertaining game of cricket.
And I think what's good about it is that the bowlers that are prepared to put in the hard yards and bend their back and keep the ball in the right areas are the ones that have been rewarded. That's got to be a good cricket wicket even. At 201 for 8, here's Brad Wheel. The bowl, Shay Simmons works that away on the leg side. There is a man out deep. And that will be a single. That's Fletcher Middleton out there away to our right. 202 for 8, 108 needed. But really now it's all about when Hampshire will take these last 2 wickets, with very much the tail end in for Warwickshire. But yes, the way Ethan Bamber played, and you made the point earlier, that if a top order Warwickshire player, or maybe 2 top order Warwickshire players, would have been around at that time, I think we might have been seeing a slightly different game at this point. Here's that wheel. 2 slips in for Ali, the right-hander. Short. Ali ducks underneath that with little trouble.
And what we're seeing, I mean, we took through all the latest scores a short while ago, and with Worcestershire already having won their game, so they're off the mark for the season. The First Division, the table, the 10 teams are going to be pretty compressed at the end of this round of games. It's a fascinating season in prospect. And, you know, people, one more set of games before the break for the first batch of the T20 Blast, and everybody will feel they're either in it or with a relegation battle one way or the other.
For sure. Wheel in again, full of delivery. Nicely played off the front foot by Ali. Just stroke that into the gap through extra cover. They'll run 2. And that takes the Warwickshire total on to 204 for 8 in their second innings now. Wheel, the only one of the Hampshire seamers yet to take a wicket. 3 for Kyle Abbott, 3 for 44. Fuller, 3 for 42. A wicket for John Turner. Wheel turns into his 15th over here. Bowls to Ali. Ali clips that away neatly through mid-wicket. More runs, as there's more work to do for Fletcher Middleton out in the deep. 2 more. Takes the Warwickshire total now on to 206 for 8 and 104 runs needed. Simon Jones, who updated us on that local game down in Portsmouth, a T20 game where the former Bangladesh batter Mohammed Ashraful got 100. He said the result: Portsmouth, who play in Southsea, beat Portsmouth and Southsea, who don't play in Southsea, by 1 run. Thank you very much. Just to clear up that
like
confusion,
a tongue twister.
Which I'm sure it didn't. That's why I read it out, really. I wasn't going to read it out otherwise. That's played back to Will, and there is no run.
If Portsmouth and Southsea play in Portsmouth and Portsmouth play in Southsea, why don't they switch grounds?
That's something you might want to look into,
okay,
Richard, with your journalistic hat on. I know it's out of your patch. Those of us in the patch won't bother.
I was just pleased I got that sentence out without deviation, hesitation or repetition.
I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation, but I fear with all the emails we've got surrounding the moat, we might be avalanched again, as that's a bouncer taken high above his head by Ben Brown, so I don't really want to go down there. 206
for 8. Wide. That's been called a wide. Even if he put his periscope up, he would have found it hard to hit the ball with it.
Apparently that game ended in a dramatic last over in which 6 runs were scored and 3 wickets fell. There we go.
Wow.
But the issue, of course, according to Richard, is more why the teams are playing in each other's backyards.
Something's gone awry there.
Yeah. Wheel bowls. Forward is Ali, and that's out into the covers. End of the over. We got 18 overs remaining in the day's play. Are Hampshire going to finish this off in time? Another 8 overs can be claimed, as we've been mentioning a few times, so theoretically there could be 26 overs left. And looking at the overheads, I don't think we're going to have too much problem if that is the case. 207 for 8.
Maybe the sign writers got a commission from both clubs and sent the signs to the wrong grounds. It's the only logical solution I can come up with. Fuller is going to continue. He's had a heavy workload today. This is his 18th over. And that's, since the first hour when his side were batting, and that first ball has Simmons half on the back foot, defends it out into the offside, and there's no run.
I mentioned Fuller has 3. He actually has 4, of course. I think my computer hasn't updated, but the scoreboard's showing 4. So apologies for giving the wrong information on that one.
Yeah, 4:56. A little spell of 3 in 12 balls that broke the game open somewhat. Webster, Barnard and Davis all dismissed. That really was the heart of the middle order, plus the opening bat Davis, who top scored with 66. Simmons almost gets an edge to that one. It was a waft is too strong a word, really. It was airy, but also a bit diffident. That attempt to play a back foot drive, which may or may not be within his compass, but didn't look convincing on that occasion. Only Ollie Hannon-Dolby to come, bear in mind, in terms of batting.
Well, he sticks around.
He does stick around, yeah. He might not put you under much scoreboard pressure.
No, but I'm thinking time now. I'm thinking quick exit.
There is another day to come. So here's Fuller in to Simmons, who's looking to pull this. It's gone high in the air, coming in his long leg. It's been in the air a long time, but he takes the catch, despite somebody shouting from the crowd, which you don't need. But Brad Wheel holds on to that very nicely. Simmons has gone for 15, and now Warwickshire are on the brink of defeat on 207 for 9.
And congratulations, James Fuller, who has a 5-wicket bag to his name. Only the 8th time that he's reached that milestone, and he's playing his 99th first-class match. But he's deserved that. He's running hard. He's kept going when there has been little reward out of this pitch at times. And he's been terrific. He's been absolutely terrific. And I remember him bowling exactly the same last year, trying to get Hampshire over the line when Warwickshire were 9 down, and he bowled his heart out, and he's done the same here. And he fully deserves those figures of 5 for 56.
It did appear that somebody in the crowd shouted as he was about to take that catch. We don't need that sort of thing, so whoever it is needs to have a bit of a think about the decorum of watching a game of cricket. Support your team, that's fine, but I don't need anything that's on the wrong side of sportsmanship. Ollie Hannon-Dolby comes to the crease, and Kevin, it's you to take it ball by ball to see your team over the line here.
Wow, I remember 2 years ago doing exactly the same to you. Do you remember?
Well, it was extraordinary, wasn't it? That was the final day of the season, and you gave me plenty of time to bed in there. Sort of like 40 minutes to go. It was you sat in the summarisers role whilst Liam Norwell produced the most extraordinary spell of his career, and what was to turn out to be the last first 11 spell of his career as well, because of the awful fortune he's had with injuries since then. But it was a lion-hearted effort from Norwell to take 9 wickets on the final afternoon to spare Warwickshire relegation.
Yeah, it was exciting stuff, even though Hampshire were on the receiving end. Right, Fuller, round the wicket to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, the left-hander. 207 for 9. As Fuller comes in and bowls, and Hannon-Dolby does what he normally does and just pokes the ball forward into the covers. He's playing his 51st match for Hampshire. I'll just give you a little bit more meat on the bone as regards figures. And for Hampshire, this is his 3rd 5-wicket haul. He has best figures for Hampshire of 6 for 37. So if he takes the last wicket, he won't beat that. But even so, he's played his part here today in wrapping things up, which should be in 3 days. Round the wicket to Hannon-Dolby. Bowls. Hannon-Dolby's forward. Again, he's prodded that out to, or out on the offside. So 103 needed from here. I don't think we're going to see that. It'd be quite remarkable if we did. We are now just waiting for this final wicket to fall. It's a good comeback from Hampshire after last week. I know the coaching staff and the club were looking for a response, and they have certainly got it. Resisted huge numbers of changes as Hannon-Dolby worked up to mid-on. Question marks over several players after last week. Several players haven't started the season particularly well. Those of you that perhaps heard my interview with Fletcher Middleton last night on the BBC, on the Hampshire Cricket website, and a bit of that on the @Solent Sport X feed, will have heard him say, yes, I felt under pressure coming into this game, but Hampshire stood by him. Wonderful innings last night of 76, set up this situation today. Others, of course, have made major contributions, not least Kyle Abbott, but it's been a good comeback.
Yeah, they needed those runs from Middleton yesterday as well, because otherwise they could have left themselves a little bit short. We might have seen a rather different 4th innings chase.
Brad Wheel, can he sneak in with a wicket at the end? Coming in to bowl to Ali. Edged but short, wide of first slip, and it's racing up to the far end of the ground for 4 runs.
First time in double figures for Tazim Ali in this very young career, 18 years of age, the leg spinner. It's a very minor landmark, but nonetheless, it's good for the youngster. It means that the margin will be under 3 figures now as well.
Yeah. And it's less, it's double figures to win the game as well now. Just waiting for the ball to come all the way back. Take a bit of time, it's a long way up there. 2:11 for 9. Brad Wheeler into his 16th over, none for 58 currently. Bowls to Ali once more. Ali leaves that one alone outside off stump.
It's curious in this situation that they've put a third man in there, just a single slip for a youngster at number 10 who, you know, he's genuinely a number 10 at this point in his career. It's only the one close catcher. And it may well be that Wheel targets the stumps as much as anything, but little surprised. Does he really need a deep point? Or are they just keen to get Hannon Dolby on strike?
Well, there's been a lot of runs in that area, hasn't there, really? I mean, not that you should worry with 99 runs needed to win from Warwickshire. Here's Wheel again. Ali is forward, and that goes out on the leg side. In all probability, I think it's fairly safe to say this game will finish tonight. But it won't be the end of the action for either of these two clubs, because tomorrow the Hampshire women's team and the Warwickshire women's team, who were in action today, Warwickshire, in the T20 Cup, will be back in action tomorrow. Hampshire against Warwickshire women in the Metrobank 50 over one-day cup competition at Arundel, and there will be live commentary of that on the BBC Sport website and app. Final round of fixtures before the competition takes a break. Short delivery, which Ali ducks underneath. Hampshire currently top in that competition. And the last time those two sides met here, around 3 weeks ago, there was a tie. So perhaps an exciting game in prospect tomorrow at Arundel.
Could be, couldn't it?
Yeah.
You're quite eager to get there, aren't you?
Well, I'm eager is one word.
You're intending to go if this match
is
finished off.
Yes,
as
I
it should
am.
Be.
It's either that or a day in the office. So, yeah, probably more eager thinking about it. That's a nice drive wide of mid-off. Dawson slides into that. 2:12 for 9. I'd be looking forward to going there. Let's put it that way. Whether I will put in a huge shift remains to be seen.
It'll be all right. You can do 20 minutes here and there, and then have some nice scones.
I think they do scones there. Whether they do ham and cream is a different matter. Whether they've been talked into providing ham and cream scones after what we've been saying today is another matter for debate. I would think not.
You may have to take your own ham.
Yes. Well, we actually do have to take our own food, actually, the commentators. Down the leg side, it's flicked off the pad, past a diving Ben Brown. That will be 4. It's off the bat of Hannon Dolby. He's off the mark. 2:16 for 9. 94 runs are required from here. Hampshire still need that 1 wicket, but there are 3 other commentators down there to provide most of the entertainment, and I will at the very least support them.
Very good. Beautiful leg glance there from Ollie Hannon Dolby. Well, yeah, got a bit of wood on the ball, didn't he? But 216 for 9. So there will be some what-ifs from the Warwickshire camp at the end of this game, in that there were some ill-timed dismissals, I think it's fair to say. And Kyle Abbott fancies coming on to try and polish it off. He's got 8 wickets in the match. And if you're Tazim Ali and Ollie Hannon Dolby, he's probably not the person you want to see just at this juncture.
Probably not.
No.
But I think Fuller's spell there, 8 overs. That's a long spell to be bowling on a wicket that didn't really offer him too much, with a fairly old ball. So Kyle Abbott from the City End then. Bowls to Ali. Ali drives. Goes out towards extra cover. They are certainly having to work now, the Hampshire bowlers, because this wicket has probably played the best it's played at any point in the game.
Kyle Abbott, by the way, has also had a hand in the batting effort in this game, in his newfound 38th year of life, bon vivant style of batting, coming out and giving it a bit. 14 in the first innings, but a very useful 25 not out this morning when things were going a bit awry for Hampshire. That again built that lead beyond 300.
Abbott wide and left alone. Yep. Dave Oakes, the Hampshire photographer, saying another wicket, you'll be at Arundel tomorrow. He's encouraging me to go down there.
So on day one, you said to me, if this gets done in 3 days, I'm going to go to Arundel.
Yeah.
You did say it.
I did, but now it's become a very real prospect. It's, yeah, no, I
be a great game.
I probably will. I'm just wondering if I've got a car to go down there in, actually. I'll have to have a word. Here's Abbott. It's pushed up towards mid-on, and there is no run. But anyway, it's all about what's happening here at the moment, of course, because Hampshire are so close to wrapping this up inside 3 days. 15.5 overs of regular time left, and I think it's fairly safe to say that an 8 overs will be claimed if needed.
Yeah, I think it's a tall order to get through 15.5 overs.
Yeah, that'll be a long watch. Ali drives, doesn't time it, goes up towards mid-off. But well done to Worcestershire today for that win over Essex. I don't think many people would have foreseen that. Gets them a little closer to Yorkshire at the foot of the table. Hampshire, who currently sit 4th in the live table, will move up a bit if they can, or as and when they get this win. I think that might make them feel a little better, not just because of last week, but also because it's a bit bunched up in that table. Early in behind that one, bounces, well taken by Abbott.
Also a winner in Division 2, Leicestershire, who've beaten Middlesex by 7 wickets. Leicestershire continue to look rather handy this season, stretching away. 4 wins from their first 6 games, 4 wins, 2 draws for Leicestershire. It's revitalised with the help, of course, of Ian Holland, the former Hampshire all-rounder, and had another outstanding game this week.
Abbott in again, bowls, bounces a bit, Ali leaves that one alone. End of the over. Abbott 16 overs, 3 for 44, 216 for 9 are Warwickshire in their second innings. Hampshire still need that 1 wicket, and Warwickshire need another 94.
Certainly it's been a tale of 2 very different surfaces in the last 2 rounds of the championship here at Edgbaston. The one away to our right against Surrey last week that was pretty dead, and we only saw 15 wickets in 4 days of cricket. We were spared the final session by some rain and a bit of thunder in the air. But this week, 39 down, 1 to go before the end of day 3, and it's been eventful. There haven't been many periods of the game where you can relax.
No.
And batters who've made half centuries, and there have only been 4 in this game, 1 in each innings, have earned those runs. You had to play well to make a 50 here this week.
Here's Turner around the wicket, and that's worked quite easily by Hannah Dolby out on the onside. In fact, if anything, the game has probably been at its slowest in the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
In terms of not a lot happening.
Bamber and Simmons kept Hampshire at bay pretty well for the 8th wicket for a while. They added 42. And Tazim Ali has batted 20 balls for his 11 now. It's all again part of his education. Alan Dolby, who enjoys batting, but he's not a man with a lot of shots in the armoury. Spends a lot of time at the crease, often as a night watchman.
Turner in again, round the wicket. Bowl, slightly slower ball as Hannah Dolby drives that up to mid-on. They've put out a deep square leg for Hannah Dolby. I don't know if he's a hooker.
He will play the shot, funnily enough. You know, I mentioned a couple of years ago he confounded all observers by hitting successive 6s. They were pull shots, as I recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wonder if he might be tested.
He will be if he bats for too many more deliveries.
Well, I agree. Turner comes in. There's the short one. He does pull that one away, and that's a lovely shot for 4. Well, I tell you what, on that evidence, he can play the pull shot.
I mean, it being Ollie Hallandolby, we can't call it a short arm pull because that would be against nature with those long levers. It was slightly compact though. It was slightly bent of arm, but he's put it away very nicely in between the 2 deep fielders. I told you he'd do it if you tested him.
Kept it down well. got it between the two fielders. There's Turner, bowls. There's a short one, and it's predicted to be a little higher. Hannon Dalby ducks underneath.
And having seen a wide called in Brad Wheels at previous over, that wouldn't have been too far away, because I think that cleared the 6'8" frame of Ollie Hannon Dalby. If he tried to hook that one, there might not have been a great outcome.
No, that was that would have he'd have struggled to be in command of that shot. Length ball, which is just pushed away into the covers. Yeah, there was only one way that was going. It was either in the air, out the ground, or he would have got in a horrible tangle. I'm sure Turner will give him another one somewhere along the line, although he's only got one more ball left of this over. 16 overs, 1 for 42.
Very full, I'd go here. If I was him, I think. Very full.
Yeah. Got the wicket of Zen Malik hooking. He has gone full. We right bowled him! And as predicted, Ollie Hannon Dalby castled for 8. 220 all out are Warwickshire, which means Hampshire have won this game by 89 runs, their second win of the season. And for Warwickshire, their 4th championship game here at Edgbaston, still looking for their first win, with 3 draws now and a defeat.
Really competitive game of cricket over the 3 days. If I was to sum up the major difference between the two sides, it was Kyle Abbott who was the supreme bowler. 8 wickets in the match from him, but 5 of them in the first innings. Hampshire did get the very best of the bowling conditions yesterday morning, but there was always something in it. And you know, the great innings from Fletcher Middleton when it was most needed yesterday, and also those runs from James Fuller down the order. And he's had a good game, hasn't he, with his 4 wickets today, 5 wickets today, 3 of those in a 13-ball spell. But that unbeaten 52 in the first innings that carried Hampshire from what could easily have been 200, 220 to 300 all out, that also had a massive influence on this game. And after getting a bit humbled at Notts last week, Hampshire have rebounded really well. For Warwickshire, this will be the first test of how they rebound with their first defeat of the season.
Yeah, I think they'll be mightily disappointed. They have started the season well, but I think Hampshire just were good at the right times, and Abbott just gave Hampshire an impetus in the field when they needed it, picked up wickets when they needed it, and I think a lot of the players fed off that. James Fuller especially, I mean, what a performance from him this afternoon. They've answered a few questions, there's no doubt about that. Maybe still 1 or 2 doubts about the catching. It was good at times and not so good at others, but the batters, most notably Fletcher Middleton, in some form, and just the way he played for his innings of 76. So 1 or 2 questions have been answered. I think that will be a great relief to the coaching staff and to 1 or 2 members outside of that as well. And well, a win's a win. Second win of the season, and overall Hampshire looked pretty good.
So coming up tomorrow in the 50 over competition, Hampshire against Warwickshire from Arundel. You can get that on the BBC Sport cricket page. That should be a really, really good game. Warwickshire next in action on Friday at Worcestershire, and you can follow that same time, same place as you would normally expect it. Hampshire at home to Sussex down in Southampton, starting again on Friday at 11. Our thanks to Phil Britt for his company in the 3 days, Dermot Reeve, who was with us on Monday. My thanks